Hello and welcome to Alternate Juror. I'm your host, Debbie. Happy Friday. I wasn't late today. I was right on time. Hopefully my audio is good. Let me check this over here. How are you? I'm good. We are going to finish up day 12 of Jessy Kurczeweski's trial. I think we probably could have finished it the other day from what I'm seeing. It doesn't look like it probably went a long time, but I had to be somewhere, so I kind of had to get to a stopping point, and I figured the state would have a longer rebuttal than it looks like they did of the defense's pathologist. I don't know, there was something about that pathologist that just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know how much credibility I give her testimony. As much as I don't like the state when the defense is putting on their case and they have to bring their experts in, as much as I don't like the state asking, whoever the expert on the stand is at the time, how much are you getting paid? How much time do you have in this right now? As much as I don't like that question being asked because I don't like what it insinuates, this expert kind of hit me as the type of person that the state tries to insinuate every expert is. They paid for your testimony, they paid for your opinion, and you're going to say what they want you to say. I do not believe that the majority of expert witnesses out there are like that. This woman struck me that way. May not be fair. There's just something about her. So if I was sitting on that jury and I had to weigh her testimony, I would have to trust my gut, and I don't know how much credit I would give her. On the other side of things, I think it's hard there's a lot of people out there that believe police don't make mistakes when they arrest people, that, no one's ever falsely arrested. Unfortunately, police are humans and we all make mistakes. And there's people out there that don't believe that prosecutors ever bring charges against somebody that's not guilty. And if that was the case, then nobody would ever be exonerated from a case. And they are all the time, especially as science improves, DNA and all of that has exonerated a lot of people. And we have a lot of people that are sitting in prison that should not be. So I don't have that attitude about anybody. I think the state has the burden. But I think it's also going to be hard with this pathologist testimony that she gave. I just don't think her testimony is going to outweigh the state's medical examiner. I just don't. She could have been excellent, and it still would have been a really, really tough thing to do. Because I think people tend to believe that people that work, for the courts, for law enforcement, for whatever it is, that they would never lie. They would never falsify evidence. They would never do anything that, goes against the oath that they take. Unfortunately, that would happen because there's bad in everything. So, but it looks like I said, I guess the state wasn't worried about this pathologist either, because it looks like it's going to be very short cross-examination. Yesterday, I think there might be some fireworks in what we're going to watch. And then They are in court today, but the jury is not. So which surprises me that even anybody's in court today. They're just doing like the jury instructions and going over those final things. Closing arguments are Monday. So so what we're going to watch today, the defense is going to rest, the state's going to do its rebuttal. And when I'm a day behind, I can go down and just so I can see the witnesses' names so I can get them typed in earlier so I don't have to worry about trying to hear what they're saying. The state calls one rebuttal witness, and that's that Dr. Kasinko from NMS Labs. And then they're done. So this case will be in the jury's hands Monday. I would be shocked if we don't have a verdict Monday. I think Jessy's in trouble. But maybe not. Maybe they'll surprise us. I just think they're going to look at everything that has been presented. Her statements to the police, I know I've said it repeatedly. That's what did it for me. When she sent them on that wild goose chase to find things in the park that she buried that she knew was not there, and then the tears were on and off like a faucet, that was my turning point of, okay, she has no problem lying repeatedly. She has no problem making stuff up repeatedly. Even if she just helped Lynn, she would still be in trouble. Maybe not as much. Maybe it would be like a manslaughter charge or something like that where she could possibly get out. But she didn't even say that. And I think the one thing that I kind of battled with back and forth is if she really thought that Lynn self-deleted, why did she not say that right away? Her mom said it right away. But she didn't. She, that day where you're in it, you're emotional, you just found your friend. If you thought that's what she did, why didn't you say that? If you were trying to cover your tracks, why didn't you say that? I think maybe she just thought this was cleared. They think it's that. They think she self-deleted. I'm good. All those credit card debts is going to be wiped out. If Lynn did it by herself, okay. If Jessy and Lynn did all the charges together, maybe Jessy just thought it was going to go away. I don't know. So that has bothered me because if she was really trying to get away with something, she had the perfect opportunity to do so. And if she staged that scene, she sucks at staging scenes. You took the one thing out of there that you needed in the scene. There was no Visine there. So that also does not make sense to me. If that's what you did or helped her do to herself, why would you just not leave all the bottles there? Or, I don't know. But I also, in my mind, I think people get scared. And they don't want to incriminate themselves or put themselves into things that they didn't really have anything to do with. And maybe she did that. That thought doesn't stick around in my head very long because I think she really just thinks she's smarter than everybody else. And I really just think that she thinks she was going to get away with this. I think reality is starting to set in from the look on her face. And at the very, very least, I don't remember what all the charges were for the financial stuff. I believe that's been proven. I don't know. I'll have to see kind of what this, we've got one more defense witness after this one, and we'll see what he says. I don't even know how great his credibility is going to be either. So I don't know. But we will be caught up after today. We will be able to do closing arguments Monday. And I believe we'll have a verdict Monday. And then we can move on. And I've kind of got some things in mind to do. I haven't really looked to see, there's so many cases going on right now, or trials going on, I mean. But I would already be way behind on them. And so I don't know that I'm going to try to catch up on anything like that. We'll see if anything starts right after this one ends. If not, I have a couple things that I would like to do. And so we'll see. But let's just finish up this day 12 testimony. Like I said, I don't think it's long. And oh, Jesse's looking bad there. Really, really bad. So I hope my sound's good. I turned my mic down a little bit because I was re-listening to a couple streams and I thought it sounded kind of loud. So I turned that down and I turned all my Wi-Fi off into my phone, computers, what have you, to try to not get... I noticed that it was kind of... I don't know the word I'm looking for, glitchy the other day when I forgot to do that. So hopefully that's better as well. But alrighty, let's finish up. Oh. Oh, and before I do have to say congratulations to my son and his now wife, Bree. Only took him 7 years, but they finally got married yesterday. So congratulations to them. We're all very excited. It wasn't a bumpy road as far as their relationship goes, but they were supposed to get married October 20th, and that just did not come together for whatever reason. So, but yesterday did. They got it done, and we're all really happy, and I'd welcome her to the family, but she's been in the family, so it took them 7 years. Thank you, Carmen. I know you've already told them it was 7 years to get here. 7 years to, you know, it took them a while. It took them long enough. So we're happy that they finally just went and did it. So, all right, let's finish this up. See if the state maybe has like maybe 2 questions or something, because I think this is very short. I know I've said that 100 times. So here we go.
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, I'd like to ask you some questions about your report.
Let me know. Okay. It was super duper short, and they didn't play it. What in the world?
The body bag from the gurney at the medical examiner.
I've had this paused for days.
An opinion that, especially if it was a defense team, if you disagree with the medical examiner.
So often people hire me just because they want a second opinion. And the body bag from the gurney at the medical examiner's office. So, I mean, things that are inside the body bag are going to move around.
Alrighty, this is just... Maybe she asked no questions. Sorry, this is not me. I mean, it's because that's the judge reading the things.
So as you've heard some testimony from, or some questioning by the state, does anything that you were questioned about or any...
All right, now this is starting to irritate me. I swear I'm not this big of a boomer. Because I'm not even one yet. I haven't even got my card in the mail yet. That would just be honorary anyway. All right. All right, I'm gonna start it right here. And if we don't hear the state ask any questions, then it's not me. It is not me, and we will move on.
Office change your opinion on the cause and manner of death of Lynn Hernan?
No,
And so can you again tell the jury what your opinion is as to the cause and manner of death?
that the cause of death is mixed drug toxicity with all of the drugs that we've discussed, and the manner of death is undetermined.
I thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Thank you for being
What?
here. I presume she can be released from her subpoena?
Yes,
All right, so the state asked one question because I can't even find it. Go away. There she is. There you are. Why did I not see you a minute ago? Boy, it was way back there. My daughter's texting me, probably tell me she's embarrassed. All right, we'll start here and see if we're close. Huh. Don't know how that happened.
had any history of alcoholism.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what about that?
So in her medical records, she had, as I mentioned, elevated liver tests that would suggest she had some ongoing liver damage. In her medical record, there was this positive test for ethylglucuronide indicating use of alcohol. And then additionally, in the police report, I believe one of her neighbors said that she thought Ms. Hernan consumed a lot of alcohol or excess amount and suffered from alcoholism.
The neighbor thought that Ms. Hernan was an alcoholic
Yes.
as well. Okay, thank you, doctor. That's all I have. Judge?
All right, thank you. Cross.
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, I'd like to ask you some questions about your report, kind of moving through it, and in terms of some things you testified to today. One of the discussions that you just had was about the urine drug screen that was really significant to you in the analysis of this case, right?
Yes.
And
I
on
mean, it
page-
was a factor, yes.
Okay, and, but that was a screen that was done, you'd agree with me, many, 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 many months before the death.
From February to October,
Okay.
yes.
And do you know what lab the physician used for that urine screen?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Do you know whether any confirmation tests were done of that screen?
I don't know.
Do you know whether there was any quantification of the results of that urine screen by any doctor?
Well, a number was given for the ethylglucuronide of 7355, but not for the temazepam as far as I know.
And so you don't know whether that number, for example, was confirmed as accurate?
Right, I don't know about the testing.
Okay, so you'd agree with me that there's a variety of different types of testing that can be done for controlled substances in urine?
Yes,
Okay, and some of them are much more reliable than others, fair?
yes,
Okay. You've indicated here today some things that you've taken into consideration regarding what a neighbor said. Did you speak with Jean Tennell?
no,
Okay, so it would be really restricted to anything that would have been written by law enforcement, is that fair?
yes,
Are you aware that on the day that Lynn Hernan died, Ms. Tennell told law enforcement Lynn was not suicidal and had never given her the impression that Lynn would be suicidal?
I was aware that there were differences in statements, yes.
Starting with, Lynn was not ever suicidal on the day of the death, right?
That was one of her statements,
And
yes.
that's the same neighbor that you've referred to with Attorney Kukler today.
Yes, I believe it is.
In terms of the palliative care consult during Ms. Hernan's hospitalization, I know the jury has heard about this many, many times at this point. What I'd like to do is display an exhibit that I've prepared. It's a portion of the medical records in this case. It states 233, and display that to the witness, please. It's an excerpt of exhibit 541.
You said 541, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The exhibit is an excerpt of 541. I've labeled it states 233. And doctor, just let me know when you can see that on your screen.
Yes.
Does that look familiar to you in terms of that palliative care consult that happened at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Yes,
And you'd agree with me that the reason for that consult was to try to help Ms. Hernan with symptom control, right?
yes,
And she was in tears a lot and essentially really did not want to have to do a colonoscopy, right?
right,
And then ultimately, after what ultimately was a 30-minute meeting, the palliative care team indicated there was no life-limiting illness and we signed off, right?
yes.
Okay.
That was their impression.
And there was no palliative needs and they never met with Ms. Hernan again, right?
Right,
Okay. And this was not as she left the hospital on the 28th. This is during the days that she was in the hospital, correct?
yes,
Okay. You'd agree with me that nothing in the record indicates that that palliative care team told Lynn Hernan, you're dying, and there's nothing we can do about it.
no, no,
Okay.
no. If they thought she was dying, they would have recommended hospice.
Okay.
Not just,
I'd move 233 into evidence.
It's part of 541.
It's been highlighted and annotated. I'm moving it into evidence as 233.
Exhibit 233 is received.
Doctor, you talked about, and that can come down, thank you. Doctor, you talked about the EKG of Ms. Hernan during that hospitalization as well, right?
yes,
And that it showed first-degree AV block.
yes,
Is AV a short term for atrioventricular block?
yes,
And are you aware of a peer-reviewed publication from 2021 that complete atrioventricular block can be due to tetrahydrozoline consumption?
I was not aware of that.
Okay.
Oh,
Are
good.
you aware
That's good on
that
your
in
witness.
the literature, tetrahydrozoline can also cause bradycardia?
Ooh, I don't remember that.
Okay. But nonetheless,
another good
you
answer.
noted that in the medical records from Lynn Hernan's hospitalization, both of those issues existed.
Yes,
Okay. In terms of your discussion of the medication inventory that is on page 4 of your report, you testified that the fact that many of these bottles are at 0 raises questions of Ms. Hernan's intent when emptying out the pill bottles. Do you remember that?
yes,
You'd agree with me that a possible alternative reason that these pill bottles were empty was that someone who might have staged a scene just threw them out. That's possible.
Sure.
And you certainly can't say, based simply on the lack of tablets, that Lynn Hernan voluntarily took any of these medications.
Well, I know from the toxicology that she took many of these medications, but with respect to the 0 tablets, I don't know how that happened.
Sure. And you also testified that the cyclobenzaprine toxicology level in Ms. Hernan suggested that Ms. Hernan looked for and found an old prescription and took them. Do you remember saying that?
Yes,
Doctor, you're aware that tetrahydrozoline causes a sedated state when
Yes.
consumed, right?
yes,
And that people involved in nefarious sexual assault type cases use tetrahydrozoline to subdue their victims.
yes, I've heard of it used as a date rape drug.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that another possible reason that any of these medications are in Lynn Hernan's system is that she was given them while in a sedated and drugged state from the tetrahydrozoline.
Yes,
It's possible.
that's possible.
Because you weren't there and you, obviously you don't know what happened, right?
Right.
Okay. So you really can't tell this jury whether any of these medications were given to Ms. Hernan by someone else or whether she found them and took them herself, right?
Right.
When we were discussing the toxicology, I noticed that you used the term medication when you referred to the tetrahydrozoline. I think you said that's not a commonly used medication, right?
It's not a commonly tested for medication, I should clarify.
Okay.
I mean, it's in eye drops that's probably very commonly used.
In your eye.
In your eyes, exactly.
Right.
Right.
So when you say not commonly used, are you talking about people drinking it?
As far as I know, that is not in a common use. Yes.
In fact, there's no medical purpose to prescribe someone to drink tetrahydrozoline.
No,
Okay.
not
Because
that I'm aware of.
it's dangerous, right?
Yeah,
Right.
well, doesn't do any good.
In terms of the other medical issues with Ms. Hernan that you've talked about in your report, like the pulmonary edema, hypertensive cardiovascular disease, hepatic steatosis, interstitial myocarditis, you'd agree that all of those things are also in the autopsy protocol put together by Dr. Budritsky in this case.
Yes.
So it's not in any way a suggestion that she missed these things.
Oh, no, she absolutely diagnosed all those things.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you were asked some questions that had Lynn Hernan's death occurred and you reviewed the case for cause and manner and there was nothing in the toxicology, you'd have no hesitation of calling this interstitial myocarditis as a cause of death, right?
That would be my leading thought, yes, in
Right.
the absence of medications or drugs.
And I just want to clarify that in that scenario, we're assuming that Lynn Hernan nonetheless died, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what if I asked you whether we took away all the toxicology in this case? Are you telling the jury that nonetheless Lynn Hernan would die because of the myocarditis?
No, I have no idea. I mean, what I know is when people die and they have this degree of myocarditis, I would not hesitate to attribute the death to that. But there are probably people out there walking around who have myocarditis that don't die of it.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that point. You also testified that you really wouldn't pull any of those drugs from the toxicology out as a single cause of death here, right?
Right.
Doctor, do you believe that had every fact in this case remained the same, except for the tetrahydrozoline, that Lynn Hernan would have died nonetheless?
Well, that's why I say I can't pull out any one drug. I think it's possible, given her underlying condition and all of these other medications, that she certainly could have died. But I can't really speculate because the facts that we have are that there was the tetrahydrozoline.
Well, as a doctor, I think that you've experienced when you testify being asked hypothetical questions, right?
Sure.
And you'd agree with me that the tetrahydrozoline level in this case is significantly higher than a level found in someone using that substance as eye drops.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that there are instances in the literature of levels much lower than Lynn Hernan's that cause people to, for example, wind up in ICU.
Yes.
And many of those studies involving people that survived, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that all of the people that survived in those studies received medical intervention, right?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me, doctor, that the hepatic steatosis could qualify as an underlying disease that could impact metabolism levels, right?
Yes.
In Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be something that's really important to know about if you were gonna do any kind of calculation on the toxicology levels in this case.
I guess I don't know how that plays into it, calculating. I would defer to a toxicologist to talk about that.
When you, in all of your experience, have made these determinations about cause and manner of death, was it common for you to contact a toxicologist and say, here's the list of the toxicology, I want you to calculate for me how many pills this person took to get to these levels?
That was often a discussion we would have at toxicology rounds, we called it. And we would do that sort of exercise of, okay, this is the drug level, these were the pills, this was the dosage. What range of pills might someone take to get to that number? But we know it's really a guess, because it's sort of like trying to solve a algebra equation when you only have one of the three important, x times y equals z or whatever, because you don't know when they took it, and of course the timing is important, and you don't know how much they took, and all we know is what the number was when we tested it, and of course there's so many things that affect that. So it's an exercise that I've often engaged in, just to get a sense of, well, did they take 1 or 2 pills, or was it more like 15? Because that's helpful then in terms of trying to determine manner of death.
But in terms of what you're looking at in toxicology, you'd agree that substances that are in the blood are the substances that were affecting that person before death.
Absolutely.
And that levels of substances in, for example, gastric fluid has no bearing on the blood levels someone had at the time of death.
The value to me of gastric levels is if it's very high, it might suggest a large ingestion as opposed to a smaller ingestion. But it totally depends on the timing, how rapidly something gets absorbed. Is it something that's absorbed in the stomach or the small bowel? So the actual number from the gastric contents is rarely going to really decide a case one way or another.
In terms of the decisions that you have to make, right?
Right.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that in doing those calculations that you just talked about, if someone has medical issues that affects their metabolization rates, that would be really important to know.
Well, you might know it, but you wouldn't necessarily know how it affects. I mean, it would be worth acknowledging that this person had liver disease or kidney disease, and that certainly could affect their metabolism, and we don't know how. I don't know if that answers your question.
Sure, you said it's kind of a guess when you're trying to go
Right.
backwards from a postmortem sample into what a dose might have been, right?
Exactly.
Okay, and so that may be part of the underpinning reason why the American Board of Toxicologists, forensic toxicologists, says that you absolutely should never do a calculation like that, reversing from a postmortem sample. Are you aware of that?
Yes, and I certainly agree that you can't do it and then testify, oh, these are the facts. Where I've found it useful, as I mentioned, is in sort of trying to say, well, is it more likely 1 or 2 pills, or is it more likely 15? Because then it helps maybe give an idea of what the intention was.
I'd like to publish State's Exhibit 34, please, the autopsy protocol. It's already in evidence.
Go ahead.
Doctor, you've obviously seen this protocol before, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Dr. Budritsky, right?
Yep.
Okay. I want to go, please, to the middle to lower half of the page here. So you'd agree with me that both you and Dr. Budritsky have indicated in your final opinions that other significant conditions include those medical or health issues that Lynn Hernan had, right?
Exactly, yes.
So those pieces of the opinion side by side are actually the same, right?
Exactly.
And you'd agree with me that all of the tetrahydrozoline and the other medications listed under other significant conditions are also included in your determination of cause of death.
Yes, the only one I added was the nifedipine
Right.
to her list. But yeah, otherwise I agree, all of those drugs.
And so the difference really is the line where Dr. Budritsky put it, as opposed to above under cause of death versus below under other significant conditions.
Right.
Okay.
Wonder if her butt hurts because that prosecutor is spanking her hard right now.
Testified that you've worked about 14 hours on this case for the defense, right?
Yes.
And are those 14 hours before you got here into Wisconsin?
Well, I live in Wisconsin, so it was before I left my home this morning. Let's put it that way.
So during those 14 hours, you reviewed all the medical records in this case, right? That's on your list.
Yes.
And ultimately concluded and finalized the report that the jury saw some of, right?
Right.
In terms of, that 14 hours, how much time do you think you spent on trying to familiarize yourself with tetrahydrozoline and its effects?
Very much so.
I spent some time
She's getting destroyed.
because I remembered a presentation on using Visine as a date rape drug from many years ago, so I reached out to that author and talked, but mostly I was spending the time reviewing the medical records, probably. That's usually what takes the most time.
And you would agree with me that in all those, it's in excess of 1,000 pages of medical records, no doctor ever diagnosed Lynn Hernan as an alcoholic, true?
I did not see that in the records, that's right.
So in terms of this time that you've spent kind of familiarizing yourself with tetrahydrozoline, did you come across any study or any literature or even any media reports that tetrahydrozoline is commonly used recreationally because it gets you high or buzzed up?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, that doesn't sound right to you.
No, that's not typically what's in the media. It's
Okay.
more like a date rape.
But she stated that Lynn was probably taking it so she could get a high off of it.
Anything in those medical records that you looked at indicating Ms. Hernan could not swallow pills, had to crush her pills up because she couldn't swallow them?
I don't think so. I mean, she certainly had gastritis and reflux and sort of that kind of thing, but she had nausea with vomiting, but nothing that said she had trouble swallowing.
I just
And
wonder
you
if that
saw
was in her
those
head.
medical records, many instances where Lynn Hernan reported different symptoms or side effects she got from meds that she didn't like, right? I want to ask you, you were shown a list of times that you've testified before, and specifically, you testified in Milwaukee in the Mark Jensen trial, right?
Yes. Was that Milwaukee or?
Kenosha.
Mark Jensen just had a retrial, I don't know, a few months ago. Back in 1998, he was accused of unaliving his wife by antifreeze poisoning. And in his first trial, which I think it took many, many years for that to come to trial because they were fighting over a letter that was found after his wife had passed away that said she was going to leave. She was on her way out. So she was going to file for divorce. They had 2 young sons, and he supposedly finds her, dead in their bed one morning. And she had left a note that said, if anything happens to me, it's him. They fought for years, and I can't remember how many years. It's either like 6 or 16. I mean, it was a long time. They fought over whether or not this letter was admissible in court. The judge in that original trial was Judge Schrader, who is the judge from the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. So he ultimately allowed that letter in. And him doing so is what allowed the appellate court said, no, that should not have happened. So he just had a retrial. Like I said, keep in mind, this happened in 98. So this is how long all this process, it takes a long time. Appeals take a long time. Like I said, they fought over that letter. It's probably was 6 years. 16 years seems like a long time. 6 years. He was found guilty, and he was found guilty again by poisoning of antifreeze. So this lady is getting destroyed, absolutely destroyed by Attorney Nikolai's cross. Attorney Nikolai came in strong. I will hand it to her. So if she's bringing this up, and if this lady was the witness in the Mark Jensen trial, it's no wonder he's probably convicted. I think he probably did it. I mean, his wife even left a letter, said he did. Admissible and not admissible has a lot of weight. But so just background of she's bringing up this trial. That's what the trial was about. He was just found guilty, sentenced to life again, blah, blah, blah. So I don't even know that he was let out in between the two, in between the original guilty verdict and then the retrial, and then, he was subsequently found guilty again. So I'm curious of what she has to say. Again, not impressed with this woman at all. I think she's knowledgeable, but I think you can pay her to say whatever you want. I really, really do.
Sorry.
Kenosha, yeah. I was going to say, I don't think it was the big city.
And in that instance, you were again hired by the defense team, right?
Yes.
And similarly, in that case, your ultimate opinion there about manner of death was different from what the state medical examiner opinion was, right?
I think my opinion was undetermined, And I assume their opinion was homicide. I don't remember.
Okay. And in
I
terms
would
of
assume
what
it was
options
too,
you
'cause
have when determining a
He was
manner
charged
of
with
death,
unaliving.
is there anything in the medical field or pathology field that would prohibit a medical examiner from using undetermined 95% of the time?
Well, peer group pressure. I mean, in our training, what I know from working in a lot of different offices is less than 10% of the cases end up being signed out as undetermined. And I think if there were an office that had 90% undetermined, when someone came to review that office, that would raise a lot of questions about the quality of the investigation. So it's completely understood that there will be 5 to maybe 10% undetermined, but more than that would raise a lot of questions, I think.
In terms of your current work in a consulting capacity, would you say that your amount of times you're making an undetermined cause of death exceeds that 5 to 10% of cases you review?
Oh, what a good question.
Oh my gosh. What a bad answer.
No, it's, I mean, most of the time I agree with the original forensic
so caught off
pathologist in
guard.
the cases I'm consulted on. So probably the only cases that I end up testifying is where I have a difference of opinion. So overall, I would say mostly I end up agreeing either it's a homicide or the manner of death isn't the issue or something like that.
And in this case specifically, you testified that there's evidence of suicide, right?
Yes,
But obviously it wasn't enough for you to make the determination suicide in this case, true?
true.
Would you agree with me that when
Unfortunately,
you're
Carmen, this
specifically
woman is for
looking
real.
at manner of death, it's
$400
important
an
for
hour.
you to know facts about the death scene, for example,
Absolutely.
and facts about if there's a caregiver involved, that person,
Sure.
and if there's a law enforcement investigation, to understand that investigation.
Yes.
I don't know which one of your messages I
In
showed.
this
'Cause
case, are you aware that Dr. Bedritsky
On YouTube, it's
felt
one's
the
redacted, but I got
scene
both
at
of them
Lynn
here.
Hernan's residence was staged?
I heard that.
I heard that. Her death scene was staged. Are you not going to ask what her
Are you
opinion of
aware
that is?
she testified she had never seen the pill disbursement in this case the way that
Sorry.
it presented, given the toxicology levels of Ms. Hernan?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Would you agree with Dr. Bedritsky that if you came to a death scene and there were pills all over and pill fragments on the decedent and spoons and crushed pills on plates, and then you looked in the toxicology and there were no fatal levels of any of the prescription medications, that those two things seem to be in conflict with one another?
I guess I don't see the conflict. I mean, the scene that you
What?
just described is sort of a chaotic, a person wouldn't know how much of any medication they're taking. And if they had a whole lot of, I mean, a few of a whole lot of different medications, it could look like more, especially if it's ground up, than it ended up being. So I guess I don't see the discrepancy there.
So if someone presents post-mortem with therapeutic levels of
Wow.
prescriptions that they've been prescribed before, yet at the scene there's powders everywhere and pills everywhere and there's powder on the decedent and on their chest with a spoon, that to you is not an inconsistent scene versus reality in the toxicology?
Well, I think she also had medication that she wasn't currently being prescribed. So that, again, as I've mentioned, raises some questions. again, we don't know what it looked like 3 days before or a week before, or, I mean, I don't anyway. Maybe she often ground her pills and I don't know.
But it's also possible that someone dosed the victim with tetrahydrozoline, and while the victim is in a sedated state, gave the victim pills to take, and once the victim was deceased, crushed up medications and put them over the victim. That's possible, right?
Sure, that's possible.
And there would be no way to know because the only other person that would know the answer to the question is deceased.
Right.
Jesse looks like she wants to go
Were you
decease
aware
that
in this
prosecutor.
case, this jury has heard evidence that at the time that Lynn Hernan died, she was only worth about $100?
I did not know that.
Okay. Were you aware that in the year to 2 years before Lynn Hernan died, the defendant seated to my right received $140,000 from Lynn Hernan?
I was aware she'd received some money, but I didn't know, I don't remember that.
Why would that have anything to do with
Were
her?
you aware that leading
What
up
she's
to
doing.
Ms. Hernan's death, all of her credit cards were maxed out?
I'm gonna object. That's not the testimony.
And it's out of her scope,
Overruled.
Judge.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Were you aware that after the death, this jury has heard evidence that the defendant profited about $87,000 from Ms. Hernan's estate account?
No,
Were you aware that that profit was to the detriment of another beneficiary on Lynn Hernan's will?
no.
Are those circumstances suspicious to you?
Sure.
But they don't have
Were
anything to
you
do with what she would be looking
Able
at.
to look at the 12 plus hours of interviews between Ms. Kurczeweski and law enforcement in this case?
I reviewed some of them, but I did not listen to all 12 hours.
Okay.
I agree, Carmen. I don't think that was right to question her on that. That's not what in her scope. That's not her expertise. That's not what she was even hired to look at. It was the medical examiner's report. That was it. Nothing else. So I don't know. I felt that's to me was prosecutor playing dirty and just getting that out there. Defense tried to stop it. Judge said no. So it is what it is. I mean, you're looking at, did she die from this or that? Not, did she die because she was missing $144,000? That's not for her to determine. Is that like the sixth cause of death? I died because of money.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Redirect.
A lot of people die because of money.
I'd like to have my screen, document on the screen, please. Doctor, I'm going to show you what's already been introduced as Exhibit 541, which are Ms. Hernan's medical records from ProHealth. You were just asked about that, right?
Yes.
And I'll show you another page of the palliative records and page 591 of the exhibit. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes.
Does it talk about the physician's concern about whether Lynn is truly grasping her current medical condition?
Yes.
That they talked to her about her CT findings and that they need a colonoscopy, right?
Right.
And her chronic symptoms they thought could be related to colitis.
Right.
And she absolutely refuses.
Right.
You were asked questions about, in your practice as a forensic pathologist, if you consult with toxicologists.
Yes.
And in fact, in this case, isn't it true that we have a toxicologist working on the team, Henry Spiller?
Yes.
And you've read his report,
Yes,
and you're familiar with his opinions on toxicology here.
yes,
And you've considered those opinions informing your opinions in your report. It's one of the many things you considered.
right. I reviewed his report, yeah.
And one of the things that you consider from that information is how many pills are in a person. I think you talked about that. It goes to intent, doesn't it?
Right,
If a person has, you said 1 or 2 pills versus maybe 15 pills,
right,
or 20 or 30.
right.
And do I understand what you mean by that is that if somebody has more pills in them, that could go to an intent that they were trying to kill themselves?
Yes.
I don't know that she can bring this back.
You agreed with the state that you and Dr. B agreed on some things. Is that
Yes.
right?
Oh, definitely.
She did not mention nifedipine in her report, is that true?
Right.
And I'll bring up Exhibit 34, this is already in evidence, so this could be published.
Go ahead.
And she did not mention nifedipine, is that right?
Right.
And we're looking at that under page 1, other significant conditions.
Right.
Are you aware that she didn't even realize that the pills that were undissolved in Lynn were nifedipine?
Objection, states the evidence.
Sustained as to the form of the question, please.
Are you aware that at the time she did the autopsy on Miss Hernan, she did not realize the nifedipine were the undissolved pills in Miss Hernan?
I guess I don't know when that decision was made.
You're not aware that the defense brought that to her attention?
I'm gonna object to leading.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
I was not, or I had forgotten if I ever was.
Oh, I think experts generally are allowed to watch the trial
You were-
if that they're going to
The other
be.
thing on
Testifying in, so she should know.
Autopsy protocol, which was amended on February 2nd, 2023, because she had missed a couple sections in her original report, right?
Right.
But her cause of death she's concluded just the tetrahydrozoline poisoning, right?
Right.
And you don't agree with that.
No, I don't.
That can come down. Thank you. You were asked some questions about being consulted by people, other attorneys, whether they're prosecutors or defense. I think I heard you say that the majority of the time when you're asked to review a case, you agree with the medical examiner.
Right.
So the only reason somebody would hire you is if you have an opinion that, especially if it was a defense team, if you disagree with the medical examiner.
So often people hire me just because they want a second opinion. And as I say, most of the time I agree with the original pathologist. But the only time I would end up testifying generally would be if the attorneys that hired me thought I had something useful to add.
Right, so somebody like us, we hire you to review the case and you give us an opinion, right?
Right.
And if you agree with the medical examiner and we're defending somebody charged with homicide, we're probably not gonna call you as a witness, right?
I get those quite often. Okay, thanks. Don't put anything in writing, just send us your bill.
Okay,
Okay. I'll do that.
but you don't determine yourself that 95% of the deaths that you've autopsied or worked on are undetermined, do you?
No, of my own cases where I did the autopsy, I would say I was within the 5 to less than 10% range.
Just like what is recommended.
Right.
I want to ask you about the death scene.
Yeah.
Was there anything about the death scene that led you to believe it was staged.
No,
The ME thinks the scene was staged. You heard that.
right.
How could a medical examiner know if a scene was staged?
Well, certainly I have seen photos or been to scenes that I was convinced was a staged scene, but it's generally been in a sexual assault context where the woman was positioned in such a way that she would not have occurred during death. That is, her legs were put in a certain position or her arms were put in a certain position that would not be the way someone's body would naturally end up after death because of gravity or the development of rigor mortis, things like that. So certainly there are cases that the medical examiner will go to a scene or see photos and feel like, oh yeah, this was staged. There's some sort of message we're being given or something like that.
So-
But most of the time, I would say when I've been to scenes, people's lives are more chaotic than they probably wish they were. And so it's hard to look at a scene and think, I mean, I can remember going to a scene and thinking, oh my gosh, the house has been ransacked. And the next of kin said, no, it always looks like that. So it's sort of, you don't know ahead of time what someone's life situation is.
I'll give her that point because I do watch a lot of true crime. I will not watch a case or that has not gone to trial, it's not concluded, or anything that's coming up. People's houses are messy. 90% of the time. Like, or they're cluttered, or they're lived in. It is not the norm for what I have seen for when police officers go into a house because something has happened that is spotless. It just doesn't happen. It has, but she's right. I'll give her that. People's lives are chaotic. Most people probably don't. They're not slobs. I'm not saying that. Their house was lived in, so it might be a little cluttered. She had supposed mobility problems, so I would say her house was very cluttered, especially right there around her recliner. That's where she lived. That's where her stuff would be. It probably was very, like she said, chaotic right there. But for the rest of her testimony, I can't give her much at all because it's been that prosecutor, they needed to like douse her with water after the prosecutor was done with her because she just absolutely burned her.
Medical examiner seemed to think that the powder pills that were on Lynn's chest area, did you see that in the photos?
Yes.
That somehow suggests that somebody was standing up over Lynn and dropping things on her. That's really, in effect, what she testified to. If somebody does, and you've seen the picture, so did you see the orange dish that Lynn used to crush pills on?
Yes.
Did you see the little metal container and the spoon on the floor that she would use?
Yes.
And if somebody did crush their own medications to make it easier for themselves to take, does what you see on her seem inconsistent with that?
No, I think because of the way she sat in the chair, it was kind of a recliner chair. I mean, honestly, what it made me think of is when I eat a powdered donut and you end up with powder everywhere on your front. Especially if you're kind of like she was in this reclined position. If she's trying to get something powdery in her mouth, I can imagine it would fall that way.
And
Carmen, your house should be chaotic right now. That's what happens when you move. So, but it'll get better because your house wasn't chaotic in Indianapolis. But, lady, with all that you have, and that you could probably compare this death scene of powdered pills with, you compare it to when you eat a powdered donut? Like, that's so innocent. It's a Saturday morning relaxed time. You know, watching cartoons or something as a kid, and you look down, it's like, oh, I got powder all over me. Ugh. Now, Carmen, I think they're getting ready to handle this question. So you say you get powdered donut in your hair. Well, I might because I'm messy. But I do believe when the defense brought it up with the medical examiner about Lynn being put in the bag with all that stuff on her chest and then being transported to the medical examiner's office, then being moved again, I think that's when all that stuff got in her hair. I don't believe that it was in her hair at the scene, unless I am forgetting that the original medical examiner that photographed her at the scene, and because obviously we haven't seen those, so unless they show that the pills were in her hair at the scene, I think they got in her hair when they moved her. So, but I think she's going to go there in just a minute because I think we kind of heard that when I was apparently lost roaming around and rewind and fast forward land of the YouTubes. I don't know what happened there. Some little gremlin got my computer because I paused it and I left it. So I don't know. But I think she's going to bring that up.
when we carefully looked at the photos from the scene and compared them to photos later on at the medical examiner's office, well, Dr. B had not been to the scene. Her deputy was at the scene, right?
Right.
When she first saw the body was at the medical examiner's office. And she commented that she saw some particles of what she thought were pills, a few in her hair, in Lynn's hair. But when we look at the scene, we don't see that.
Right.
Dr. B testified that they're so very careful when they move a body from a scene to the medical examiner's office that there would be basically no disruption in what is on Lynn. Having told you that,
Objection, that misstates evidence.
Sustain, please rephrase.
medical examiner suggested that, and indicated that she trains her deputies extremely well, that they're taught to keep the body as still as possible and to bring it to the medical examiner's office as carefully as possible, to not disturb anything. Would that be fair, that that should be done to the best of their ability?
Yes, sure.
How many autopsies have you performed in your career, would you say?
Oh, gosh, over 5.
Just say, so you got 250 pounds of literal dead weight, which is very different than trying to pick up a 250-pound live person because they can help you. As careful as you want to be, that's a heavy lift. That's hard. You got to get her out of the recliner. You got to get her in the bag. You got to get her on the gurney. You got to get her in the car. Well, whatever. However they take her. Then you got to get her back out of the car. But she'd still be on the gurney or whatever. And then, you're wheeling her in and you got all these little loose particles. You cannot tell me those aren't moving. That doesn't, they're going to move. no matter how careful you are, if you've got little tiny particles of crushed up medications or whatever. So she just said they weren't in her hair at the scene, so they had to get in her hair somehow. So I think it's when they moved her. Sorry, lady, I gave you a bad pause.
5,000?
Okay, many.
Yes.
Have you been to scenes?
Oh, yes.
So, is it possible in a situation like Lynn Hernan to get her body from a chair and over to the medical examiner's office without disrupting anything?
No. I
Can you-
mean, you have to move the body from the chair to the body bag on the gurney, and the gurney into the vehicle, and then the body bag from the gurney at the medical examiner's office. So, I mean,
I
things
think I've
that are
done this
inside
before.
the body
I have
bag
never
are
moved a body.
going to move around a little, no matter how careful you
For the
are.
record, I have never, ever, ever moved a body. Now, to me, that's just common sense. It doesn't like help Jesse in any
So
way,
as
but
you've
it's just
heard
common
some
sense.
testimony from, or some questioning by the state, does anything that you were questioned about, or any questions that you were asked today by the district attorney's office change your opinion on the cause and manner of death of Lynn Hernan?
No.
And so can you again tell the jury what your opinion is as to the cause and manner of death?
That the cause of death is mixed drug toxicity with all of the drugs that we've discussed, and the manner of death is undetermined.
I thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Thank you for being here. I presume she can be released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the state?
No.
All right, thank you. It is 4:33, so that will be a good time for us to break for the day. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please do not begin your deliberations and
Right there. That look on that woman's face. That is Jesse's mother. And if Jesse is guilty of this, I think she either knew about it, helped plan it, gave the idea, whatever. I think her hand is in this. I do not think she is. I don't think her hands are clean. I have no evidence of any of it. I'm not accusing her of anything. But just the things that have been brought up, I don't think her hands are clean. I think she knows stuff. I'm not sure, because we didn't get to hear the motion, of why the state filed the motion, whatever it was, because we didn't get to hear it, because they did not call her to testify when that motion was filed. So now we don't know. But I think the look on her face says everything. And I think she knows more than, well, I can't say than what she's saying because she's not saying anything. But I can tell you, if my kid was on trial and was about to go spend the rest of their lives in prison, and I knew something, I would fight tooth and nail. I don't care if I went down for it. If I could help them not go down for it, then fine. I don't know that she did that. Don't know she didn't. I have no idea. She's just, as you young'uns say, she's sus. Did I use it right? So I don't know. We'll see what the judge had to say, because there's obviously a little bit of time left.
This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury decision in this case.
Sorry.
These rules are intended to that another juror has violated these rules in a new trial
Come on, Judge.
involving additional time and significant expense to the offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the evening for the jury.
But I also saw somebody in court TV chat, because those people think everybody's guilty, say that the two detectives should make a calendar because they're so sexy. I'm like, that's just disgusting. They're fine looking men. They're handsome, whatever, but gross. Y'all are gross. And I don't even know why I even look at court TV chat or long crime chat, because it just makes me mad, because I know always which way they're leaning. And if they aren't leaning guilty, the state doesn't have a case, or they have done something really, really, really wrong, because it doesn't happen ever.
You can be seated. I don't think we had any sidebars to put on, so that's good. Anything I need to address before we break for the day? I am aware that some motions have been filed. I do not intend to address them. Frankly, I haven't really had an opportunity to review them. I just saw that there were some filings. But other than that, anything from the state?
I would just indicate that there will be a lengthy objection to an exhibit for Mr. Spiller, and whenever the court can hear that, it's gonna be beyond a sidebar in terms of 627, if that's something defense intends to use.
Let's see. I do have an exhibit that's marked 627. And is this something that the defense intends to utilize with Mr. Spiller or with any other witness?
Yes, we do, because both Dr. B and Sherry Kachinko spoke at length about this case out of Aurora, Colorado, acting very knowledgeable about it, and used it to support their opinion about THC and the cause of death. And they both testified about it. I asked each of them if they had personally worked on the case, and they both indicated they had not. Henry Spiller has worked on that case, and so I do intend to introduce it because he's the one that has the knowledge. And it was brought up by the state with their two witnesses in their direct testimony, so it's fair.
What's the defense position? I mean, sorry,
It's
the
not
state's
fair.
position to the defense's statement.
That's what the state's position is.
Well,
No
Judge,
fair.
I'm not sure where the defense got these documents, because I was just provided them this morning. The first page is a single page of an autopsy report that's not a complete autopsy report. And the other two pages included are portions of the Aurora Police Department reports. What I can tell the court that we've attempted to do when we had time during breaks was to determine whether there's any limitation on the use of these documents in public, and there certainly is. The judge in Colorado has ordered that no party use these documents in any public way. The district attorney's office involved in this case has sent us the summary of that order. Judge Whitaker made rules 3.6 and 3.8 in effect for all parties beginning April 7th of 2023. which would limit certainly anyone in Colorado from offering these documents into a public record where they would be available and testified about. So again, I'm not sure where these were obtained from. I don't think that we should have them, frankly. And then just based on the extremely limited nature of these records, given the volumes of information they've been plucked from, and our inability to see the complete autopsy report or the complete police report, it's just not anything reliable that this jury should be told anything about. And again, I think it's in a violation of a court order from a judge in Colorado.
Well, if I may respond, as far as being reliable, Dr. B and Sherry Kachinko testified about it and gave information about opinions that this supports THC poisoning. They both referred to this case. And I asked them if they worked on the case, and they said they did not. So their testimony wasn't reliable, if we're gonna go there. But Henry Spiller has worked on this case. And so I think it's fair game, since it was brought up, that we can go into this with Mr. Spiller.
First of all, I need to know if Mr. Spiller is subject to that, what I would call a gag order. I don't think we can do an end around on that. That's the first issue I have. The second issue is they are incomplete records. And I'm not going to allow any record into this courtroom that this court can't review in its totality. And what I have before me are clearly excerpts. Third, my understanding and recollection of Dr. Bidzricki's testimony is that she utilized, she did some searches of media coverage, not to support her opinion in this matter, but really to familiarize herself with whether there were any reported instances of THC poisoning. And she clearly said she didn't work on this case, so it's not a report of an expert that comes in that way as it relates to either Dr. Kachinko or Dr. Bidzricki. I think they were very limited in their testimony. I will review my notes regarding that tonight, just to make sure that my recollection is accurate. But you have to get over the first two hurdles first, and I'm not at this point convinced that that can be done. What does the state, though, in terms of, obviously Mr. Spiller is the next witness. He's a toxicologist, and a toxicologist does have training and experience and a background both educationally and through his work at the Poison Control Center to understand the effect of drugs on the human system and interactions even with other drugs. I'm not going to give a ruling on this, but I want the parties to think about, is there a way when it comes to his experience and his background without identifying any of these documents or even the case, because I don't want him to run afoul of the judge's order, that this topic can be broached. So I'm not looking for positions on that tonight. I think the parties need to do a little more homework, and hopefully between now and tomorrow morning I can get some of the answers to the questions that I have related to the judge's ruling in that case. And obviously these are portions of the It's one thing, I think, to have, someone talk about their experience, someone talk about articles that they've worked on or written or reviewed. We certainly have seen that with all of our experts and some of the questioning, whether on direct or cross-exam. But to bring in another case simply because it involves tetrahydrozoline is a horse of a different color, shall we say, and not going to be allowed at this point absent more information regarding it. So that's how I will address that. Now, lastly, as it relates to, we'll talk off the record just in terms of timing and whether there needs to be any meetings between you and your client, okay?
Judge, on that point though, I just want to say two things. Sherry Kachinko had this case on her chart, one, and two, I mean, the article was introduced. Wife of Aurora dentist had lethal dose of cyanide, Visine ingredient in her system. And this was introduced to this jury. This is that case.
Okay, but you're asking that I allow an exhibit from an autopsy or a appears to be part of an autopsy report. It's simply page 1. I've seen enough autopsy reports in my day to know they're not 1 page. So I have concerns that this is a partial record. Okay, and then the police reports that are attached, clearly I can tell just by looking at page 39 of 130, page 38 of 130. So these are not police reports from this case, so those aren't coming in. And I am very concerned about what I would call either confidential or information that's under a gag order by a colleague in another state related to an open case. I'm not personally going to run afoul of his order. I need to give his order the credit that it deserves.
Get a copy of that order since the state has it.
I think they have a summary is what I
I
heard.
do have copies of
Adopted in full.
this deputy district attorney's petition that was adopted in full orally by the court. I have copies for defense in the court.
All right, thank you. All right, that's it for the evening. We'll go off the record and we'll talk about whether you need a meeting with your client. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess.
Which is going to be, is she going to testify or not? I think we all know the answer to that. All right, let's get me right here. Let's get you out. All right, so we are going to come in to yesterday, day 13, and she's going to address what we just heard about. Let me pull my screen up here. I will start playing it and then I will boost the volume because it won't let me boost it while there's no audio. So this is yesterday's, and we're going to start out with her talking about what she was just talking about.
All right, good morning, everyone. The court will call State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczeweski, case number 21CF885. May I have the appearances, please?
Good morning, Judge Randy Sitzberger, Abby Nicolai, and J.J. Crawford for the state.
Good morning, Donna Kukler, Pablo Galaviz, although he's not in the courtroom at the moment, appear with Ms. Kurczeweski. Good morning.
Good morning. I can see him in the through the windows, so I think he must be waiting for a witness. So I want to make a record that last night, after receiving, or at least having the defense mark an exhibit and there being an objection, I reached out to a colleague of mine in Colorado who just so happened to have been at one time the chief judge in Arapahoe County, actually that judicial district. And so I'd been there for a training in like 2016 and had talked to him regarding media coverage and high-profile cases ahead of the Slender Man trial. He's now a Supreme Court justice, but he happened to be in
She's talking
Aurora,
fast.
Colorado, and I thought he might know the judge, Judge Whitaker, on the case that relates to this exhibit. And so I was able to talk to her last night, and I think there's no better source than the judge in charge of the case. First of all, I learned that
Somebody
is
turn their
page
phone
one,
off.
is page 1 of a 15-page document. That is an exhibit that was introduced at the preliminary hearing, and it is protected in their system, but that doesn't mean that no one can get a hold of it. What it means is if someone were to request a copy through the court system, information on that would be redacted, meaning personal identifying information. I gathered very similar to our confidentiality rules and our statutes regarding name, in this case, name of the victim, any date of birth, any social security number, things of that nature. I also talked to her about this order that she entered, and the reference to 3.6 and 3.8 are their professional rules of responsibility. And there was a hearing, and she acknowledged in that hearing that she could order, and in fact did order, the lawyers and the parties in that case to not basically to follow those rules of professional responsibility dealing with extrajudicial or communications outside of the case, specifically to the media. That's a case that's garnered a lot of attention. There's been some media issues out there, but she acknowledged, for example, she couldn't order people not parties in the case regarding non-disclosure. What she told the parties is that she could hold them accountable, potentially, if there was a violation or some sort of information that got out while the case was pending. And that's what's reflected in that letter. She was very clear with me that if this information was part of discovery and another party released it, that really wasn't a violation. So I'm convinced that it's possible, and it appears to me, but I want to know, and I think it's important to the record. I'm told that Henry Spiller has worked on this case. I can tell just by looking at what I have that these documents were turned over in discovery. There's some bait stamp information on it. I also can tell that these are incomplete records. And what we have on the exhibit for pages 2 and 3 of what has been marked are from a police report, but they're really from medical records. Be that as it may, this is all incomplete. And due process applies to this entire proceeding. It isn't just a right that Ms. Kurczeweski has, it's an important one, but there are reciprocal discovery demands in this case. And so I think it's important before I evaluate whether any of this comes in, other than what I said yesterday about whether it can be discussed in general terms, to what extent the defense has all of that material, certainly all of the autopsy, and whether it's been turned over to the defense in a timely fashion. So I don't know if you intend to still try to use it, but I at least wanted to make the record that I spoke with Judge Shea Whitaker, so give you the opportunity to either make a further record or have further requests as it relates to that exhibit.
Okay, could I address that now then? Or you
Yes,
want
please.
this-
Well, I presume you want to use it with your next witness, so we need to do this now.
Nah, you can wait till
Yes.
next week.
After thinking about it last night and talking to Mr. Spiller, what I've decided to do is withdraw this exhibit. This is the only part, I don't have any more information than what that was filed as, or marked as Exhibit 621. So this is all I have. I didn't pick and choose a part of it. I just had this part. But given that the case is ongoing there, we just think it's probably a better practice to not use the exhibit per se. So I'm asking that it be,
It
and
was
Mr.
merely marked as 627, and it was never discussed in front of the jury, so I believe it can be withdrawn on agreement of the parties unless for some reason the state wants this, or the defense wants it part of the record for any appellate purposes later.
and I think it's 621.
I have it in front of me, it's marked 627.
Oh, okay, 627. All right. I think it
She
might be
never knows the
marked twice
exhibit
then,
numbers.
Through inadvertence. In any event, we do withdraw that, we're not going to use it. But what my plan is to talk to Mr. Spiller in general about the case. It was brought up by the state in their case. They brought up this case with both Dr. B and Ms. Kurczeweski. They both talked about it, and so what we plan to do is to ask about it in more general terms. Was there a case discussed in the, was there a case that was mentioned in this trial involved, that has had media attention, and that you jurors, or the jury, saw exhibits about newspaper articles and other media attention that you have personal knowledge about, I think something along those lines, and then ask questions about it so that he can.
I want an offer of proof in terms of what questions would be asked and what his answers may be, because this was brought up by Dr. Vizruki very generally in terms of her familiarizing herself with tetrahydrozoline and her reading some media accounts and being aware that there was an allegation. I think she clearly acknowledged she didn't have any type of detail regarding that.
She did put it on her chart. She presented a chart, so not only did
I
it.
understand that, but in
Okay.
terms of just knowledge that there's been a allegation by the defense that no one can die from tetrahydrozoline, that it's not possible. And her
Which was
testimony
stupid.
was that she, familiarized herself, there was some literature, and was aware of another case that's pending, but she hasn't reviewed the case. She wasn't involved in the case, in any way. And I do know that Dr. Kacinko also has information. She was very careful, I think, in her testimony regarding her research and her study, that information was not include any details so as not to, identify anyone. And I'm just looking for my notes on how this came up. Hold on, let me just look through my notes, please.
Let's see if I can speed her back up again.
Actually, I think she said it was not included. She said she was aware of a level, or no, sorry, there was a question regarding that to her by the defense. So what is your offer of proof as to what detail? I mean, I'm not gonna make this about another case, right? That's pending in Colorado. I need to be mindful of that. Every case is obviously slightly different. Certainly I'm aware that there's an allegation that at least what I can tell from page 1, again, not a complete document, but it's a mixed poisoning and it has 3 different substances, and I'm gonna read that into the record just yet, but, so give me your offer of proof.
Thank you. So Ms. Kurczeweski introduced the case in her testimony and through Exhibit 211, and although you are correct that it would be the defense's position that you can't die from THC, Ms. Kurczeweski testified that you can, in her opinion, die from it. And in support of that, she cited this case. She suggested to this jury that the woman issuing the case we're discussing out of Colorado died from THC.
So my offer of proof is that I would ask Mr. Spiller to discuss whether or not there's evidence that that's what she died of. And his opinion, I mean, he knows that he would testify that when she was given these large doses of THC, she was at various times alert, awake, conversant.
That assumes facts that are not in evidence. How does he even have knowledge of that when this is a pending case?
Because he's working on the case. He knows, he works at, he's.
But there's nothing to cross-examine him on if we don't have his findings as it relates to that. We don't have the police reports. There's a due process issue. The state has a right to cross-examine as well. And you want to put in information that they have no ability to verify or check at this point.
Well, they put in information from their witness that a person in Colorado died from it. So where's our due process and our right to present the witness who worked on the case and can say that she didn't?
What's the chart number again? I want to look at it.
211.
311? 211.
211. Plus the article itself, which I haven't found yet, but there was the article.
That was not put into evidence.
But she spoke about it. It was
At
referenced.
some point, if I can be heard, a lot of things have been misstated here by Attorney Cooper in terms
Well,
of.
that's why I'm looking at my notes, because I don't
Don't worry, Attorney Nikolai. You will be heard, I'm sure. I would think they said this case is ongoing, it's pending, or whatever. I would say if this case was decided, there was a verdict, then they would maybe be able to have all the records and the completed records, and then he could say what he wanted to say. I get the defense's frustration of, hey, they brought it up, so we have the right to do this. I get the judge saying, I don't have a completed record. They have the right to cross-examine. I think they started Carmen says, "Ooh, it's good. It's getting heated." I think it started getting heated yesterday, or what we watched. So this is Thursday. On Wednesday, I think the defense attorney and Attorney Nikolai were getting a little testy with each other. At the end of the day, you kind of tell there seemed to be some jabs kind of going. It's the end of the case. It's coming to an end. So, makes sense. But yeah, this is kind of crazy because I think they're asking to bring in evidence of a case that's ongoing. And I don't know if the trial is going. That Dr. Spiller is sitting right behind the defense attorney Kugler. So I don't know. Like, that's what I'm like. Are you trying to bring evidence in from a case that's going right now or hasn't gone to trial yet? Because I'm pretty sure that's not going to be allowed.
don't recall her testifying quite the way that Attorney Kugler remembers it. So I think I get the gist of what you want to ask this witness. And so let me hear the state's position on this.
So I'm asking that Mr. Spiller be disallowed from discussing that case in Colorado because I am not able to look at or share the underlying information about it with my expert. The chart that was put together by Dr. Bedritsky, not Dr. Kasinko, and it's pronounced Kasinko, in Exhibit 211,
Wow.
lists information
Excuse
that Dr.
us.
Bedritsky obtained from the media. It does not list a cause of death or manner of death. It merely cites that there's a media report of a suspected homicide and there is a level in the blood serum that was reported in the media of 1700. Dr. Bedritsky did not form any opinion about how that person died. In fact, she said quite the opposite. Dr. Kasinko's only discussion of the Colorado case arose when Attorney Kugler asked her, aren't you aware that the case in Colorado, the cause of death was actually arsenic because she survived the tetrahydrozoline? And Dr. Kasinko said, in fact, there was recently testimony about that, and the cause of death was both the tetrahydrozoline and the cyanide, which I don't think Attorney Kugler knew. Dr. Kasinko knew. Her lab is handling the toxicology for that case. She's not able to disclose that to me or anyone. So to say that somehow we've used this Colorado case with any detail that's not available to anyone who can Google the case online is misleading. To say that I asked Dr. Kasinko anything about it, I think, is misleading. It was Attorney Kugler who tried to suggest to this jury that tetrahydrozoline was not, in fact, a cause of death in that case.
Dr. Kasinko knew that to be incorrect, but again, is not at liberty to share the information. So I have a problem with the bottom line on Defense Exhibit 623 because it's a similar summary exhibit as the exhibit compiled by Dr. Bedritsky, but the main difference between the bottom line in 623 and Dr. Bedritsky's exhibit is that the defense was provided every single article cited in the chart. They were given the raw data that Dr. Bedritsky used to put into Exhibit 211. I have no idea why Dr. Spiller lists a level of 95 while awake. I have no knowledge of that. I have no ability to find out if that's accurate. I can't talk to the prosecutors in Colorado about it. So for him to discuss that case at all violates due process, is irrelevant, and in the sense that it's being put forth today as some rebuttal of something that the state put into evidence is simply inaccurate.
Well, Your Honor, those articles that the state is talking about include the article in this case. So of course, when Ms.
But not in the way that you're suggesting. I have no idea where this 95 comes from. Right? I know I have one page of an autopsy that references it. That is it.
Mr. Spiller's in the courtroom, if you want to, we could take an offer.
Absolutely not.
Take an
We are
offer
not
from
going to
him.
take an offer of proof and take time away from this jury and bring in a topic that you have mischaracterized the testimony of Dr. Bedritsky and Dr. Kasinko. The defense attempted to bring this in and asked questions. Yes, it is true. The state has it on a chart, not for the purpose for which you claim. It was on the chart so that Dr. B explained and provided information of her knowledge of tetrahydrozoline being used and referenced in another case. She acknowledged she didn't have the specifics. Dr. Kasinko.
Oh, Carmen. I need a soundboard because then I need a cat fight sound. I'm not going to do one myself, but I agree. Judge is frustrated. Defense attorney, I'm not like into people that read body language all the time of, oh, their eyes blinked twice when that question was asked. Blech, no. But there is some body language that's very obvious. This is one of them. The defense attorney, like, let's go out back, judge, and you too, Attorney Nikolai, because we're gonna go fight. Like, I mean, she is just pissed. And Attorney Nikolai's looking tired. She had to stay up late to find all this information out. But yeah, claws are out. Hair's gonna be pulled.
Is following her responsibilities, what I would describe as her ethical responsibilities about a case that is pending for which her lab has worked on. And even though she would not fall directly within the judge's order, meaning the order was to the lawyers, it was made very clear to me that if there is information that is out there, could be attributed to a party. I don't know who he works for. I'm assuming the defense retained him in that case. I don't think we've heard that yet. But I'm certainly not going to be a part of jeopardizing a defendant's case in Colorado with information that perhaps one of his experts has. Now, that's an assumption, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is he working for the state or for the defense in that case?
Let me find out. I think it's the defense. They're working for the defense. Thank you.
It's like, I can't open the door.
Well, I have more issues then as it relates to that because I'm not going to be party to having
That was
the
not the right
defense
answer.
in that case violate the judicial order by having him discuss it in this case. So I don't mind basic questions about his knowledge. I mean, it came up, so if he's aware of it, I think those general questions are fine. But this chart in 623 and this level of 95, that is to be removed. I will not allow 623 in with that level. That there's no way for the state to be able to cross-examine. None of this information has been turned over other than incomplete records from a pending case in another state. And due process requires that I issue that limiting order here today and prohibit Mr. Spiller from talking about it, and specifically the level that he's referenced, and making any argument that a level of 95 can't kill you.
Understood.
Because I don't think that's supported based upon my recollection of his testimony at the Daubert hearing, and based upon my limitations placed upon him in terms of cause and manner of death. That he's not able or not allowed to, in this case, to render such opinions. I don't mind some general information. I think we need to be mindful, at least I would encourage him to be mindful of perhaps what are his obligations as it relates to the
Just
defense
slammed her
in
hand
that case, and the
down.
orders that the judge issued as it relates to the parties when discussing this case. But I'm not his lawyer. I'm not giving him any advice. I just think it's worth me stating that if I were the judge in that case, I might have some problems with this if it jeopardized that case. So,
I do think there was an inference by Dr. Bajorski that she's aware of a case where THC was used in Colorado. She may not have said she knew the cause of death, but what was the point of introducing it at all if it wasn't that there was some significance out of this Colorado case?
she was specifically testifying about the novelness, shall we say, of THZ, tetrahydrozoline, and I would describe as her due diligence and familiarizing herself with it. She didn't rely on that case in any way in reaching her findings. It's on a chart. He can certainly testify that he's aware of it as well. But this 95 nanogram per milliliter level, and any specifics regarding that case, given the lack of ability of the state to cross-examine and not having seen any of this information, it would be improper for him, and will be improper should he do that. It will not be allowed here today. So, for the record, Madam Clerk, 627 is withdrawn. 623 will
The
need to
state's
be.
exhibit that was introduced has this case name on it. I just want to point out that it's on there.
I mean, she's got to fight.
Media, 2023. Now, we're being prohibited from mentioning what is already been admitted.
I didn't prohibit that. I said I would be cautious if I were him because he's directly involved in that case, given the orders as I understand them from the judge. I'm not prohibiting the defense from mentioning it at all. He can certainly testify about his knowledge of that case. But what I'm not allowing is reference to the 95 and any significance that it may have to this case. It's going to be limited to just what the state did in their case, and that's really that they're aware. He's aware of it.
Judge, in their chart, they were allowed to put in a level of 1,700. So are you saying that we can't dispute that level? Because that's unfair.
My understanding is that level is readily findable with a search of open records over the internet, not attributed to any official document.
It's misleading and inaccurate. And if I can't introduce the correct information, the jury is left with inaccurate information that this court has allowed in the record.
The fact that you didn't object to that and knowing you had this information doesn't change my mind.
I didn't have this information until after.
It's like her saying, I'm not prohibiting him. I'm just cautioning him. It's kind of like a parent saying, I'm not telling you you can't go out tonight, but if you do, bad things are going to happen. You're going to be grounded for a month and whatever. She's tying your hands. I know she's got to fight for it. She's trying her best. She's doing her job. But right at the moment, it kind of feels like she's beating an unalived horse.
This happened, I got this information and turned it over when I got it. I didn't know that that case was going to be discussed and didn't have the
But
information.
you had the information. Let me back up. When was the chart that Dr. B created turned over to the defense? That would have been that Monday or Tuesday, whenever you exchanged the flash drives?
And Judge, we had an original 211, but then we got a new 211. I mean, I had an original that didn't have that. Then I got a new one during trial that had that on it.
I understand that, but you've had ample time, even between the time that you got it and now, to do any other research. And the fact remains, it came in, and you can certainly make any arguments you want as relates to the jury, but I don't have anything more other than one page of an autopsy, and that is problematic. There's been an objection, and I'm not changing my ruling. So that needs to come out of the chart.
Judge, I would also ask that the clinical effects at peak come out? Because again, that's all information that I have an inability to verify or look at in terms of cross.
I'm not going to address that one because you've had, I think, this for a couple days now. We had a motion hearing. He's a toxicologist. You can certainly cross-examine him on the basis for those opinions. But that
This
I'm,
is specific to the victim in the case though, and during her hospitalization, and I don't have any information about that.
are we still looking at 623 or?
But I agree, he's a toxicologist, he can talk about how all these substances affect the human body, but this is a discussion about one victim in Colorado taken from apparently her medical records while she was in the hospital before she died. That's where the level comes from, that's where these clinical effects at peak come from. Those are all taken from discovery in this Aurora, Colorado case that I am not able to look at. So I don't know if it's correct. I don't know what day in the hospitalization these symptoms occurred.
Oh, you're saying that's his opinions as it relates to the Aurora, Colorado victim, not
Correct.
Ms. Hernan.
Right.
What does the defense say about that?
Well, the state introduced in Exhibit 211 symptoms for all these cases that I didn't have the underlying data about.
Yes, she did.
No,
I
I
gave
have-
them all to her. That's the difference between these exhibits,
I
Judge.
have an article, I don't have underlying police reports or medical records. I have,
Neither did Dr. Bedritsky, and that's why she turned over what she used to make this chart. It's very clear on 211 that there's a whole section broken apart from the rest of the chart, because she acknowledged these are not peer-reviewed articles. They all say media. There's limited information about them, and that's why she doesn't have a lot of the boxes filled in.
Anything else, Attorney Kukler?
nope, I've made my record.
So is this entire 623 all about the victim in the Colorado case?
No, Your Honor, this is in response to the introduction of Exhibit 211.
The final line on Exhibit 623 is all specific information about the victim whose name is on it in Colorado.
So, okay, I think I misunderstood. You're not talking about clinical effects at peak for all the entries, just the last one. My ruling is, I understood my ruling to be, that whole line is coming out.
Okay, I didn't.
So, and I didn't make that clear. It should, because of the inability of the state to review any of this information in detail, the records that were turned over are incomplete. I mean, again, I can see that from the 2 pages of the medical records reference 130 pages. There's other bait stamps that are on it. It's clear to me it's very incomplete. And I would just be mindful, well, I don't know what's out in the media or not. Any reference probably should just use the last name, but if that information is readily available, I guess, over the internet, I think people testifying, and Mr. Spiller more specifically, sort of referenced that at his own peril and whether it will have any bearing on the Colorado case. But that last part of that chart, that last
If a judge ever
row
said
as it
that to me,
relates
I would
the
do
Colorado
nothing.
case, I will not. It's either going to be redacted, it will not come in, or it just, we need to have a new 623 without that. That doesn't mean he can't testify generally about his knowledge of it, his awareness, but I am prohibiting him from specifically referencing the 95 NG and its effect on the Aurora, Colorado victim.
Understood. Could we have a moment then to ask Madam Clerk if she can use a redaction tool and we could just take out that line? This is our last witness of the day. Or of the case, I should say.
You don't want to make a new one?
Oh, I have no ability. I don't have a printer or,
Well, if you don't have it on your computer, as usually these are either Word documents or Excels, you can email, then she can print it, but that's up to you.
okay, sure, if we can have a few minutes, I can work on that.
Not to knock Attorney Nikolai. She's not a horrible looking woman, but she wears shirts like she's an 80-year-old woman. Her little jackets are cute, her little blazers are cute, but some of her shirts that she wears underneath are like she's 80 years old. Don't do that. It's just been bugging me. Her outfit from yeah, Wednesday was yucky. It was not flattering on her at all. Kind of cut her in a weird place. Not that I have any room to talk, but yeah, dress your age. Dress up a little bit. Like, she's not a not pretty woman, but she could do some stuff to help herself a little bit. Just my opinion. Alrighty. I wonder how this guy's testimony is gonna go.
We'll be off the record.
I'm gonna say not well. Hopefully the sound in the court has picked up because I've done all I can do.
Mark the original 623 as 623A, just so it's part of the record. And then as soon as we get Attorney Galaviz, it looks like we're ready to go.
We don't even have a judge. I feel like you're right, Carmen. There will be a lot of objections. I have a feeling it's going to be like, ugh. I don't have any words.
All right, we have Attorney Galaviz with us. I know the jury's ready. I want to make one more record unrelated to all of this. I know the defense had filed a motion yesterday. It's related to final jury instructions and jury instruction 140. And my understanding is there's a new version of that that's been approved but won't be published until January of 2024. But Bryce Pearson, who works with the criminal jury instruction committee, he's their legal advisor, sent me an email indicating that Attorney Nowreski had contacted him regarding a trial that he has scheduled before me, and he asked about the jury instruction. The email goes on to say, it gave me a copy, a PDF copy, and said, I've attached it, and it's been approved but is yet to be published. Please note that since this instruction will not be publicly accessible until January, the document is watermarked and not editable, but if I agree with the revised language, he could send it to me as a Word document. He's also communicated with the chairperson of the committee, Judge Maureen Boyle, who's from Barron County, who said was ready to address any inquiries I might have. And then lastly, Attorney Nowreski and Attorney Nicolai will each receive a copy of the same PDF. So I thought it important to add that. We're obviously not to the point of discussing, but I didn't want to forget just to indicate to all of you that I received that email. I've worked with Mr. Pearson in the past on jury instructions following the case I had a year ago and some of the things that I did in that case. And so he's, again, the legal advisor to that committee, and he works for the Office of Judicial Education. And so he's part of the court system. There's no prohibition of him contacting me, but I thought that was nice that he did and provided that information, which the parties have as well. All right, with that, I know we have our witness available. We'll bring the jury in and then you can call him to the stand. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's working. I think we're going to stand. Good. Let's make sure we're creating any feedback. Is there anything weird? All right. think you have to go down today because there's a chair, I think, missing or not. Maybe not. We'll find out.
I'll discuss this.
I know, but if there's not enough chairs, that'll be problematic. So
It's like musical juror chairs.
you will have to move down. I know. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's probably better from a standpoint of walking back and forth as well. It's that extra chair was only there because of the 4 alternates. So I appreciate it. I know she does as well. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Kukler, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. We call Henry Spiller.
Good morning, Mr. Spiller. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is all the way up to the front on my right, up 1 riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, on my left will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
I got cold on the airline, and that's why I'm wearing these.
That's okay. I'm sure Attorney Kukler will make a record of it, but thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You can hear me okay, though?
Yes, I think it gives me the court what's being said by the microphones and things.
Very good. If you need, there's volume if you need to adjust it.
Thank you.
I will ask you initially to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Henry, Henry, Spiller, Spiller.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Kukler, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Spiller.
Good morning.
So thank you for being here. Did you have to fly to get here?
Yes,
In Indiana? Or-
yes, I caught a cold. Which
Oh,
is why I
good.
wore the
He's
headset,
from
'cause my ears
Indiana.
clogged up in the, after the flight.
Between the flight and the cold? Okay. If you can't hear me, just let me know. Okay, so good morning. Thank you for being here. I'd like the jury to get to know you, and in that respect, Madam Clerk, could you share my screen? I'd like to show you what, and you have a TV right there.
I swear Indiana has a tie to everything that goes on in this country,
Exhibit 544.
and
It's there.
sometimes just
Yes.
around the
And
world.
would you take a look? Does this appear to be your curriculum vitae?
It does, yes.
And do you want me to scroll down? It's 44 pages.
Basically, it tells me my professional experience, various positions I've held, my education, and a lot of the research I do. Research was a big part of what I did, so I have about 250 publications. It goes on for pages and pages.
Right. No, I'll go into some detail about it. What I'm asking you is if this is a true and correct copy of your curriculum vitae.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Move for admission, Your Honor, of Exhibit 544.
Exhibit 544 is received and permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. And it'll be just a minute. We wait for the screens to come on at the jury box. There's a delay usually. It's up. It's passed today. All right, so I would like the jury to get to know you. And would you tell us a little bit first about your education?
I've, pardon me, a couple degrees. My first degree is in English and Spanish literature from Rutgers. My next degree is a degree in nursing, and the third degree is a master's in toxicology.
Okay, and you are board certified.
Yes, I'm board certified by the American Board of Applied Toxicology. That is the certification board of the American Academy of Clinical Toxicology.
So are you a toxicologist?
Yes, it's part of, you need to be board certified to run one of the 55 poison centers in the United States. I ran 2 of them.
Okay, you ran 2 of the poison centers in the
Yes,
US.
I moved, not at once.
Let's hear a little bit about your employment then. Can you tell the jury about your employment?
Years ago, I started as a nurse in the trauma center, and to be honest, after about 2 or 3 years, I got out of there because it's, I don't know if you've ever been there, it's rather bloody and unpleasant. People punch you. So I went into toxicology. And from toxicology, I was at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. I started to publish research. Kentucky, at that point, I think it was 1993 or 94, recruited me to become their director. So I moved from Philadelphia to Kentucky. I was there for about 20 years. And in the last 8 or 9 years of my career, Ohio recruited me to be the director of their poison center at Nationwide Children's Hospital in Columbus, and also an assistant professor at the School of Medicine at OSU, Ohio State University.
So assistant professor, meaning you teach?
Yes, we would have 2 primary groups, pharmacy and medicine. So we would have medical students in their final year of School of Medicine, and then we would have them as, after they graduated and were doctors, they would have also come through a second rotation in toxicology. We would also have fellows. So if you have finished your residency and you want expertise, you go to a fellowship. And we bring the fellows in also for a month. Those are the three groups in medicine: the medical students, the medical residents, and the medical fellows. And in pharmacy, we would have the pharmacy students. They're 6-year PharmD programs. And then after that, if they want to work at a hospital, they have to go through a 2-year clerkship now. And so they would come back for another month of toxicology in the poison center. And so they would get hands-on experience with the toxicology cases. And there would be didactic sessions. We would involve them in research at times. We would try and make their experience better.
So you're teaching medical students and doctors about
Yes.
toxicology
Yes, every day.
every day. Now, as a director of a poison center,
We had one other thing. We had a
Excuse me?
medical toxicology fellowship program at the poison center. So we had specifically 2 ER doctors.
If he doesn't slow down
Air Force
once he gets
Guard.
through all this stuff,
who needed
I'll
to know
slow
about
it back down.
toxicology. But we had a number of them after they had finished their residency. They wanted a fellowship in toxicology, and that is 2 years. The other, like if they were a pediatric fellow, they would come for 1 month, get a toxicology rotation, but the medical toxicology fellows would be there for 2 years.
and you would teach these
Yes,
students.
that's why they would come there.
When you were the director for 20 years at
Just
the
for
Kentucky
him.
Poison Center, well, let me ask you, what is the Kentucky Poison Center?
There are 55 poison control centers in the nation. Some states have a single one. Wisconsin has a single one. Kentucky has a single one. Some larger states like California have 4 to cover their larger population. Texas has 6. Some smaller states like Rhode
lucky you,
Island
Carmen.
use Massachusetts, but there are 55 that cover the entire U.S. population. And it is available it's free, and you get expertise. The people who answer the phone have to be a licensed nurse, a licensed pharmacist, or a licensed physician. There are no volunteers. They have to have one of those 3 licenses to answer the phone. About 70% of the calls come from home. My child got under the sink and found this cleaning product, or got granddad's medication or something. And about 25 to 30% are the emergency rooms throughout the state, who rely on the poison center as their standard of care for toxicology. So the ER doc will call in, or the ER nurse, and say, I've got a 28-year-old male who got into these 4 things. These are the blood, this is the, their vital signs, their initial labs. We would go through what we would expect, what they needed to treat them for, and we would become a toxicology consultant on those. They would stay in that hospital.
So in that regard, how is it that is that what you made a study of out of your career, is what the side effects are from drugs and expected side effects in people?
Yes. Toxicology has an odd, it's unethical to take humans and poison them. So I can't take 50 children. No mother is going to give me 50 children.
Don't
and
use
I'm gonna
children
increase
as
the
an
dose
example.
Until the child is ill. So in many cases, we take because we have such volume. Like for example, in Kentucky and Ohio, the center had between 38 and 40,000 cases a year. And we would take this volume and we would find these cases and observe. If we could, we would get blood on them, we'd do all sorts of things, so that we could determine what we were concerned about. Which ones were the serious ones, which ones weren't, what do we do about those? In clinical trials for new drugs, there's actually sections where people volunteer for like $50 or $100 a day, and they stay there and they give them small amounts of the drug, and they give them, so they see what happens and that sort of thing, and it's volunteer, and they present these studies to the FDA to get approved. But we're working at doses that by nature toxicology hurts you. And so we can't do that. We have to wait till someone does
Because
it
it's toxic.
in our region, and then we will publish single case reports, large studies, multi-year studies. And it's helpful because the other centers can read these papers. So then they don't have to redo the same study. They don't have to reinvent the wheel in California if I've already done it in Ohio or Kentucky.
So as I'm understanding it, you have these patients that are in hospitals, is that right?
Yes.
And the hospital gets a hold of you,
Yes.
and either it's a doctor or a nurse or physician's assistant, whoever, gets a hold of you and explains what kind of poisoning sort of case they have.
What they have so far.
And
Because there's iterations, like when they roll in the door, they don't often have the entire story. Things happen. So we follow them until they're discharged.
Okay, so you follow the case till discharge from the hospital.
Yes.
Some of those people die?
Yes.
Do you follow them to death?
Yes. They're a different group. of that roughly 38 to 40,000 cases, about 40 of them die. So we've had them as alive patients, and heroically, you know, there are certain things that are just, they're deadly. So we follow them through their therapy.
No kidding.
And then they die. And we have to, anyone we lose, we have to write what's known as an abstract on that patient. So we have to get all the information. We go and get the hospital record. We go and get the coroner's record. We, what we know about it, and we write it up a one-page abstract on what happened. You know, why do we think this person died from this?
So cases that you might be talking about today in court would be cases that you have knowledge about because you've looked at these sorts of records.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you have, in Kentucky, that was 40,000 cases a year that come through the Poison Center. What about in Ohio? Is it about the
It's
same?
about the same size.
Okay. So that's a lot of cases.
Yes, it's about 100 to 120 a day. It's a little busier in the summer. It's a little quieter in December and January, kind of. But yeah, it's about, so in December, we might get 95, 100 a day. In May, June, July, August, we'll get 120 a day.
So that's a lot of cases that your Poison Center is dealing with really on a weekly basis.
Hourly basis.
Hourly basis.
Yes.
It's not just one here and there, it sounds constant.
It is pretty constant.
When you are looking at these cases that come through the hospital and ultimately that you're following, are some of these suicide cases?
Yes, oh yes. Of those roughly 10,000 or so that are seen in the hospital, I'd say about 6,000-ish are suicide attempts.
So that's more than 6,000, that's more than one a day.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
It's closer to 10 a day.
10 a day are suicides. They come through the Poison Center.
Correct. It's all over the state. I mean, they don't come to the center. If they're at, Kentucky's a fairly big state, Wisconsin's a big state. You know, I don't know the geography of Wisconsin, but they could be 200 miles from where, I think the Poison Center's in Madison, but they might be in a hospital 200 miles. They still get the same level of standard of care. It's telemedicine. We talk to the ER doc.
Do you need to slow him down?
Access to
Yeah.
the electronic medical record.
He's not really in
So we could just
the
log in
case
and
yet.
see the labs, see what they've done so far, see how they're doing. We get a hold of the doctor or the nurse. You know, if there's a course change we recommend or something.
And levels on drugs?
Not all of them. Some they're pretty rare, and the hospital does it. They can get them for you, but it's about a 3-day send out. You have to send it to a laboratory, and by the time we get it back, it's 3 or 4 days later. We've already treated the patient. So, but there are others, like for instance, dilantin phenytoin is an anticonvulsant. We can get that. Acetaminophen, aspirin, alcohol. We can get those in like 5 minutes. So we get levels on some of them. We don't on others because they're not done in the hospital.
And as far as urine versus blood, do drugs remain longer in one or another?
Yes, they remain longer in urine, and you can't convert urine levels to blood levels.
Okay, so when
Urine levels are used for.
Interrupt your own attorney.
If you agree to not take a certain drug, say, I don't know, you're on railroad engineer, or you're on probation, or it's a divorce case, or I don't know, there's some reason, court order, or your job order, or something. You say, I will not take this.
okay,
Urine, we can find it for, depends on the drug, 5 to 7 days, 7 to 30 days. So it's used in those cases because you've said, I'm not going to use this. And then we can say, well, you did. But it can't be back extrapolated to say this urine level means this blood level. You just can't do that.
okay, you can't convert one to the other.
No.
All right, I've just pulled up page 5 of your CV. Looks like you're a member of various boards, is that right?
Yes.
And also that you've won awards.
Yes.
You've won awards and you've been elected as a fellow by the American Academy of Clinical Toxicology, it looks like.
Yes.
And you presented it at many meetings, haven't you?
Yes. I've presented in Europe. I used to work with World Health Organization and Pan American Health Organization, presented in South America, North America, obviously, and Asia.
And you've got 20-some pages of presentations. I'm not going to go through them all. Suffice it to say, there's a lot of them.
Yes.
You're invited to present all over the place.
Yes.
Now, you've also written, have you not?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been published.
Yes.
You've written book chapters, it seems, I'm seeing here on your
Yes.
CV. For example, the Encyclopedia of
The cat fight is at the beginning of this day. And the attorneys are a little testy with each other, and the judge was pretty testy herself. So it was fun. Been waiting for one all trial because we really haven't had anything. They've been so polite.
Toxicology, you wrote a chapter in that.
Yes,
And several times you've written chapters in that particular publication.
yes. We also have medical toxicology.
Do other people in your field of toxicology rely upon these encyclopedias?
I think these are used mainly by non-toxicologists, like the ER doc will pop it open or something like that.
Okay, the hospital.
Yes.
I see. And then you've published articles.
Yes,
And you've published articles on a lot of different subjects, right?
been a long career.
But all having to do with basically having
Oh,
to do
yes,
with
they're all toxicology.
all toxicology. And so you've written about the effects of drugs on people.
Not just drugs, snake bites, carbon monoxide, selenium, industrial accidents. Toxicology is anything that can.
Could have wrote
get
an
into
article
a
on
field.
you, Carmen.
So yes, I'd say
little
80% are
snake
about
bite.
drugs. I think there's 230 or 240 of them. But there's others, obviously on carbon monoxide. Selenium was a favorite of mine for a while. Others, snake bites, we got a new antivenin. We wanted to see if it was better than the old antivenin, things like that.
Okay. If I have, we can take this exhibit down. So I think that the jury gets a good sense now of your qualifications. Did the defense ask you to work on the case of State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczeweski?
Yes,
And you agreed to do so?
yes,
And you're being paid for your work?
yes.
I'm glad she just
Presently,
gets it
are
out
you
of the
living
way.
in Indiana? Do I understand that right?
Yeah, Louisville, Kentucky is a river city. I live on the other side of the bridge.
Oh, I bet he's in
So as
Jeffersonville.
close to Louisville as you could be living in Indiana. I'm at the very southern edge.
Okay. Now, in working on this case, were you provided with information,
Yes,
documents?
yes.
And can you give a brief overview to the jury of what you reviewed in this particular case?
There was the coroner's report, medical records. There's a number of things. I wrote them in my opinion.
Well, let me,
Oh, that's gonna blast my ears out.
there should be water up there for you.
Good
There's water there for you.
heavens.
You bet. Could I show the witness and exhibit, Madam Clerk?
For my ear, because I've only got
Let
one
me show
in.
you what's been marked, if you can see it, 545A.
Yes,
Does this appear to be a report you wrote
yes,
from July of 2022, it appears?
yes,
And it's 3 pages in length?
yes,
This is your report?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of 545A.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit
Not yet.
545A is received.
Permission to publish is granted. Thank you, yes. Wait for it to pop up. It's up? Okay. Now, does this help you discuss, for example, the records that you reviewed in this case?
Yes, I listed them.
And you reviewed the autopsy, is that right?
Yes,
And you saw the NMS lab reports in this case
yes,
and supplemental reports
Yes.
from the medical examiner,
yes,
medication inventory from the medical examiner, is that right?
yes,
Inventory of medications that were found at the scene, is that true?
yes,
And you've reviewed some statements and an interview by Ms. Kurczeweski too, true?
yes,
And then since then, you've also seen maybe a couple of things that were introduced during the state's case that you've reviewed, for example, maybe a chart that was prepared by, and introduced through the state's case?
Yes.
Okay.
Is Jesse's mom not there today?
We don't need to show the report.
I
at
see the
this point
reporter sitting back there.
any longer. We can just talk about it.
That's
Do you
sad.
have a copy of your report there if you need it?
No.
Okay, do you need a copy of your report, or you, let me know if you
If you
do.
would ask me about specifics, it would help.
Okay. Do you have an-
I have 540, 5A, my copy. I'll just give it to him and she can print off if there's any objection from the state. All right, there you go. I'm handing it to him. You're welcome. Thank you, madam.
So I would like to talk to you about the drugs that are at issue here.
Yes.
Are you familiar, and can you tell the jury about the drugs that were found in the system of Lynn Hernan?
Yes. One by one, or just list them?
Well, let's talk about them one by one, and
Okay.
maybe list them first, and then we can talk about them.
Baclofen, tetrahydrozoline, cyclobenzaprine, nifedipine, or ropinirole.
Those were the significant drugs.
Yes.
Let's talk about, well, did it concern you when you saw the drug? Well, there was tetrahydrozoline in Miss Hernan too, right?
Yes.
And did you have some concerns when you saw the drugs that were in Miss Hernan?
Well, the two that were most dangerous were baclofen and nifedipine, actually three, cyclobenzaprine.
Okay.
They're the three that, honestly, if it rolled in as a case in the ER, you mentally start putting them in an order of what am I worried about, and what am I looking for?
For which three drugs?
Baclofen, nifedipine, and cyclobenzaprine.
So if you have a patient that you're consulting on in the ER and you see those three drugs, you become concerned?
Yes, very concerned.
Tell us about that.
Baclofen is a skeletal muscle relaxant, but it's rather unique. It is the only one that binds directly to something called the GABA receptor. GABA means gamma aminobutyric acid. The brain has lots of neurotransmitters, and they all do something. There's norepinephrine, dopamine, serotonin. I can go through a bunch of these. GABA is the only inhibitory transmitter. All these others want to fire, and they want their signal to go through. GABA inhibits the traffic. You should think of the GABA receptor as a stoplight or a traffic cop in the brain. That's its main role. It basically says, red light, you don't go, green light, you go. Then it says, okay, green light, you go, red light, you stop. It inhibits these others from constantly firing. And that is how your brain manages like a billion neurons wanting to fire. It's a sophisticated system, but baclofen directly potentiates this GABA receptor. It's one of the few
So
substances
healthy.
that directly binds to that receptor. And so it shuts down activity. That's his role. And it can shut down, the more you bring on, the more you get shut down. So if the level goes up, you've got red light, not red light, green light. And you start the brain will go from, groggy to comatose. GABA is one of the few baclofen is one of the few drugs that will give you a flatline EEG.
What does that mean?
A flatline, if we think you're brain dead, we do a number of things, but one of them is we do an EEG, see if there's brain activity, delta waves. And you may have heard of this from movies or something, but that's what we're looking for. And then we do a caloric test in the eyes and the ears, see if they move, a number of things. And a neurologist will do this and say they're brain dead. GABA will essentially shut down your brain. As long as you're on a ventilator, so we're breathing
Made me laugh
for you,
out loud. It
GABA
is her
will
worst
just shut
nightmare.
your brain down flat. So it's a fairly dangerous drug. There are a number of these. I had one case where we went through this brain death protocol, and they wanted to take her off the vent, and we said, yeah, we'll have to wait till that GABA level the baclofen level falls. And when the baclofen level fell, she woke up and she walked out of the hospital.
Wow.
It is used as a skeletal
Wow.
muscle relaxant. Its main use is with people with cerebral palsy and spasticity, because we can shut down that spasticity. It's usually not given out, but it can be given out to people who just have, muscle spasms and things. I believe she had restless leg syndrome.
But ropinirole can also
But
be
that's
used for
GABA.
that.
GABA is an inhibitory neurotransmitter.
Baclofen?
Baclofen, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Baclofen is the one that literally jumped out at me. That's a real serious one.
Well, speaking of that, have you heard of the term black box warnings?
Yes,
You do know what that is?
very much so.
Okay. I'm going to show, I'd like to publish Exhibit 579, which has already been admitted into evidence. Is this, let me know when you can see that in front of you, Mr. Spiller.
Yes.
And this has already been introduced in evidence earlier. Is this an example of a black box warning for baclofen?
Yeah, her mom's not there.
Black box warnings, the FDA approves a drug and it gets something called a package insert. And that is
Take this down.
you have to go to the FDA and say, this is what we're going to put with that drug when you get it. And it's, you fold it out, it's like 5 pages and things. But it's everything you have to tell the patient. But that's often before, apologize, it's been out in the market. It's been approved, they've gone through the studies. But then when it gets out in the market, especially after about 10 years, we start to see some other things that we did not anticipate. It might be 5 years, it might be 15 years later. However, the FDA is responsible for safety and efficacy. It's still effective, still does what it says it's going to do, but they're now adding a safety warning, and they put a black box around it so that it gets your attention. So it is often added, depends on the drug, 10, 15, 20 years after it's been on the market, and they recognize this. And the manufacturer has to put it on the package insert on the first page.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to publish and show to everybody another exhibit that's been introduced in trial, which is 578. You just mentioned package insert in 578. Once it comes up, there it is.
579 was not received yet. So if you want to go back to
Oh.
that and do that.
579, I thought it had been.
I don't have
Okay.
She is
Move for
so
admission of 579.
flighty.
No objection.
All right,
On
exhibit
those.
579 is received.
I believe 578 is already in the record.
578 is in the record already. Go ahead, you can publish it, Madam
Thank
Clerk.
you. And so
I would
this
agree, Carmen.
is an example of a
Once she
package
wasn't
insert for
going to be
baclofen.
called on the stand.
Clinical pharmacology.
She should be there every
indications,
day.
when you should use this drug, contraindications, other things. It goes through dosage, how it's provided, so many milligram tablets, goes through the recommendations. And they have to get approval for the FDA for these. They can't just say, hey, I'd like to give you 5 milligrams for 20 days. These go through a long process at FDA approval. They eventually agree, and then this is what gets put out. That doesn't necessarily mean your physician follows these, but this is what the FDA wants them to follow.
And I see on the right side that there's, for example, signs and symptoms of overdosage and things like that, including disorders, coma, respiratory depression, seizures,
Yes.
vomiting. Is that all accurate information from your knowledge of the drug?
Yes, I should tell you, the seizures are slightly different.
Okay.
Baclofen, as I said, is used in cerebral palsy and people with spasticity, and they put in a pump. So they put they insert a pump under your skin. And so you get this very small amount regulated by the pump for months, and then you come back in and they refill the pump. if your pump goes dry, you'll get seizures. They're very difficult to treat. So if you do an overdose, it's kind of in the wrong place, but they have only so many places they can put this. So you get an overdose, you get respiratory depression, coma, you can get death. But the seizures are from withdrawal, and it's a very specific withdrawal. These patients that have these unique pumps, and they are, there's just a number of people that have these because maybe a spinal cord injury, maybe a cerebral palsy. There are a number of these that just have spasticity and it's painful. So they just leave that pump in and they just shut it down. And if the pump goes bad, the battery goes bad, runs out of baclofen, for some reason stops putting baclofen in, they can get seizures.
Okay. I see there's a section on the, I guess it would be the left side, about precautions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that significant, that first paragraph of precautions?
Yes, very much so.
So can you explain what that says to the jury, what that means?
Patients should also be cautioned that the central nervous system effects of baclofen may be additive to those of alcohol and other CNS depressants.
What does that mean to be additive to other CNS depressants and alcohol?
1 + 1 = 3.
Okay.
Synergistic.
So it really increases the
Yes.
effect. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So baclofen was found,
So I think this guy's all over the place. He's kind of hard to keep focused on where she wants him to go, but he seems to know his stuff. He seems more credible than the last witness that they just had. We'll see how the state crosses him because they absolutely destroyed their was she a medical examiner? Just she was awful. She was not credible at all, in my opinion. He seems very knowledgeable, but he's just kind of, he's here. Oh yeah, I know this about this drug, and I know this about this drug, and also this about this drug. But she just wants this, like stay in this lane. Don't go in the passing lane. Don't take an exit ramp. Just stay right here. So, okay, she was the enemy. That's what I thought. So I think he does know his stuff. Obviously, he teaches a lot of places, but he's hard to keep reined in, and he's hard to keep just going forward in one lane. And like I said earlier about the medical examiner, it is a hard mountain to move of the state. And the Attorney Nicolai, even though she didn't need to, she put that back in on her cross of the medical examiner, of the defense's medical examiner. She didn't word it this way, but the way I kind of took it was like, well, are you trying to tell this jury that you're better than our state medical examiner? Because nobody's better than the state, right? And I know that's not how she phrased it, but that's what I felt like she was saying, is the state doesn't mess up. They don't make mistakes. They're the state. And they do mess up because they're human. He could have a ton of information and not studies, because this tetrahydrozoline hasn't been studied that much. One, it's not going to get in because of this whole other case issue. But two, it could all just be negated because now you're going against the state and people don't like that.
and Ms. Hernan, true?
Yes.
Now, should there have been from your review of the medical record, should there have been any baclofen in Ms. Hernan?
No.
And that would be why?
It's about 9 months before, but don't quote me on the exact date, but within a year or so, there's a mention in the medical record where she tells her provider she can't take baclofen, and they discontinue it.
So she should have had 0.
Correct.
All right. Well, let's talk about the other drug that you said caught your attention as being pretty significant, cyclobenzaprine.
Yes, it's got another name, a brand name called Flexeril, and it is another skeletal muscle relaxant. It uses a different mechanism. It's a tricyclic mechanism and a sodium channel issue.
And can you tell us about, well, in that drug, should that also have been discontinued or not in her system?
It should have been 0 because there's also a mention she said she's gaining weight, one, she got a rash, and she discontinued both of those.
Now, before we get to what calculations you made, I want to just ask you, when you looked at the drugs that were in Miss Hernan and the levels that were in her gastric fluid or in her blood, did you ultimately try to determine how many pills she must have ingested to reach those levels?
Yes,
Okay. Now, cyclobenzaprine should have not been 0 because she discontinued it.
yes,
Are there side effects from cyclobenzaprine?
yes. It's a CNS depressant.
So,
Makes you drowsy, confused. Excuse me. Sorry. It'll affect your blood pressure. Eventually, as the level goes higher, initially you get a tachycardia, but then you get a hypotension because it's a sodium channel poisoning and there's sodium channels on the heart. So it does affect your heart and your brain. In the brain, it's, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of tricyclic antidepressants like amitriptyline.
yes.
It's almost the same. It's just one lacks essential ring and the other one doesn't. You know, one amitriptyline has a double bond on the essential ring. Cyclobenzaprine has a single bond on the essential ring. It's very nearly identical to amitriptyline, a tricyclic antidepressant.
So if I show you what's already.
Everybody on the jury
been
knows what that
evidenced-
means.
Well, our exhibit is 538, maybe this is NMS lab report. Maybe the state has a different exhibit. We have it as 538. Can you take a look at that in front of you in a minute?
Let's use let me just find the number because I do want the exhibits that have already been introduced.
All right.
Are you talking about the toxicology report, exhibit 35?
I think it's 35.
People on court TV were like, he should have been forced to testify by Zoom. He's coughing. Okay, got it on the plane.
You can
Calm
keep that for your
down.
use. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, she's like, I don't want that back.
I'm showing
keep your
you
germs over there.
what's- And I'm showing the jury too, publishing exhibit 35. Do you see it on your screen?
Not yet.
Okay, it'll be there
Oh,
momentarily.
there it is. That's good.
Oh, well.
Is that an NMS lab report issued August 7th of 2019?
Yes,
And you're familiar with this report, you've studied it.
yes.
So, going through, let's talk about, go backwards, baclofen. What's the result for Ms. Hernan's blood for baclofen?
1.1 micrograms per milliliter. It's
Okay,
pretty high because everything else is in nanograms per milliliter.
I
There
see.
are 1,000 nanograms in 1 microgram. So it's a pretty large level.
Now, on their report, fair to say, when we get to page 5, there's reference comments as it relates to baclofen.
Yes,
And can you see that on the screen in front of you?
yes,
And they talk about toxic blood concentrations are reported to range from 1.1 to 3.5, is that right?
yes,
Do you agree with that statement in there?
yeah,
Okay. And Lynn Hernan's was 1.1.
yes,
So you do consider that high?
yes.
Is that above a therapeutic level?
About 10 times.
10 times the therapeutic level. All right, when going back to page 1, we were just talking about cyclobenzaprine.
Praying.
Does she have, and she has that in her system?
Yes,
And the level is 54 ng per milliliters. Is that nanograms per milliliter?
yes,
And that's in the blood.
yes,
In NMS's chart of cyclobenzapine,
Praying.
On their
Why can't she not
page.
get that R?
5, they talk also about side effects from cyclobenzapine. Do you see that? They call it Flexerol. I think you mentioned that term
Yes.
also. Does that seem to be accurate information there?
yes.
So it has, those are common, or those are some side effects that could occur.
Yes, actually, this is a pretty popular medication. You know, it's not scheduled, it's a skeletal muscle relaxant. So for people with muscle spasms, this is often given to them.
When you say not scheduled, what does that mean?
The FDA approves drugs for safety and efficacy, and they say it is safe to use and it is effective for this, whatever you want your drug to be used for. The DEA affects only abuse. And so there are 5 schedules, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the DEA is solely after the level of abuse this sees in the public, you know, or are people abusing this? And so you'll get on the scheduled drug, opiates, benzodiazepines. There's a number of drugs on the scheduled drugs. Flexerol's not on the schedule.
Let's move to ropinirole. You mentioned that drug.
Yes,
That's also in Lynn Hernan's system.
yes.
What was the result on the ropinirole?
8.7. Is that 8? Hold on.
Yes, I think
8.7.
Is her, now the first 2 drugs we talked about, the baclofen and the cyclobenzapine, we wouldn't expect to see anything in her system
No,
because the prescriptions were done with, right?
correct. And they're bad boys. I mean, those are drugs you lights up your light when, if you're managing a case.
What do you mean? Bad boys lighting up a case.
You might be in the deep end of the pool soon. You know, these have potential for very serious outcomes. We might be bringing in, we might have to intubate them, we might have to bring on pressors. We might, you know, this is ones that, there are certain medications, for example, ibuprofen. I don't mean to say this in a cavalier way, but I don't care how much ibuprofen you take. You can take 20. We've had, you know, people take 200, nothing happens. They get a stomachache. So there are, in your brain, you kind of hierarchy these, you know, these ones are the ones that concern you, these are the ones that don't concern you, because
know what to
you don't know
think
what you're
about
gonna get
him.
when they roll in.
Well, let's talk about the ropinirole. So that's one that Lynn had a current prescription for, is that true?
Yes,
And the level you've just said is 8.7 ng per milliliter. Is that higher though than would be expected
yes, it is, a little higher. It's not massively higher, but yes, it is higher.
if she had taken it as,
As prescribed, it's probably 3 times as high or something.
okay. Do we have any side effects from ropinirole?
Lopinirole is something called a dopamine agonist. It is used in Parkinson's syndrome and restless leg syndrome. In Parkinson's syndrome in the brain, you're running out of dopamine, and so you get these jerky movements, and it's a difficult disease. This is used in that, and also in restless leg syndrome.
Lynn had restless leg
Yes, so
syndrome.
I'm assuming this was her medication for restless leg syndrome.
I pulled up page 7 of the NMS lab report with another one of their footnotes. Is 23 related to this ropinirole?
Yeah.
And can you tell the jury
What is this? Is this her little? Who's this little woman down here? Sorry, I keep getting my Kowalski up there. That's on her window. Is that like her little Bitmoji? It's funny, and I can't figure it out. It's bugging me. Sorry, I see weird things all the time. That's why I said I would catch bottles of Visine if they were sitting around and I thought it was weird. I would see them. Like old Gary Verdon did, supposedly.
What some of the common, well, first of all, you see the common adverse effects. I'd ask you to read it and tell us if you agree with it, with this statement of adverse effects, and tell
Well,
the
one
jury.
that's concerning here is something, the last phrase, symptomatic hypotension, which means you drop your blood pressure. A lot of these drugs, again, there's synergy going on. This isn't one drug. There's a bunch of these, and we'll go through them again, but all of them are going to drop your blood pressure. Not all of them, but a bunch of them. Baclofen, cyclobenzapine, ropinirole, nifedipine, tetrahydrozoline, all 5 of them drop your blood pressure. And again, you go through this, it's kind of 1 + 1 + 1, it doesn't equal 5, it equals like 9 or 10, because they're additive, because they're coming at it from different mechanisms. One's a dopamine agonist, one's a GABA receptor. We're coming at it from, so your body has less other ways to maintain the blood pressure, because I keep hitting, like, I don't know how to put it, but you have a number of, you got baroreceptors, increased cardiac output, we have vasoconstriction, there's a number of these that will keep the blood pressure up. You have angiotensin out of the kidneys. There's these, there's a number of mechanisms that the body uses to maintain your blood pressures. It's not one. But if we keep going after we're knocking out the legs of the stool, and eventually they get hypotensive.
Knocking it out with all these drugs, you mean, right?
Because they're coming at it from, they're knocking out several of the mechanisms that the body's using to maintain your blood pressure. That's the important one on this one.
We've got also nifedipine, is that right?
Yes.
Now, nifedipine is on the chart from NMS, looks like it's 22 ng per milliliter. Is that right?
Yes. And there were also 3 pills found in the stomach.
What's the significance of that?
The version of nifedipine that she had is a sustained release. Nifedipine is, as it just a drug, has a half-life of about 4 hours. And it was very uncomfortable to get patients to be compliant if they had to take this drug every 4 hours throughout the day. A lot of them wanted to change drugs. So the manufacturer came up with a sustained release version. It slowly releases the drug. It's a wax matrix, and it just slowly releases like a sponge. And it just the wax matrix doesn't dissolve. It's kind of hard to break up, but doesn't mean you don't get the drug. It's designed to release in the gastric and intestinal fluids.
So it sits in the stomach for a while and slowly
While it's
releases?
transiting to the other end, it releases it. So you only have to take 1 a day.
Okay, so you take 1 a day and then it slowly releases, works its way through your intestines into the blood,
Right.
and then you discharge the capsule,
Yep, comes out in your poop.
comes out in your poop. And that's what we saw in the 2 other nifedipines that were on their way out of her system.
Right.
Just when I think he's talking above the jury's
In
head.
the stomach.
Yes, ma'am.
And you identified those pills.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I still think he's talking above the jury's head, but
Did
he
you
brought it
find
down there.
that, would you have expected to see 3 pills in her stomach?
No,
Okay.
supposed to take 1 a day.
And do you?
And again, it goes back to the blood pressure. This is calcium channel blocker, and your arteries, not your veins, have little muscles around them that expand and contract. So if they contract, your blood pressure goes up. If they expand, your blood pressure goes down. So if you need to run from the bear, they contract and blood flows very quickly. And if you relax these, nifedipine works on the calcium channels on the little muscles outside of the arteries. And it relaxes those, what are referred to as vessels, the arteries. And so they get big. And when the pipe is bigger, the same amount of fluid's going through, so the pressure is down. It's just kind of plumbing.
When somebody has pills in their stomach, that's the, is that reflected in their gastric fluid? When there's testing done, for example, here of gastric fluid?
Yes, yeah, that's what they're looking for, what's in the stomach.
And what's in the stomach has yet to reach the blood.
Correct. It is not providing an effect yet.
So we test the blood, we've got levels, but then there's also additional drugs in the case of Lynn in her gastric fluid, right?
Yes,
And those have not yet made it to her bloodstream.
correct.
When I look at the NMS chart.
there's her mom.
In front of you at page 7, the reference footnote 19 talks about the nifedipine. Do you see that?
Yes,
And it has, it talks about in that last paragraph about overdose, adverse effects, headaches, hypertension, vertigo, muscle cramps, and even a couple fatalities.
yes,
Do you agree with the information in there?
yes, yes.
Okay, is there anything else that you feel is important to mention about nifedipine?
Just that, again, thinking about a stool with 3 legs or 5 legs, even 5 legs, we keep knocking out one of the stool legs. We keep knocking out one of the stool legs. And the blood pressure is going to drop. You're running out of quivers in your arrow. I mean, in your arrows in your quiver to support this blood pressure.
So that's what's happening with all these pills in this case. You're knocking out the legs of the stool with all
Yes,
these
you've got
pills.
baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone a little bit, but nifedipine and tetrahydrozoline and cyclobenzaprine.
All right,
I mean, you can just kind of go down the list.
well, that's what I'm.
But their main thing is they have different mechanisms. Again, the baclofen is working on the GABA receptor. Nifedipine is working on the actual arteries, the little muscles that shrink and contract the artery. Cyclobenzaprine is working in the brain. We can go through this. Same with hydrocodone. Hydrocodone is working on the mu receptors.
All right,
But everyone is, they're all different mechanisms, and it just makes it more difficult to support these people.
is it important that physicians understand the interaction of drugs with one another so that they can be careful in prescribing prescribing drugs to a patient?
Yes,
Because they have to take into account these side effects, potential side effects.
it's a very important case. Alprazolam and opiates, hydrocodone. A black box warning came out in 2021 specifically for that. Xanax, which is alprazolam, came out in, I think, 1980 or 1981 or something. The black box warning came out in 2021. So they've been prescribing that for 40 years, almost. But then they came out and specifically said, do not mix benzodiazepines, that's the alprazolam, with opiates, that's the hydrocodone, because they specifically cause a 1 + 1 = 3 on your respiratory center. And you start to get respiratory depression and or you stop breathing. But alprazolam's been out there for decades. And when the fentanyl and the opiate crisis and everything came out, it was noticed. And so there's now a black box warning on alprazolam.
Okay, and she had alprazolam in her system, right?
Yes,
We can see that on the chart at 67 nanograms per milliliter, is that right?
yes,
And that exceeds what her expected blood level would be if taken as prescribed.
If taken as prescribed, yes.
You could take that, oh no, I'm gonna go down, that's okay, keep it up, please. I will just go down to footnote 5 on the NMS lab report, and there is alprazolam. Are there any footnotes or comments here that you think are important to mention to the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
The second sentence of the last paragraph, it says, with other central nervous system depressants, such as ethyl alcohol, that's like alcohol, and alprazolam can become toxic at lower concentrations. That's MNS report, but the FDA black box warning is the package insert, and the FDA goes farther and says these shouldn't be mixed.
Okay, let me show you. You've talked a little bit about black box warnings. I'm going to show you. Well, I think I heard you say that alprazolam, a common term for that is Xanax. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and
It's the brand name.
I'll show you exhibit 580. Has that been admitted into evidence yet? 580.
Which exhibit?
580. Okay,
It
great.
has.
Then we can just publish this. I'll show you in the jury 580, when you talk about a black box warning for alprazolam, i.e. Xanax, is that what we're looking at here?
Yes,
And they have the big black box around it, right?
correct. And you'll see that it was approved in the United States, just above the black box. You'll see it was approved in 1981.
Right here where I have my cursor?
Right, but just below, the recent major changes are, and they specifically say black, boxed warning. They don't call it black box. We call it black box. But boxed warning was put in 2021.
Even though it was approved since 1981.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go back to, we'll keep the exhibit, my screen up, please. Just moving back to exhibit 35. She had hydrocodone in her as well.
She did.
And did, in her level was 15, it looks like, nanograms per milliliter, is that right?
Yes.
Are there,
And you should know that one right above it, the hydrocodone
Yes.
or hydrocodone is, that is just a metabolite of hydrocodone.
Okay,
And they're both active. In fact, hydrocodone is sold in some countries as a pain medication. It's approved. It's not approved in the U.S., but it's approved in other countries as a opiate pain medication. So that they're additive. The 7 + 7 + the 15 are the same thing for the most part. They are both active. Mu receptor agonist is a fancy word, but it binds to the opiate receptor. Mu means morphine. But they bind to the morphine receptor in the brain, and they both do. And so she's had, they say hydrocodone free, and then hydrocodone. That is part of the hydrocodone has already gone through the liver and been metabolized and come out as hydrocodone. But they're the same drug for the most part.
I see, so she's got it in,
They're additive, so it's about 20.
adding them, you add them together, you consider them together?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've been talking about the central nervous system or the CNS, does this affect that?
Very much so.
Okay,
Puts CNS depression or drowsiness, confusion, coma, how far you go. And it also affects respirations. And so you slowly reduce your respiratory rate. So it's we used to think, if you're just sleeping, I don't care. But if you're not breathing, I do care.
Stop coughing in the microphone.
hydrocodone. where they talk about it's more toxic than codeine.
Yes,
But
those are
it-
morphine equivalents.
Okay,
They're used, there is a morphine equivalent table for physicians prescribing this. You know, and you should have only so many morphine equivalents per 24-hour day for your patient. You know, and so they try and, because they're all different medication, they're all different, slight different dosages. And so the CDC and the FDA have come up with a morphine equivalent table where you can go in and plug in hydrocodone, 1 milligram or 5 milligrams, and you'll get a morphine equivalent. And then you can use that table to say, okay, I can give so much of this safely.
I see. And this is an opiate, right?
Yes,
Okay,
that's why they convert it to morphine.
okay. Now, when these footnotes talk about things being toxic, toxic doesn't mean death, right?
No.
Toxic means what means what?
Untoward effects are occurring on you from this substance. You know, everybody doesn't die. You know, as I said, we'd lose about 40, but that meant we saved like 39,960. You know, so no, that does not mean death. We're usually pretty good.
And then there was also found in Lynn tetrahydrozoline, true?
Yes,
And do you, you see a level of tetrahydrozoline in her?
yes,
And
That's where the objections
that's
will
an
probably
over-the-counter
start.
medication, isn't it?
correct.
And that's, comes in eye drops. We've been talking in this trial about Visine. Is that right?
Yes,
And, but you can buy it in, it doesn't, it's not just found in Visine, right?
no, you could go to like CVS and get CVS brand eye drops with tetrahydrozoline in them, or you could go to Walgreens and get Walgreens brand. You know, they're usually right next to each other, and they say comparable to Visine, that sort of thing.
And we grabbed a few bottles from the store that we could find.
Please don't put their tears up there.
It's okay? Do you want to see any? I'm going to show you some eye drop.
Their tears doesn't have them.
We've marked as 631 through 635.
While they're doing that, fun fact about pharmacies, not in this country. My pharmacist that I used to work with, that is from South Africa, you can just walk in and get stuff. You don't have to go through everything that we have to go through here, probably because they aren't prescribed every pill for everything all the time. There's nothing like CVS, you know, they keep stuff in the safe and all that stuff because people come and rob them. They just don't have to deal. Well, I'm sure they have to deal with robbers. They could probably just shoot them on the spot. But yeah, not everywhere is like us, where everything's prescribed for every little thing, and not everywhere is as regulated as us. So I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that you can just walk into a pharmacy and get what you want. But they probably don't have like the hydrocodone issues that we have here, or the fentanyl, or whatever. But it's kind of weird. I just hope that this woman looked at the back of the bottles more carefully than she looked at the first time she tried this. And I hope she did a little bit more research than even just the back of the bottles, because Attorney Nikolai's sitting there, she's writing this stuff down, and those other two sitting by her are going to be Googling the crap out of this while she's questioning him.
Have you take a look at them. Just show them to the district attorney first.
Sorry, I haven't seen these.
I understand.
So I have to read them all.
And so you said that you can find other eye drops with tetrahydrozoline at the store besides just Visine.
Yeah, they're generic versions, usually a little cheaper than the brand name Visine.
And then
And
there's
they're
other,
usually kind of on the shelf next to them saying, at least in my CVS, it says comparable to, that sort of thing.
And then there's other eye drops out there that don't contain tetrahydrozoline, true?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll just show you, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Exhibit 631 through 635. And if you could just take a look at these, I guess I'll turn them over. And if you could look to see if, for example, these sample of 5 boxes contain tetrahydrozoline.
Yes. Yep, 0.05%. Yep.
Very interesting to see what the point of this is, because the only bottle that they've even brought up that was in any of the photos from right around Lynn was Theratears, and Theratears, the medical examiner said doesn't have that in there. So it's not like she just had a whole bunch of eye drop bottles sitting around her or in the trash. Well, we don't know if they were in the trash because they didn't take pictures of the trash or her bathroom or anything like that. So I don't know where she's going, but I do kind of wish she'd hurry up and get there.
Yep. Yes, they all have 0.05 tetrahydrozoline.
Okay, thank you. Move for admission, Your Honor, of Exhibit 631 through 635.
Exhibits 631 and 635 are all received. Do you still need the exhibit that's up?
Let me see if I've covered my,
Yes, I still need that. Because we're talking about tetrahydrozoline. And so you saw that the level of tetrahydrozoline in Ms. Hernan as well.
Yes.
Now, what, do you have an opinion about that level of tetrahydrozoline in Ms. Hernan? There shouldn't be tetrahydrozoline in her, is that fair?
That is fair.
I mean, maybe a little bit if you're.
Should be like less than 1 if she's using them for eye drops, like putting it in her, what we call tear duct.
And there's some indication in the NMS lab notes of problems with tetrahydrozoline, right? The reference comments, number 24.
Okay, yes.
And do you have experience in knowledge about this particular drug, tetrahydrozoline?
Yes, I've published, I think, 3 or 4 papers on it.
You published on tetrahydrozoline.
Yes.
Okay, and we can take we don't need the screen anymore at the moment. Let's talk about you publishing about tetrahydrozoline. But I think before we do, I would like to show you an exhibit 628. Let me get this down.
Oh, yeah.
Can you see 628 in front of you?
I can.
And,
Stop at that. Go back.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go, results.
okay, so I just want to know if you're familiar with it.
Yes.
And this is an abstract that seems to be authored by Sherry Kasinko
Yes.
and Michael Lamb?
Yes.
And you've reviewed this abstract?
Yes.
And it's
Make
marked.
sure you say that
would you
name
agree,
right.
As 628?
Attorney Nicolai will get
See
you.
the exhibit number?
No.
Oh, let me find it. There it is.
Yes, yes, yes.
Are you able to talk about this abstract?
Yeah.
Okay, move for admission of 628. This was the referenced in the state's case.
I think it's already in evidence.
No, I didn't see it in evidence.
215.
introduce it that way.
Correct. The abstract has previously been received as Exhibit 216.
Okay. Well, then we'll bring it up under 216, and my apologies, I do see that. There we go. All right,
Do you want that published?
yes, please.
Go ahead.
Do I have the right part of this abstract
Yes,
up?
just, the results are the important part. Don't go too far down that.
No, I'm just.
Yeah, results right there.
Okay. So, this is not a fully written article. We heard from Dr. Kurczeweski when she was here. She said it's just an abstract.
No, when you go to a scientific meeting, which is what an abstract is, you're going saying, hey, I want to present something I found.
I was
And you send
muted.
it in.
She's saying the name wrong again.
For the
Thank
peer reviews,
you.
I review for many of these meetings, the European meeting, the North American Congress of Clinical Toxicology, a bunch of meetings. Basically, all you're saying is, should it be seen here or not, that sort of thing. You don't go through peer review like you do when you put it in a journal. Then there's back and forth and there has to be answers.
This wasn't peer reviewed.
In the sense of, if you're an academic going for academia, no. Like if you are in academia, published papers through peer review are part of how you are assessed, in your status. These are not considered part of that. It's not considered. I know I go through it too, but
Dr. Kurczeweski said, agreed that it had not been peer reviewed yet. All right. Now, I would like you to talk about this article and the results. Do you have an opinion about the results that she's reported
Yeah.
in this abstract?
there's some real problems.
Tell us about those real problems.
All right. Right in the middle of the screen, it says PM. That means post-mortem. Okay? Next to PM, it says 112. That is the N. And that's how you say how many cases I've got. I have 112 cases. Okay? Then the next one is the mean. And a mean is you take all these numbers, if there's 112 of them, you add them all up and you divide by 112, and it's the average. Okay? But the mean is a poor way to look at things because one outlier, I'll give you an example. If I have a level of 1, 1, 1, and 100, the mean of that is 28. But three of them are 1. What you want to do when there's an outlier like that, you take what's known as the median, okay? And that's the second number. You see the median, and then range. And the range will show you that. But the median is 1.7. The median is exact. She has 112. So 56 of those cases are less than 1.7, which is the level that you get by putting eye drops in your eye. So even though they're found in these people that are postmortem, they're effectively clinically meaningless. And that half of hers are less than 1.7. What this tells me is she's got a great lab that can find things at picograms per milliliter. And I respect National Medical Services for their expertise. But this doesn't show you. And the mean is 20. We've got kids with levels of 20. We can go through that, published papers in peer review that are fine, essentially. And then finally, there's the range, and that's the third one over, and it says, and this is what she's talking about, a post-mortem, 0.19 to 290. That suggests there's an outlier out there, 290, that has thrown the median off like just. So it gives her a median that's like much higher than the rest of these really are. You know, if you go through this in peer review, you would have, and I do peer review, I would have to have her show me these numbers, like the real numbers, because this smells of statistical trickery, is the best way to put it. When you go through through, and I do a lot of statistics, and you can kind of like, yeah, there's three types of lies or something, but one is lies, damn lies, and statistics or something. You can do a lot, but I'm trying to point out to you, teach you, this one is statistical trickery. The median is the one you want to look at. That is the meaningful one, and it's 1.7 out of 112. You know, and you look at the bottom of it is, the range is 0.19. So 58 of those are between 0.19 and 1.7. And those are levels that you get, we can bring out the paper, if you put eye drops in your eye.
And
Those are not clinically significant. And so I have a real problem with this because I think
here we go.
we're playing with statistics. And that's why you go through a peer review, because this is what's caught. Someone else who is an expert in the field that does statistics looks at this and says, wait a minute, show me this, you know? And so they have to put the whole table out, all those 112 people, you know, and show you where these are. And you require them to say, okay, most of these are clinically insignificant. You make them put that in the paper because they are. So that's the problem with these. And the others are DUID, which is driving under the influence of drugs. And again, they found it, but if you look at these numbers, again, 0.64, that's the level that you get with eye drops in your eye. And we have the paper, you know, 0.10 to 0.54, 64. All of those are levels that you get if you use Visine because you have dry eyes. She has an excellent laboratory that can get to not only nanograms per milliliter, she can get to picograms per milliliter, you know, 1/1,000,000th of a gram. But that doesn't mean it was doing anything. We're finding it, but it's an over-the-counter drug that people use. It's like saying I found acetaminophen at this very low level. 60% of the people probably have Tylenol in their house. That sort of thing. So that's why I have a problem with this, is that when you actually see the results, it would not fly in peer review.
Okay, I'm gonna move to a different subject, Judge. If we're gonna take a morning break, this could be a good time.
I think you are correct. It would be an excellent time for a mid-morning break. All rise for the jury. It'll take about 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you.
Well, so far, he's gotten through with 0 objections. I think the guy knows what he's talking about. I just think he's talking above people's heads. I won't say what Carmen said that got her comment deleted off of YouTube. He's not bringing it down to their level. I don't think they're stupid, just a lay person's level. Maybe they do. Maybe there is somebody that is well versed in this that is sitting on the jury and will be able to explain it all to them. That would be amazing. Carmen, the only thing you got educated in was censorship. But yeah, he's got a lot of information. If you know the basics of what he's talking about, I think he's really good at getting it out there. If you don't know what he's talking about, he's not really very good at laying the basics down for you. I was glad to see how Jesse's mom showed up finally. Rude of her. See where we are. Hopefully I didn't go too far. Did not. They don't even have the microphones on. State table's awful smiley.
I know you're there, so we'll have them brought out.
Are they coming? They run away?
This is my note. Yeah, we didn't use that, and then ultimately we'll need and update it because, yeah, we'll have plenty of time. Okay.
Come on, people.
Be seated. And Attorney Kukler, when you are ready, go ahead, you may continue.
Thank you. So you talked earlier today about the fact that you've published, and we see on your CV page after page of publications. Well, let's just focus on a few today that are applicable to this trial, okay? I'm gonna show you on your screen, hopefully you can see a document I've marked 546.
Yes,
You see that?
yes.
And now I'm going to the top of this. This seems, it's a case report published in the Journal of Forensic Sciences, entitled Drug Facilitated Sexual Assault Using Tetrahydrozoline. Are you the #1 author on this publication?
Yes,
All right, and you recognize this as your publication?
yes.
Move for admission, Your Honor, 546, and request to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 546 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Just wait 1 minute while everything pops up on all the screens. So this is an article authored by you, and it looks like Dennis Seward, is that right?
Yes.
So what's the significance of this paper that you published, sir?
Tetrahydrozoline was being used as like a Mickey Finn, drug-facilitated sexual assault. It would be put in people's drinks. The alcohol and the tetrahydrozoline would kind of knock them out or make them compliant. There would be a rape. And it wasn't on, the FBI keeps a list. When you go for, say, going to the emergency room for a rape check, there's a FBI-approved list of what you should check for, if you
Or
can.
we would call
And
that
this wasn't on it.
grape.
So what we were trying to do,
Just
these
FYI.
are clearly drug-facilitated sexual assault, but we were trying to alert them
Or
that this
essay.
was a widely used drug that was being in bars and other things, kind of to get compliance for sexual assault. And so this was, and we were successful. It was added to the list of urine tests when you come in for a rape check.
When somebody comes in for a rape check, usually is urine what is collected rather than blood?
Yes, they will collect blood, but often it's too late to find things in blood.
Why is that?
A number of substances leave the blood quickly, depending on what it is, how long it's going to be there. but we can find it in the urine for days. And so that's usually, they will collect blood, especially if it's recent. But often these cases, they'll come in, it was last night, and they wake up the next day and they talk to a friend, and a friend says, you have to go in, and there's a whole bunch of stigma with it. But they do get in, but there is a delay. So often it's a number of hours before they get in there. And so urine is likely the best sample.
And so your goal was to make tetrahydrozoline one of the drugs that would be tested for routinely, as I understand it.
Yes,
Okay, when somebody's coming in on a sexual assault.
correct.
And you were successful in getting that added.
Yes.
Does this discuss anything to do with the levels of THZ in blood?
No, we have urine because these two patients, again, are this like 12, 14 hour later. They wake up in nude in somebody's house and they get dressed. It's a whole, it's very difficult. And often they don't come directly to the ER. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they're brought to the ER by family or those sort of things. So we did not have blood. We had urine.
And so these are people that have alleged that they've been sexually assaulted. They wake up and then eventually make their way to a police station or a hospital.
Yeah, the hospital.
The hospital. So does everyone who comes in that situation require some sort of medical intervention?
No. I mean, the intervention is they'll do, for instance, a vaginal swab for semen. There's a number of other things. But when you're talking about intervention, say, I need to support your blood pressure or something like that, no. They're awake by this point. So the interventions are forensic to document that this assault occurred.
I'd just like to show an exhibit to the witness, Madam Clerk. 540, I'm showing you what's marked as exhibit 547. Do you see that exhibit sticker? And is this one of your published articles?
Yes.
Move for admission. 547, request to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 547 is received, permission to publish granted.
So this looks to be another article about tetrahydrozoline.
Yes.
You've studied it and you've written about it.
Yes, this was an adult woman, I believe 18. Her father was a pharmacist, and he kept tetrahydrozoline for when he would shave, it would stop the bleeding. It's like a styptic. And she thought it was the mouthwash, so she just takes this big mouthful.
Ew.
And then they find out that it's not the
I thought he was laughing.
So we brought her to the ER.
Glad he was coughing.
And what was
Grief.
the
Been
result
awful.
for her?
She was drowsy. We watched her for 36 hours. She had something called orthostatic hypotension, which means your blood pressure and heart rate change if you're supine, flat, sitting up, or standing up. If you've ever heard of people say, when you take this medication, don't stand up quickly, you'll get dizzy.
Yes.
That's orthostatic hypotension. That's what it does. So if you stand up suddenly, your blood pressure drops, your heart rate increases. And so we said this does cause that. But, long as she was lying down, she was fine.
And
And we have the amount she drank. It was about an ounce.
And so the case report is called prolonged cardiovascular effects after unintentional ingestion of tetrahydrozoline. Is that right?
Yes. She thought it was mouthwash until her dad informed her it wasn't.
And she was fine. She lived.
Yeah, she was a little dizzy,
Okay.
and especially if she stood up. So we had her lie in the bed, and every 6 hours we'd stand her up, and she'd get a little dizzy. So we kept her for 36 hours. We didn't do anything except watch her and measure her blood pressure and heart rate.
She didn't require any special medical intervention.
No.
Please off the screen, please. I'll have to show the witness only. I'm going to show you, Mr. Spiller, what is, I have marked as 548. Do you see that sticker?
Yes,
And then I'll take you to the top. Is this also an article that you authored?
it is. It has
And
the
this-
same mechanism as Tetra Drosley.
Just one minute, please.
He needs to stop interrupting his
Before we
attorney.
start talking
asking
about it.
questions.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of 548.
He's too
request to
eager.
publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 548 is received, permission to publish granted.
So before you talk about it, it looks to me like you wrote this back in 2004.
Yes,
So you've been looking at this, this substance of Xanax back in 2004?
It's not Xanax.
yes.
Is it Xanax or?
That is Xanax, tizanidine. That is it has the same mechanism of action. It is
Okay.
a central alpha agonist, and they affect the same receptors. Central alpha receptors that are in a place called the locus ceruleus and the cardiovascular center. They're little areas of your brain.
What's the significance of this article?
This is just very similar medication, and this is what happens when we look at several hundred of them. They don't die. They can get drowsy, where we keep close watch on them, but basically a day later we let them go.
I'd like to show the witness only. Do you see Exhibit 551?
Yes,
And this is a case report also by you involving fetal cyclobenzaprine overdose with postmortem values. Is that right?
yes,
I move for admission, Your Honor, of 551.
No objection.
Exhibit 551 is received, permission to
tell us
publish
about-
granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you discuss this article and this case report?
these are two cases, case one and case two, that took an overdose of cyclobenzaprine and died. One had ethanol, and I think one didn't. Yeah, one just had cyclobenzaprine and one had ethanol and cyclobenzaprine. But these are cyclobenzaprine. I mean, this is, what year is this? 2003. We've been looking at these for decades.
The dangers of cyclobenzaprine.
Yes,
So you have people, cases that you're personally aware of and that you've written about of people dying of that alone,
yes,
or mixed with alcohol dying of that.
yes.
And we have that in this case, right?
Well, we have CNS depressants, baclofen, alprazolam, hydrocodone. There are a number of them.
Could take this exhibit down. I'd like to show you Exhibit 626. Do you see that exhibit sticker?
Yes,
And this is an article that you co-authored with others?
yes,
It's a report, is that fair?
yes. This is NPDS, which is the National Poison Data System.
Okay, 1 minute,
I'm sorry?
that's okay. Your Honor, move for admission of 626 and request to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 626 is received, permission to publish granted.
Go ahead now, tell us about this.
Okay. All poison centers electronically supply their cases in real time to a national database. The FDA and the CDC also monitor this database along with the poison centers. There are roughly 2 million cases in NPDS per year. When I talk about my center had about 38 to 40,000 each year, when you add up all 55, there's some bigger, smaller ones, there's roughly 2,000 cases. If you're a director of a poison center, you have access to this, so you can go in and ask questions that we don't have answers to yet. So we're looking at, what's changing, what we're seeing, a number of other things. And the over-the-counter analgesics, this is specifically aspirin, which you know is aspirin, acetaminophen, which you know is Tylenol, and ibuprofen, which you may know as Motrin. So we looked at those three in that database over 19 years, 2000 through 2019. So we can get trends over decades, trends over across the US. Are there trends over gender, trends? I mean, we look for everything.
I'm going to show you, could you take that down, please? A state, well, actually, there it is. I have it right up handy. We can put it right back up again. States Exhibit 211 that's been introduced in this trial. Do you see this? And have you seen this before?
Yes. Didn't study it a lot, but yes, it was someone else's exhibit.
That's right. If you would like a hard copy, if it's easier to read, I have one here I could give you.
I can see it, I think.
All right. Are there, as far as you know, looking at this 2-page document, do you know, just see if I have the right exhibit up.
Yes.
There's another one. Yeah, there's couple copies of 211 and excuse me a minute, Madam Clerk, while I find the other one.
She is not good at these exhibit things.
Two 211s. I'm gonna just bring
Of course there is.
up, I think what is a larger version. There we go. Okay. We can bring it back up again. This is maybe a little easier to read, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, without getting into a particular case name, are you familiar with some of the information that's on this chart?
Yes, yes.
Are there items in this chart that you believe are in error or
Objection. Sustained, rephrase.
do you have information, personal knowledge of information that would suggest that some of this, the information related to,
She's like,
for
"I don't know
example,
how."
a suspected homicide, it may be in error?
Objection is for sidebar.
Sidebar, please.
Well, we've been waiting for the objections and now we're getting them. And I don't think that Judge Dora is going to give her a lot of leeway on this. Just trying to see them, but they're not. They're just going to show old Jessy. We'll hear about it when they take their next break, which should be lunch. So once she gets done with cross, or once she went down with direct, we'll do cross, redirect, and then one rebuttal witness, which is Dr. Kacinko, which I'll say right because I don't need Attorney Nikolai coming through my computer to correct me. That's probably all she's saying to Attorney Kukler up there. Kacinko. I will say this: you can't really read Judge Dora when she's over there doing sidebars if she's who she's
is sustained. The prior,
Here she's kind of
the
leaning.
objection is sustained. The
That's not
prior
surprising.
question is struck. The jury will disregard that question and any attempt to answer it at this point. Please move on.
We will move on.
Because you're making us, Judge.
Without talking about specifics in the Exhibit 211, can I just ask, as a director of Poison Center or in the work you do you work on cases such as those that are mentioned in Exhibit 211, without going into any specifics?
Yes,
You have familiarity because you look at records and you deal with the hospitals directly.
yes, they have to call us directly.
We heard testimony in this trial early on about a study that was done with where levels were measured in subjects by actually putting eye drops in their eyes.
Yes,
Are you, are you familiar with that particular study?
yes,
Is that one of the ones that was on this chart too?
yes, the third one down, Carr et al.
We could publish this, I think that's. Okay, so the third one down, are you talking about,
What was the next page?
oh, all right.
It's like in the middle, Carr et al., 2011.
Carr et al.
It's like right in the middle.
Okay. I see, right there,
Not car at all.
right there where I'm highlighting
et
Carr
al.
2011.
Yes,
All right, I'm just gonna ask that this be taken down so I don't show anything else. Can you tell the jury about what you know about that particular study?
yes. Because we had gotten it on the list of things to check for in drug-facilitated sexual assault, there were people saying, how do you know that level means what? So that study basically put eye drops in and said, you know, here's the blood level you'll get and the urine level you'll get if you're just using it like directed. It was to give people a level that they could say, you know, it was way over this, you know, it's not the defense saying she used eye drops, you know, can't be valid. So they were just, again, this is toxicology, so we can't do everything we want. But this one was used specifically to give a, being we had gotten it on the urine list, now you had levels that said, you know, above, here's a normal level if you're just using eye drops.
It seems important to know that because I think it's maybe a surprise to people that you put eye drops in your eyes and it can end up in your bloodstream.
Visine never applied for as an oral medication. They did not apply to the FDA, and the FDA did not require blood levels or urine levels or anything. They require safety and efficacy. So there are no studies during the application of Visine and others to get it approved as a ocular drop. And so they were just kind of, almost all other drugs, certainly all the drugs that you're either injecting or ingesting, you know, and you go to the FDA, you're going to have these clinical trials. You're going to say, if I give you 1 milligram once a day, 2 milligrams once a day, 3 milligrams, this is what you'll see. This is what we'll find in the urine. This is how long it takes to clear. These are whole things that, you know, you've got to have so that you know that, do I repeat the medication 4 hours later or the next morning? Or there's a whole bunch of stuff. Visine has none of that because it's just a topical, and so that data doesn't exist.
But we have a little bit of data.
Yes.
Now, I heard some testimony, I think, if I heard it correctly, that Visine is banned in France. Do you know anything
No,
about
that
that?
is not true.
That's not true?
No, what it is each country approves their own medications. There's no national here. We have the FDA, but like I would work in South America, in Ecuador and Guyana, and you couldn't get hydrocodone down there, but you could get hydrocodone. They approved hydrocodone, but not hydrocodone. I don't know why, but they do. Each country has its own judgment, its own regulatory mechanism. And in France, there are other vasoconstrictors. There's nefazoline, which we know as Afrin spray.
Yes.
There's a bunch of these others. There's 3 of them that I'm blanking on the third one, but nefazoline and Afrin, tetrahydrozoline and Visine that you can use for this purpose. And they do have nefazoline in France. They just said we don't need another one. So the company, by then it was probably off label, so they weren't going to be able to be the only producer of it. And it's an expensive proposition to go through these. And so they just never did. So it's not sold in France, but it's not banned in France. It's just never been approved.
Now, you, as part of your work in this case, did you calculate as best you could how many pills Lynn Hernan ingested in order to have the levels she had in her system?
Yes, I used both the blood level and the gastric fluid level, because several things. One, gastric fluid level is relatively simple. We know it's 300 milliliters. We know it's so many milligrams. Simple math. But in blood levels, all of those other medications have clinical trial studies, as I've been kind of explaining. So when they went to the FDA, when they wanted to say, I want 5 milligrams a day, twice a day, I want 50 milligrams once a day, whatever they did, whichever drug it is, they had to have numerous clinical trials to show, this is what you're going to get. Those are all published. So you can go and say, if you give me 20, volunteers, and I give them, and they get, you go in basically it's you're locked in for 3 days, so you can't go anywhere. And, they feed you and stuff, and then they give you their medications, and they just draw your blood and get your urine, they get your feces. They ask you if you have any side effects, and at the end, they give you a check. They love college students, because college students need money.
So is that something, calculating the number of pills that a person may have taken to reach certain levels, is that something that you're qualified with your training and experience to do?
Yeah, we teach the medical residents that because, for example, 15-year-old to come in and say, I took 10 Tylenol, and we see this blood level, and we're like, you didn't take 10 Tylenol. So we teach the residents how to calculate how much Tylenol would it get to that blood level, and so we turn around and you can go back to the bedside and say, no, this is at least 50, this is not 10, and they get a little more honest, but it's part of what we do.
I'm going to show you, please, the witness only exhibit 622. Can you see exhibit sticker 622 in front of you?
Yes.
Is this the chart that you prepared as it relates to Lynn Hernan and your calculations?
Yes.
Move for admission of exhibit 622 and request to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 622 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
And we'll wait for it to pop up on everyone's screens. 1 minute, please. Okay. All right. Mr. Spiller, can you explain how you set up this chart and what's on it?
The far left is the drug name. Then it has a CNS effect. Does it make you drowsy? Does it make you decrease your respirations? Does it have a cardiovascular effect? Meaning, does it drop your blood pressure? Does it affect your heart rate? Because, I mean, you can have a heart attack and be wide awake, you're gonna die. You know, so those are the key things. We look for CNS and cardiovascular, because those are the things that really are what get you. And then the fourth is blood level and gastric level. And they're just from the autopsy. I just copied them over from the autopsy. The dosage prescribed, it was originally prescribed as 10 milligrams twice daily, but it was discontinued 7 months earlier. So the expected blood level is that next column, should have been 0. So to get a gastric level and a blood level, because they're different, what's in the gastric has not been absorbed yet. It's additive. You've got what's in the stomach and what's in the blood. You would need a minimum of 11 to 13 tablets to do that.
And you're talking right now about the baclofen, is
Yes.
that right?
And so then we just go down one, and there's cyclobenzaprine. Cyclobenzaprine also has a CNS effect and a cardiovascular effect. And again, these are additive. I don't think they talked much about the cardiovascular effect, but it's what we often fight. And then there's the blood and gastric level. And it doesn't, I don't mention here, but no, not cyclobenzaprine, that's later nifedipine. There's a blood level and then the gastric level. And then the next column is, it was also discontinued about 10 months before her death. And so the expected blood level of when she was prescribed it was 5 to 10 milligrams 3 times a day. But she wasn't supposed to be taking it, it should be 0. So to get that blood level and gastric level together, it's going to take about 10 to 15 of her 5 milligram tablets. That's to get those two together. Then ropinirole has a I apologize, I'm sorry.
Can I get
That-
you a throat lozenge?
I'll just get
Good grief. We got lungs coming up.
And essentially, ropinirole, we have a just a blood level. And it was prescribed 0.5 milligrams once per day. And she had started it 2.5 months before she got that.
I agree.
They were
And
trying to use
it's the
something
heart
for
of what
restless leg syndrome.
he needs to get across to them, and they
Expected
probably
blood
checked out.
level is if she were taking that 0.5 milligrams once per day, should have been around 1.5. To get to that level, it is roughly 5 to 6 tablets. And then we move down to nifedipine. Nifedipine doesn't really affect the CNS much, but it has a profound effect on the cardiovascular system. It works just on the arteries. Your arteries dilate, and so your blood pressure drops. And it's a major cardiovascular hit. We have 22 nanograms per mil in the blood and 240,000 nanograms per mil in the gastric fluid. They gave her the sustained release. That's what she was given, so you only have to take it once a day. And she's been on it, well, it was filled 2.5 months before her death. Expected blood level is somewhere around 20 to 25, which is what we found. However, there's a bunch of nifedipine in her stomach. There are 3 nifedipine tablets. She's supposed to take 1 a day, and there's 3 intact nifedipine tablets in the stomach.
I want to just stop you with a question. One question about that. Is that a pill that you can crush?
No. It is a wax matrix. And really what it does is it's intended, it goes through the GI tract, comes out, loses its color on the outside, but it comes out looking like the same tablet at the other end, just sort of white.
At least you didn't say poop this
We call
time.
it a ghost pill, because by the time it is taken all the way through the GI tract, it has released all of the medication it has, and you poop it out, the ghost pill.
Oh, there it is.
Some patients have to be told, after they're on it for a while, I keep seeing these pills in my feces, and you say that's normal.
Why did you say that time?
Lynn
Why didn't you just say poop?
crushed, if she wanted to crush pills, she wouldn't be able to crush that particular pill.
No.
Okay. All right, you want to move on to the alprazolam?
Prazolam is primarily CNS effect. Usually it's relatively benign, but I gave it a plus when it's taken with an opioid. That's that black box warning that we talked about. And she has, hydrocodone is next. And she has 67 nanograms per mil and 2,500 nanograms in the gastric fluid. She is prescribed 2 milligram tablet, 1 tablet as needed per sleep, so once a day, a 2 milligram tablet. If she takes that as prescribed, she'll be somewhere around 20, 25. I'm being very conservative here, to be very honest. I say 2 tablets, it might be 3.
You wanted to err on the side of being cautious.
It's the best way. Hydrocodone and the next one, dihydrocodeine or hydrocodone, you should add those 2 together because hydrocodone is the prescription medication. Dihydrocodone or dihydrocodeine or hydrocodone is the metabolite of hydrocodone. So you'll only find that in the blood. You don't find it in the gastric fluid. You find the hydrocodone in the blood and the gastric fluid, but you don't find the hydrocodone in the gastric fluid because it hasn't gotten to the liver yet to be produced. But they're basically the same thing. And as I said, in Ecuador, that's the one they give you. They don't give you hydrocodone. She has 5 milligrams every 6 hours as needed. Expected blood level, if she's taking that, is about 10 to 15. Is probably, I said 1 to 2, because we haven't added in the hydrocodone, which we know is there, but not in the gastric fluid. And so I don't say any tablets for hydrocodone. There shouldn't be any in the stomach, and there isn't. So it's probably 1 to 2 of Percocet. Acetaminophen is there. It's similar, positive in gastric fluid. We don't know how much. They just say positive. They do say there's 7.7 nanograms per ml in the blood. Oh, no.
Don't crunch your
4.5
crunch
nanograms
your
per ml in the blood.
cough drop. Seriously?
This is the same pill as hydrocodone.
I mean, it's annoying.
It is
but
prescribed
don't
as
crunch it.
Percocet. So it's 325 acetaminophen, 5 milligrams of hydrocodone. So if there's 1 or 2 hydrocodone, it is the same 1 or 2 of acetaminophen.
I wouldn't
They're
me
the same tablet.
this time. Saw the look she gave the.
Then tetrahydroxylate. It has a CNS effect. It does have a cardiovascular effect. We've seen it. They'll make you orthostatic hypotension. If you get up, you're going to get dizzy. They have a gastric and a blood level. Dosage, it's not applicable because there is no dose that we're supposed to give you orally. It's so there's no accurate dose what she's supposed to be taking. Expected blood level, if using as prescribed, it's not prescribed. It's just not applicable. It's there. And then the bottom is when you add up all those tablets. And again, I'm using conservative numbers, but you have to take a minimum of 33 to 42 tablets to get to all these levels, to get those gastric levels and those blood levels. To me, this is a polydrug ingestion. This is what we see a lot. You know, you've got handfuls.
Okay, we can take down that exhibit. So it looks to, your calculations, Ms. Hernan ingested, she took somewhere conservatively 33 to 42 tablets
Yes,
to reach these various levels.
yes,
We don't know, do we, precisely when she took them?
no.
But you do calculations knowing half-lives, and from all the scientific literature, you were able to give your best conclusions on that.
There's a couple of things we looked at, and one is that there is still a fair amount of stuff in the stomach. Stomach is the first part of digestion. It's usually 30 minutes to about 4 hours. It keeps it in the stomach. It starts the digestive process. Stomach acids break down the proteins into amino acids, moves it into the intestines, etc. But it stays in the stomach 30 minutes to 4 hours usually, unless something stops it, like death. So I don't know when she took these, but because we have a fairly, I'm gonna 300 mils with big levels on autopsy, you know, it's probably a couple hours before she died.
You had on that chart, and I don't think you addressed the 4.1 milliliters of Visine in her stomach, did you?
Oh, yes.
Bring 622 back up again?
Well, that one we could calculate.
Okay.
Because we, now we're just doing simple math. There's 300 milliliters. There's 50 milligrams per milliliter of tetrahydrozoline in Visine, you know, and you can just do the math. We can do it anywhere, and it'll give you, she took about a teaspoon. About a teaspoon is left. She obviously took more because she has a blood level. But there's about a teaspoon left in the stomach.
That's what 4.1 milliliters is, 1 teaspoon?
Yes, well, 5 technically is a teaspoon.
5 milliliters
Yeah,
is
it's
a
pretty
teaspoon.
close.
So it's a little shy of a teaspoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that could come down, please. We're not able to calculate how much is in the blood?
No, because again, this is not, there are no studies using tetrahydrozoline orally. And the FDA didn't require them because it's an ocular and it was not an intended use, and it just, so that we don't know, for instance, the volume of distribution. There are 2 studies, one of 10 volunteers and one of a 2-year-old. One has a half-life of 4.4 and one has a half-life of 6. So the half-life's probably somewhere between 4 and 6. But we don't know, for instance, the volume of distribution or a number of other things.
Well, when you talk about that number being a teaspoon, if we look at, for example, a Visine bottle, which has, do you know how much milliliters?
15 milliliters.
15 milliliters.
Right, so 3 teaspoons or a tablespoon.
So 3 teaspoons is in the bottle of Visine.
Correct.
And this would be then a third of a bottle,
Yes,
approximately.
yes.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness only Exhibit 623. Let me know if you can, when you can you see that?
Yes.
I kind of wonder what Jesse's
Is
writing
that a,
down. Like, what could she be
chart you
asking?
can put
Or
together?
telling her lawyer to say.
And will help the jury understand some information about tetrahydrozoline in the blood?
Yes, I
All
hope
right.
so. That's why I made it.
Okay, I'd like to move for admission of 623 and request permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 623's received, permission to publish is granted.
In just a minute, please. 1 minute, sir, while we wait for it to show for all the jury, as usual.
He does know his stuff, so he could be hard for her to cross. Let's see. Hopefully here pretty soon.
That is not redacted, that particular one, but I'm showing.
You're fine.
Okay, Mr. Spiller, so why don't you explain what 623 is? It looks like we've got some blood levels of tetrahydrozoline, and you're discussing some of the effects at peak. Is that right?
Yes,
And these are referring to other articles that you're familiar with that you've studied, right?
yes.
Okay, take us through this exhibit, if you would, please, sir.
Okay, the first three rows are the same report. They're all Jennifer Lowry's paper. And they are all 2-year-olds, toddlers. And I have to advance that toddlers are not adults. They, when the first thing you do is like, think of a toddler 2-year-old and say, would you trust them climbing an 18-foot ladder? But you might trust an 18-year-old climbing an 18-foot ladder. The rest of their body is not quite developed. It is not mature yet. So they have somewhat of a more hypersensitive reaction, and we go with great caution in young children just because of this. I can go through many examples why, but just we don't treat toddlers as little adults. So these aren't toddlers. These are 2-year-olds. She got a toddler. At 7 hours, the level was 51.4, and at 12 hours, it was 23.6. Okay. She estimated from that, because we have 2 points on the spectrum, that the half-life was 4.4 hours.
Can you explain half-life to the jury?
Yes. Half-life is when a drug is presented to the liver, and it clears half of it in a certain amount of time, whatever the 10 hours, 4 hours, whatever it is. So say Tylenol. If I take, I have a blood level of 10 of Tylenol, in 4 hours, it's going to clear 5 milligrams. If I have a blood level of 200, it's going to clear 100 in 4 hours. So it takes half of what's there and it clears it. And that's why it's called a half-life. It's a pharmaceutical use because it's really meant for the pharmaceutical companies to tell them when they can redose you. Like when the blood level is going to fall and not be effective anymore. So if a half-life is 4 hours, they know when to redose. But using that half-life, going back at 90 minutes, and I think that's being cautious, is probably a full blood level at 1 hour, but I go to 90 minutes. That toddler would have had a blood level of 115 when she comes in. The reason is because, again, you can't just order a tetrodotoxin level. Jennifer had to get this and send it off to a lab. But that child, with a level of 115 going down approximately every 4 hours, 4.4 hours, put an oxygen mask on her and that's it. Nothing for her blood pressure, nothing else. They did not intubate her. They did not have to do anything. They call it medical intervention, but trust me, we're really cautious with toddlers, especially when the parents are there. But, you know, so they have an oxygen mask on the child. He's discharged healthy the next morning. You know, and we have an estimated blood level of 115 in a toddler, which I would expect to have a more severe effect with tetrahydrozoline than an adult.
And just stopping for a second, Lynn's level was 160, right?
Where are
Yes.
you?
Okay.
These following two are also children who came into the, this is in Kansas City, Missouri. 2 more kids came in. They drew the levels, and these are the levels at 2 hours and 3 hours. You know, oxygen by mask, observation, rapid improvement. These children do well. You know, trust me, there is Oxygen is harmless, and we go for it. You know, you just give it to them. It's not going to hurt them. But there are things. Intubation is risky in a child. You intubate only when you have to. They're not intubated. Starting pressors and fluids to support a blood pressure is risky. You only do it when you have to. It's not done. So what we've got here is people sitting next to the bedside, very close to bedside, peds ICU. But they basically are drowsy. And these are, this next one is, Kurczeweski, okay. This has to do with the mean and the median that we went through before.
Kasinko.
Right, we can skip that one. We've
That's the
discussed
one
it.
there, the described statistical trickery. There's another one. Oh, here it is. 10 cases
I'm not so
greater
sure
than
she's not in the
100
courtroom.
nanograms per mil. However, you have to look at what the co-ingested drugs were. And you're going to see some nasty drugs there. Fentanyl, morphine, amphetamine, ethanol, diphenhydramine, delta-9 THC is probably just there. But they're not making it with, it's not tetrahydrozoline alone. These are mixed with fentanyl and morphine, we know, are part of the major opiate epidemic. Amphetamine, methamphetamine, ethanol, they're all part of this. But so you have to look at this. This is that same Kurczeweski paper. She said, yes, I have 10 cases greater than 100. But she doesn't tell you manner or reason of death or anything, but she does tell you they're co-ingestants, and I just put that in there to let you know that would raise I'd be more concerned about fentanyl and morphine, to be honest. And then finally, there is one unknown urine post-ingestion. They have a urine level, and they have a blood level. They have diarrhea, vomiting, lethargy, bradycardia. All they did was observe them. There were no medical interventions. So we have these multiple people coming in where we do have blood levels, and yes, they are in the hospital. They have a doctor and a nurse at their bedside, but intervention, like I'm sticking an IV in and I'm going to put in pressors to support your blood pressure, it's not happening. I'm intubating you to get you to breathe, it's not happening. And with my sexual assault, drugs facilitated sexual assault, all these people made it through the night, wake up, get dressed, come in 12 hours later. They have no medical intervention. It is, by itself, I'm more afraid of it for it's being used as a Mickey Finn and those sort of things than as a other drug. Because we do know they do that. They do it all the time.
That would be a date grape drug.
So on the list of drugs that Lynn Hernan ingested, do you have an opinion about what's least toxic in your opinion? Or
That acetaminophen level of 4.5 is one tablet. It's like it took up one Tylenol.
okay, and where does tetrahydrozoline fall in the seriousness on the list of drugs in Lynn Hernan?
At the bottom.
At the bottom. Is it, well, let's bring up your report again. And that's 545A. 1 minute.
I'm going to have to wear headphones or whatever, earphones, to hear after this guy coughs in my ear all day.
This takes a minute. What about if somebody you said that taking tetrahydrozoline can cause a person to become dizzy or people use it in these sexual assaults.
Yes.
What do you think about somebody taking tetrahydrozoline in a bottle and becoming affected by it to a degree, for example, where somebody could sexually assault them, and we don't have that here, but if somebody got to that level, could they, can you imagine forcing 35 or 40 pills down their throat at that point?
No, the histories we get from them are, usually with alcohol. They're on some sort of, date rape is a terrible word because it's not a date, but they're on some sort of outing, and it gets put in their drink. And their description is they start to feel really weird, dizzy, and then they have a period they don't remember, and they often say, I came back too, because you could touch these people, physically touch them, and they kind of wake up and they say, then I saw him in the bed, and then they kind of go out, and then they wake up the next morning. They have multiple awakenings. Not long, and
It's really sad.
usually not sufficient to get out of there right away.
I don't like it.
You said that you think that the ingestion was relatively recent of the substances in Lynn.
I'm just using that there are 300 mils of gastric fluid. That's not going to be 8 hours earlier. I don't know the time. 2 hours seems fair, but I'm not opining when it happened. It's not the day before, because she still has it in her gastric fluid.
When you're looking at things at the Poison Center and what somebody has ingested, do you consider their health?
Absolutely.
Other things that might be going on with them?
Absolutely.
Like whether they've got liver problems or heart problems? Those things matter?
What if they
Oh,
don't
yeah.
have money?
Do they have diabetes? Do they have what we call metabolic syndrome? Do they have heart problems? They got blood pressure problems? Do they have this, that? We usually try and go through their medication list. That gives us a hint. If there's a family member with them, we'll go through that with them, that sort of thing. But yeah, we try and find out what we're facing, because often the patient isn't all that helpful.
Do you have any information about Lynn Hernan and her health or her mobility or other factors that might affect her tolerance for medications?
Have you seen her checking account
Yeah, they gave me
statements?
the medical records for like a year before.
Okay, so what things matter?
Well, she gained 100 pounds.
Okay.
In a year?
That's a big factor.
Holy smokes.
She's recently put on nifedipine. The nifedipine was started, at least that's when it was filled 2.5 months before. That's a blood pressure medication. She's starting to get metabolic syndrome, gaining weight, blood pressure's going up, a number of other things.
Were you able to listen by, maybe by Zoom or some other way to certain parts of this trial when the medical examiner and Dr. Kaczynko testified?
Yes.
You
She's
listened
sitting
to
right
those
behind
two.
her.
just those two? Would you agree that they seem to focus on CNS changes?
Exclusively. I'm
Hold
sorry.
on, there's been an objection. Sustained as to the form of the question.
You listened to the testimony. What did they seem to focus on that we've been talking about here today?
The CNS depressant effects of the medications on the list.
What else should be focused on?
Cardiovascular effects,
Why would that be?
because that'll kill you too.
So what about
You got 3 major organs. You have the brain, the lungs, and the heart. Your liver and kidneys, even if they fail, you probably have 5-6 days or something to live. But your brain, your lungs, your heart, you're going
Hold
down.
on, there's been an objection.
I think it's a violation of the court's order.
Are you moving to strike?
Yes.
That's the case. Talking in general.
No, I understand. I'll overrule it, but caution the witness not to violate any pretrial rulings made in this case.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm
What
sorry.
was wrong with what he said?
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead, you can finish, but we can't talk the specific.
All right. Yes, we focus on cardiovascular because their blood pressure drops, your heart stops, you're going to be dead. CNS, you can get comatose, but the problem is if you get comatose, you often stop breathing. So that's the big thing. Are you going to stop breathing? And they focused only on the CNS and did it stop her breathing. They didn't focus on these other effects, dropping her blood pressure. And again, it goes back to that 5-legged stool. We keep knocking one leg out and knocking one leg out. Eventually, the stool is going to fall over. But you focus on those. Those are the key ones emergently. Then, you take the whole picture in.
So it sounds like you're saying that what needs to be focused on really is all of these drugs, might be called a poly drug.
I'm gonna object again at this point. The suggestion violates this court's order.
Sustain, rephrase.
Did Ms. Hernan have, did she have a large quantity of drugs in her system? She did, right?
Yes.
And what, when you hear the term poly drug, what does that mean?
I usually use it when it's more than 2.
Okay,
When we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, people will, empty the medicine cabinet, and they'll have 4, 5, 6, that sort of thing. Because it has this additive effect. Most people don't know what's going to hurt them. So they just take it all.
I'd say there's a lot of truth to that statement.
you said that you have experience at your poison centers with suicides, is that right?
Yes.
Do suicides, from your experience working decades in poison control center, do suicide rates go up or down as as people age?
The highest rate is in the 40s to the 60s, but I do have to caution you that adolescence 12 to 19 is rising rapidly, but historically for the past 40 years it's 40s, 50s, 60s, but the adolescents, we're concerned about potential screen time. We don't know what it is it social media, but it's increasing in adolescence since 2009.
It sounds like
I would have thought they
that's
would have been
something
the
we gotta be
leading group.
Taking into consideration and doing research on to try to stop that.
I published it.
Did you publish on that? Okay.
We are. We try.
Have you, in your career of decades working in the poison control center, seen cases of people dying from suicide by mixing drugs?
Yes.
Have you seen that in women?
Yes.
And the testimony that you've given here today, sir, is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then this will be a good stopping point for the lunch hour, given it is 11:59 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just the same admonition, please do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not do any research, do not listen or view any news or media reports regarding the case. Enjoy your lunch. I'm hoping to bring you back at 1 to start with.
If the jury buys anything he is saying at all, I didn't think I was going to like him at first, but I think he's really knowledgeable. She may beat that. And I often wonder what juries think when, especially a prosecutor says, hey, they're violating the order. They can't say that. We said they couldn't, we fought that. They can't say that. Because for me, that would bug me more than if the defense said it, because to me, the defense should be able to put as much stuff in there as possible. And
Sidebar on the record.
oh, let's see
there
what this
was an
sidebar was.
objection, During,
I'll put this back on so I can hear you.
okay, you can step down though too and sit in the back. There was an objection during the testimony related to Exhibit 211, where the question by Attorney Kukler was something to the effect of asking the witness.
There she
about
is for
whether,
you. Oh,
there
Judge
was an
Mommy.
opinion or information in the chart was not correct. There was an objection. Attorney Nicolai asked for a sidebar, and then at sidebar, we had a discussion regarding the court's ruling regarding the level that was reported in the one page that I saw as it relates to the victim in the Colorado case. The reference in 211 is to something that was reported on in the media, not any official documents. And I indicated I would not allow questioning on that because it was really a backdoor way of violating my ruling prohibiting the witness from discussing that result, meaning the result that he is aware of for tetrahydrozoline in that victim's system because of the lack of reports that have been provided to the state and the due process issues that go along with it. And I believe that would be a violation of their right of confrontation and cross-examination. Anything the state wants to add to that sidebar?
No, thank you.
How about the defense?
No?
All right, then.
I figured
please
state
be
was gonna
back
whine about
here,
something.
At 1 o'clock to commence with cross, and we'll talk off the record about whether defense needs any conversation time, okay? Thank you.
Anyway, what I was saying is if the jurors believe anything this guy had to say, she's not going to beat the financial stuff. I do not believe that. There's no part of me that believes she's going to beat the financial stuff. If they believe anything that he had to say, if they were able to follow it at all, she could beat that part. I don't think she will. I thought he had a lot of good points. We'll see what the state does with him. But again, I do wonder. Here's my reasoning for wondering what jurors think, because there's a show that I watch, and it's called Accused, Guilty, or Innocent. And I usually end up, I don't even know why I watch it, because it pisses me off. There was a case last week or a couple weeks ago. A guy was driving in Florida, and the car in front of him was tailgating a motorcyclist. And he was told his girlfriend or wife, whoever she is, he's going to kill the motorcyclist because he was tailgating and said he was driving erratically. Well, first mistake was the guy inserted himself into the situation he shouldn't have. If he really was worried about that other person, called the police, because it ended badly for him. So he goes up. Somehow him in the car that he thinks is going to hit the motorcyclist, he ends up trying to go past the car or something. That car ends up speeding up to not let him back in and to get back in front of him, and pushes him into oncoming traffic. So he had to come over. So they collide. The car that was following the motorcyclist too close tries to leave. The other driver of the other car, takes out his gun and shoots the tire on the car that was trying to flee, so he could not flee. All bad choices. So he gets charged with several things. The And it was with the witnesses that the defense found, it was a weak case to begin with for the prosecutor. Well, the prosecutor files a motion with the judge to keep this guy's military record out. And that that you couldn't not even say that he served in the military, because when he was in the military, he was a sniper. He had trained, I forget how long he was there, to where if you said that to a jury, you probably could have convinced them that, yeah, he's only shooting the tire. He wasn't shooting the car. And he wasn't shooting at the car because he was close enough. Had he been shooting at the car, he would have hit the dude. Well, so that ticked me off that the prosecutor would do that. So I'm like, you're not about the case, you're about the win. And then at the very end, she doesn't bring it up any other time, and she slips it in at the very end where the defense really cannot even address it, because she slips it in her closing argument and plays part of the 911 call where you can hear the guy that shot the guy's tire out yelling, but you cannot really understand what he's saying, because the guy whose tire he shot out accused him of calling him a racial slur. She plays this part of the 911 call. You can't really understand what he's saying, but she says that's when he called him the racial slur. It was slimy. It was underhanded. It's a reason I don't like most prosecutors. This guy was found guilty. You could tell the judge didn't even agree with everything, because he sentenced him to 30 days and then probation. But now he's a felon. So all the firearms are gone. The judge says to him as he's being let out of the... And this guy, I think he was a Marine, he told his attorney, like, I don't trust the justice system. I don't think it's not going to work in my favor. And I was like, you're probably right. And it didn't. And as soon as that guilty verdict was read, he turned around to his family and just like threw his arms up in the air, like, I told you. The judge said to him as he was walking out in handcuffs, I hope this doesn't, like, basically, I hope this doesn't ruin your life. Like, he's a felon forever. His life is ruined because she wanted to win. He put himself in a bad situation. He has responsibility here. But just them, I was like, why in the world would it matter if it's military? If you guys are a case, don't worry about what's coming in. As long as it's true. And so why would his military background be a thing? Well, you don't have a strong case. And I think the judge kind of agreed you didn't have a strong case, probably thought maybe you should have been punished for something. I think judges can vacate a jury's decision. It's probably not a thing that happens. So he probably did the next best thing, which was not sentence him to 20 years. It just sentenced him to 30 days. But every time I watch that show, I get so mad. I don't even know why I watch it. But so for me, I'm already kind of I've said this from the get-go. I am very biased against prosecutors. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. They have the burden. They better bring it. When you're putting somebody in prison for the rest of their lives, or if you're even actually going to be trying to take their life, you better bring it. And you better bring it all, and it better be clean. So when I hear prosecutors whine about, like she was, just like, well, he can't talk about that. Fine. I'm going to wonder why. If you're objecting to it, why? Why don't you want it in? And I would kind of do that on either side, but I'm going to do it more on the prosecutor side because I'm going to give the defense a little bit more leeway because they don't have everything at their hand that the state does. So that's my little tangent. I don't know I don't know how this guy came across. He was really hard to follow because he's obviously a professor. He's used to teaching medical students who have already been through school. I give him more credit than Dr. Kacinko, who's getting ready to come back up after him, because when I look at him, I kind of look at him and working in poison control centers and doing that sort of work is kind of like a police officer, a firefighter, first responder of any kind, even attorneys. They see the worst. I would say he has heard the worst on these phone calls. And when he's actually been in the hospital settings, I'd say he's seen some bad stuff. So this other person, not to take it, she's educated, not to take anything away from her. She's educated. She's probably very good at what she does. She's been doing it for a long time, but she's been in a lab. And being in a lab and being in real life is completely different. So for me, as of right now, unless the state comes up and pokes some major holes into what he just said, he would have credibility for me. Now, the state could come back and totally ruin that because they've done it before in this trial. I don't give the medical examiner that was up there before him, I give her nothing. I think she's a wackadoodle, for lack of a better word that I want to say on here. Crackpot. In it for the money. Did they argue anything before they came back? Doesn't look like it. So healthy.
Just making sure those are all over there. The bottles.
I mean, it's ridiculous how much we freak out now because somebody has a cough. Like I said, all the Court TV wine moms yesterday were like, he should have had to call in by Zoom with all that coughing. Like, go drink some more wine. You guys are annoying. Oh, here we go, Carmen. I may have found the problem. Wondered why my eardrums weren't being.
Thank you,
forced
everyone.
up.
Please
There
be
it
seated.
is that better, Carmen, on the
Mr.
court
Spiller,
volume?
do you acknowledge that you remain under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Attorney Nicolai, when you're ready then.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Spiller.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I had that
As
turned
we
down. I wondered why my
begin,
eardrums were okay.
Kind of talking about the things that you testified to this morning, I think it might be helpful for the jury to kind of get a picture in their head of, I think it's fair to say there's three kind of big groups of toxicologists involved in working on different things, whether it be clinical or forensic. So I want to ask you initially, you indicated that at the Poison Control Center, when you're assisting people at a hospital remotely, it would be fair to say that that's a group of people who have called to say, I need help, something has happened, and the Poison Control Center is involved, and the person ultimately survives. That's kind of one set of of work?
Mostly everybody survives.
Okay.
Mostly everybody.
Sure. And that would, when you're doing toxicological work with people who are in a hospital and they're released, that's kind of called clinical toxicology, right?
Yes.
Now, there's kind of a second set group of people that you certainly have experience with, and that's people who, again, call for help and, seek treatment, but they don't survive, right? And they end up dying. Is that true?
Yes.
And you've been involved in a review of those kinds of deaths when the Poison Control Center is involved. Is that fair?
Yes, we have to. As the director, I have to sign off on it. So, yeah, it's about 40 a year.
Okay. And I just want to be clear, because you're not signing off on a death certificate in those cases, right?
No, this is third part of the review for what we call National Poison Data System. We go through 3 levels of review for fatalities to make sure that it's a fatality. The first level of review is at the center level, where you gather the hospital records, the coroner's report, postmortem if you have it. They don't always have it. As much as you can, and you put it together and you say, this is what happened. On day 1, we saw them, and you progress through. They may have lived for 3 days, but eventually they succumb. Then there's a second level of review called the Fatality Review Committee. And it's like peer review for the fatalities.
Y'all said it.
And I'm also involved in that as well, but I don't review my own. And so you review those and you get back to the original center because there's something missing, do you want to say? And you ultimately, at that second level, you make a determination whether it's undoubtedly related. And to be undoubtedly related, you have blood levels. Pretty much probably related. You have a clinical picture that is unquestionably a clinical picture of this overdose. This is what happens, and then they succumbed. Then there's contributory. Contributory is there may be people with significant other medical issues that this particular toxin, whatever it was, knocked them over the edge. It might not have knocked an Olympic athlete over the edge, but these people, because of their significant medical issues, that wouldn't have been in the hospital and cascaded down to ultimately death. That's contributory. And then there is not related. So you find related, probably related, or absolutely related, probably related, contributory, or not related. And that's the second level. And then the chairs of these committees, this goes on for about 6 or 8 months. All of these are reviewed nationwide. They go over it again so that the data gets in there. We're most concerned about the fatalities because that's what everybody wants to know. So we do a 3-level review of all fatalities. And everyone gets to see if we're not certain if it's related, if it's probably related. Quacks like a duck, floats on water, it's got orange feet. Et cetera, et cetera. You're like, probably related. If we got DNA and it's like, it's a duck, we're like, okay, that's definitely related. And so we go through these levels, and they're spelled out.
You'd agree with me that you are not a medical examiner,
Correct.
and you're not a coroner,
Correct.
and you'd agree that those are different things.
Yes.
And you are not making signatures on death certificates yourself, ever.
No.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that the review that's being done for the data that the Poison Control Center keeps and maintains is different than the process that a medical examiner would go through in making her cause of death determination for the death certificate. Fair?
Yes, there are a couple of differences, but
Two
yes.
different things.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So now, everything that you talked about in the second group that you just discussed in detail, the review process of fatalities, all of those cases eventually in some way involved a poison control center, true?
If they're in MPDS, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's kind of a third group of people who have, let's say, ingested something, succumbed to it, and the Poison Control Center was never contacted, police were never contacted, and the person is found deceased.
Yes.
And then you would have no involvement in something like that.
Sometimes the coroner calls us and says, what is this? Like, for instance, there was a selenium death, and the coroner had no idea of what was going on with selenium. I happen to have published papers on selenium, so they contact me. But that is not that's not MPDS. That's independent, and that's one of the coroners in the state I'm in.
And let's talk about the difference between a coroner and a medical examiner. How would you describe that difference to the jury?
Coroner's an elected official, and it depends on the county and the state what determines the coroner, but you are elected. A medical examiner is a pathologist, an MD or DO pathologist, who can do autopsies and those things. So, like for instance, in Kentucky, there were a number of relatively poor counties where the medical examiner ran the funeral home.
Okay, so a medical examiner is a medical doctor.
Kind of weird.
Yes, yes.
A coroner doesn't necessarily have to be a doctor of anything, true?
Depending on the law of that county.
So
They-
true?
Yeah, true.
Okay.
Whatever the law of the county says.
So you said there was
the
one
land is.
time that a coroner somewhere called you about selenium, right?
Well, I was just using that as an example, but yes, they do.
Okay, so this third group of people who are found deceased, fair to say that that process kind of involves a whole group of other people like law enforcement, medical examiners' offices, and forensic toxicology labs that the Poison Control Center is not involved
Basically,
with.
she's going to split some hairs here.
Most of them not.
Okay.
I mean, if they're found dead and stay dead,
You're not qualified.
unless they have a particular question about a substance,
If they're found dead and they
when, for example,
stay dead.
when the OxyContin issue showed up, hillbilly heroin, I get a lot of calls from the coroners out in eastern
Heck is
Kentucky.
that?
The coroners, not the pathologists.
Correct.
Okay. So you're aware that in this third group of people who are found deceased and the investigation involves law enforcement up to a medical examiner and a forensic toxicologist, that it would be very infrequent for that process to require someone like you to make reverse dosing calculations. True?
It would be infrequent, yes. I mean,
process
it's
that I've
usually
outlined-
not. They go to these tables that most people go to, and they just look at a number and they go, boom, here it is.
So the process that I've outlined, where a medical examiner is forming an opinion about the cause of death, routinely is happening in this country every day without any toxicologist doing reverse calculations from a level in the toxicology to a dose of pills. True?
Yeah, she's got bags under her eyes big time.
For the most part, yes. I mean, I've testified in cases where it was part of the case, and we
Hey,
did a reverse
That wasn't me.
calculation in a 2 and 4-year-old. So they do contact us when
Just
there's
my new thing.
issues
Wasn't me.
that they want us to help with, but it is infrequent.
even Jesse
This
doesn't look as tired
process
as a state today.
of the signing of death certificates all over the nation that is happening every day, the vast majority of those determinations are being made without the knowledge of a reverse dosing calculation. Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'll probably agree, sure.
Okay. So
They
then
just go to
why
the
is
tables.
that
I'm
was my
sorry.
question. Thanks.
Sure.
So then why is
Don't
it
answer
important for this
anymore.
jury?
To be able to
Okay, state, why is it that when somebody dies, no matter, let's take old Chandler from Friends. What are we waiting on from him? The toxicology reports. I mean, they might be, I don't know, because I don't watch the news. Matthew Perry's that his name? So, toxicology reports do come into play, and she's looking I've been on for over 2 hours now. She's looking quite bitchy today, Miss State, in your 80-year-old woman shirt. You look tired. You look pissed. Stop it. It's not a good look. But she's trying to, and I get she's doing her job, whatever. But she's trying to downplay the importance of a toxicologist, and that's just wrong because they are important. They are involved. And she's wrong. And I hope the jury understands that. I hope maybe they have the thought process that I just had. Well, then why are we always waiting on toxicology reports before sometimes the final manner of death is given? And I just really kind of just want to flick her in the head right now. She's making me mad.
Complete his sentence.
The question called for a yes or no answer. This is cross-examination, so overruled.
And now every question will call for a yes or no answer.
Now, you've indicated before that the reason that it's so helpful to do these types of calculations is because these medical examiners don't know what the levels mean, right? You've said that before.
Well, they refer to tables that people have published that says, we found 4 fatalities and this is the range. And they look at theirs and they go, if that's in that range, they're like, okay, I got it. They're not doing studies on these levels. They're just referring to the tables, and if it's in that range, they got it.
But you'd
Good
agree with me
answer.
that
Nope, I don't agree with you on
if a
anything.
substance hasn't been absorbed into someone's bloodstream, it does not have an effect on that body.
I would agree, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But you're telling the jury that it's imperative for them to know how many tablets were ingested in this case, true?
Well, I think it's helpful to understand that this is not 2 tablets or 4 tablets. This is 30 to 40 tablets.
All right, come on, jury. Be smart enough to know she did not have it. It's important to know the amount of pills that were ingested in this case because they only found 4 or 5 in her stomach. So if you have to know the amount that was ingested, that means they're in her blood. Right? I guess. I don't know, but it's important because if they're not in her stomach, because she just asked the question, if they're in your stomach and they're not in your blood. Well, if they're not in your stomach, where are they? So she's not going to let him answer. And yes, Carmen. I gotta find my mouse. He is way smarter than Attorney Nikolai. And I gave her credit for the last one, but I'm not going to give her credit for this one. Because now she's getting slimy. She's doing what I don't like.
And you said handfuls, right? Handfuls of tablets is what you testified about, right?
Like
I
she's
have
eating M&Ms.
I'm 69. I've recently had to begin taking medications. And yes, I cannot swallow more than like 3 or 4 at once. I can't swallow 30. I'm taking my experience of trying to swallow tablets. And I'll put them out and I'll just, have to do it that way.
And if we could please publish States 35.
Where'd your closed captions go?
Go ahead.
Page 1.
Sorry.
Which exhibit are you bringing now? 35.
Thank you.
You'd agree with me, sir, that the iliac blood levels in this case
Yes.
are the levels of substances that were affecting the decedent at death.
Yes, that they found. Yes, definitely. Only what's in the blood.
And you know from looking at Exhibit 35 that NMS Labs has included various notes for the reader in terms of those charts, I think you call them, charts of levels, right?
Okay.
And you were asked about some of
That's
those
her
before.
word.
We can scroll down to page 4, they're called reference comments, and you were asked to read real specific sentences from some of them. For example, this morning, looking at number 5, you were asked to read the important part of that information this morning. And to the jury, what you picked out of that to read was the last sentence. In combination with other central nervous system depressants such as ethyl alcohol, alprazolam can become toxic at low concentrations. Do you remember reading that?
Yes.
The sentence right before that, sir, says reported blood
Sir.
concentrations of alprazolam and alprazolam-related fatalities ranged from 100 to 400. True?
Yes.
Okay, so you're aware that these reference comments that are put on this, or any reference comment that a medical examiner might use to interpret toxicology results, are born out of these cause of death determinations being made over and over and over again, right?
Yes, I have an answer for that, but you're not asking it, so I only answer your questions.
Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Budzinski and every other medical examiner's office in the country is continually making cause of death determinations and signing death certificates, right? And anything involving an overdose will also involve these toxicology numbers like on page 1. True?
Usually.
Compound question, object to a compound
Sustained is
question.
to the form of the question.
And to the MEs across the country.
It's
beyond-
sustained.
Thank you.
If we can go back to page 1. Sir, you'd agree with me that one way that these ranges are determined is by collecting all of this data that exists during the process of making a cause of death determination.
This data isn't collected. What gets collected is published literature. They're pulling those numbers out of the published literature. They're not collecting these reports. And so there needs to be a difference between what's here and what's there. So they've done, I mean, I've done this, but the coroner, we would have a monthly coroner meeting in a medical examiner meeting in Columbus, and we would go over the cases. And we would disagree and explain to them why. They'd find cocaine on someone and said, you know, this is a cocaine death. And we'd look at the level and say, no, it's not. And we'd explain to him this, when he called 911, he had a history of asthma. He was admitted to the hospital only 3 days before for asthma. He was calling with shortness of breath, which is asthma, and he goes in and he dies. And they're like, so they didn't know what it was. He just shows up. They do toxicology. They find cocaine. They said it's cocaine. And we're like,
Because he's detrimental
no,
to
look at these
our
levels.
case.
And so just finding a level does not mean an effect. And that's just one example. That's why they would bring us into these medical examiner monthly meetings for Columbus, where there'd be, they'd also bring in police, jail, a number of other people to give their opinions on a number of things, you know.
Okay. That wasn't my question, so I'm gonna kind of break it up to make it a little bit more simple. You'd agree with me that levels
You're
like
too
this
smart.
contained in forensic toxicology reports are from someone who is dead.
Yes,
And you'd agree with me that medical examiners frequently use this kind of data as a piece of their decision about cause of death.
yes,
And you'd agree with me that when those determinations are made over and over again, researchers like yourself can use this data to publish literature about it, right?
you can't get this data. This is private data. You can't get these lists. Has to do with her. Like, I can't just go to them and say, give me all your fatalities for the last year and I want to do this sort of thing, you know?
Sure.
So,
Let's go down to page 5 again, please.
so there is a difference between doing research on the postmortem levels excuse me, and that report. So no, access to that is not widely available to anybody who just wants to look at it.
So at some point in time, someone was able to get data about baclofen deaths, and they formed that data together into a study, and the last sentence of number 9 on the page being displayed says, in a fatality attributed to baclofen, postmortem blood and urine concentrations of 17 and 760 respectively were reported. Is that what that says, sir?
Yes, it does.
So someone got that data and put it together, and it's been put in a form that's useful to a medical examiner. Fair?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. I don't want to try to argue with you anymore because it's
That's before, I
pointless.
think more
There's
important.
no question.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Thanks.
You look like a bitch. I'm sorry.
Nothing about this process that we've just discussed has anything to do, going back to page 1, with trying to calculate backwards what these numbers mean in terms of how many pills someone took. True or false?
True. No, I don't think they do. Which goes back to that cocaine case. We did back calculate and
She's
showed
gonna shut you down, dude.
that it wasn't cocaine, it was asthma.
Or she's gonna ignore you.
In this case, you've made a couple different set of these kinds of calculations to this point, right?
I don't understand the question. I have made some calculations, yes.
So one of the sets of calculations is something that got turned over to the state back in July of 2022, and it's in your report, 545. Fair? There's calculations in here. Is that a yes?
Oh, I apologize. Yes. I'm sorry.
And you'd agree with me that when you add up the calculations that you made in your report in Exhibit 545, the total tablets are 21 to 28. You'd agree with me that that's the number from your report dated July 28th of 2022.
I'm sure I did, but I don't remember. I don't
Okay.
see it.
Today, in the table that you were shown, Exhibit 622, you've testified that the number of tablets is between 33 and 42, and that was a very conservative estimate. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
I added hydrocodone and ropinirole too, to that list. They're there. They weren't initially included in this written report.
You'd agree with me that by definition, when you offer opinions in court, like these calculations, that is a forensic toxicology opinion.
By definition, I think anything in court is forensic.
Okay.
I think that's the definition of it.
Are you aware, sir, that there is an academy, American Academy of Forensic Sciences Standards Board, and they publish for anyone offering such opinions,
Anyone that is a
practices
member
and-
of their academy, not anyone offering such
Hold on, sir.
opinions. I
Mr.
have to
Spiller,
be-
Mr. Spiller, the question wasn't even fully asked, so I'm
because
just gonna
she's
ask
not
that you
phrasing
wait
it right.
until it's fully asked before
And he's
you
ticked.
answer it. It's a difficult job for the court reporter. Please don't talk over each other. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you
And-
please re-ask?
Thank you, Judge. Sir, you're aware
She won't let him correct it.
that the American Academy of Forensic Sciences Standards Board publishes guidelines for opinions and testimony in forensic toxicology. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
I'd like to show this witness exhibit 232.
Are you sure?
If we could unpublish, please. And just the witness. Let me know when you can see that, Mr. Spiller.
Exhibit 232?
Right.
Yes, I can see it.
And on the right side, there's actually some page number. You can tell there's 10 pages to that PDF. Is that fair?
No. Oh, yes, I see it. Yes, I see what you're circling.
Is this, do I have a copy of this?
You may not, Judge.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I bet you next time she needs a toxicologist to be on her side, all this kind of questioning will go out the window and they'll be the best thing on
I
earth.
prefer to look at that, but you can tell there that it's a multi-page exhibit, right?
Yes,
And the title of it is what we just talked about, the Guidelines for Opinions and Testimony in Forensic Toxicology.
yes,
And you're aware of these?
yes, that's a statement by that academy. I'm not part of that academy.
And at this point, I'd move Exhibit 232 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
I'm going to object, he's not part of the academy, has not acknowledged this document as being authoritative, or that he even knows anything in it.
The objection is sustained for now. If you could ask a few more questions, please.
Ha ha.
Well, sir, are you aware that these best practices are recommended for anyone offering opinions and testimony about the topic of forensic toxicology, regardless of what board or association they may belong to?
I would disagree, and I'm not a member of that academy. They can't speak to other academies.
I'm asking you about a set of guidelines that are published for anyone in the forensic toxicology field for best practices. So there's a board that many toxicologists probably aren't members of, but they publish these guidelines.
Yes.
Because it's important that expert testimony be constrained to areas that are based on sufficient facts or data.
Object to the state testifying.
Judge, this is cross.
Oh, she's testifying.
Let me see the attorneys at sidebar, please.
I don't know if this is enough for her to be so smiley today. She's going after the defense right there. That's the first time I've seen her do anything like that. So defense is done, lost this one. She shouldn't be showing that much emotion. Oh, I look that is. Unless the jury believes this guy, and I don't know if they will. She's in trouble. And it's obvious she's having a disagreement with the defense, not because the prosecutor's just standing there.
Mr. Spiller, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 232. That was the same thing that you were actually just looking at on your computer, but I want you to flip through those pages, okay? And sir, you and I have actually already talked about this document once, didn't we?
I think we had a Dahlberg hearing. Is that what you're referring to?
Right.
Okay, then yes. If that's what we're referring to, yes.
If you flip through those pages, does this look like the same document that was an exhibit at that hearing?
I don't remember. That was quite a while ago.
Have you ever seen Exhibit 232 before?
Oh, go ahead and get
It's
detective
not my
memory. I
society
won't
or
even care.
academy. I don't keep it, no.
That's not what I asked you, sir.
Have I seen it before? Maybe. Yes, maybe, I'm sure. But I don't retain it to memory because there's a number of boards and I only keep track of the ones that I'm part of.
Sir, you're a member of the Society of Forensic Toxicology, are you not?
I haven't been in part of it for a while.
So you weren't at the meeting last week when this document was discussed in great detail?
That's
as
not
it-
the Society of Forensic Toxicology. This is a different society.
It's really important for you to wait for me to finish my question because the court reporter has to take down both of our verbal indications, okay? So my question is that this association that you were a member of, the Society of Forensic Toxicology, there was a meeting last week. Do you know that?
No, I haven't been part of that society for probably 10 years.
This set of guidelines was discussed
Okay,
at that society that
Okay.
you belong to.
used to, yes.
He doesn't belong to it.
At this point, I'm gonna move in Exhibit 232.
Reject.
Well, I object based upon what I've said before. He's not a member of the society, so I'm not certain. So I stand by my objection on that.
It's overruled.
The objection is overruled. Exhibit
I mean, I'm not a judge, I'm not a lawyer,
232
but
is received.
why would you be
permission
able to talk to
publish this
somebody about
granted.
something they're not even a part of?
And I'll just wait till I get a thumbs up here from the jurors. It shows, there we go, all right. If we go to page 3 and blow that up a little bit, can you please read the first paragraph of this page into the record, sir?
At the top 5-2. Oh, my
I'm
3
sorry,
has
what?
the appropriate opinions and testimony by a toxicologist. Am I looking at the wrong page 3? The paper copy you gave me.
Mine is different too, than what's showing on the screen.
Is the paper copy double-sided, sir?
No,
Okay, so then, can you count the pages with your hands and turn to the third one in the exhibit that you have, sir?
yes,
Okay, does that
It
match
says
page
forward.
3?
yes, that's
Okay.
what yes.
Could you please read the first paragraph to the jury?
I can't hear you.
Could you please read the first paragraph aloud to the jury?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Sure.
I've got a cold from the airplane and I'm having trouble.
I only laugh
Could you read
because
that
detectives
first
do this all
paragraph
the time
on
to the
page
defense.
3 of States 232 to the jury, please, sir?
Can you draw me a
It's common that
picture?
forensic toxicologists are called to
Sign
testify in
language,
criminal
smoke
and civil
signals.
matters to discuss analytical results and offer their expert toxicologic opinion.
Continue.
In these legal matters, it is important that expert testimony be constrained to areas that are based upon sufficient facts or data, be a product of reliable principles and methods, and that those principles and methods are consistently applied to the facts in the case at hand.
Continue, please.
This document provides one way of ensuring that proper toxicologic testimony is allowed in legal matters by defining the general areas of forensic toxicology that are viewed as reliable by other experts in the field.
You would agree with me, sir, that nothing about what you just read indicates that there are limitations for the groups that these are best practices for.
I do not understand the question.
You'd agree with me that the paragraph that you just read does
Yes.
not have any kind of a limitation in terms of who these should apply to by board or society. Fair?
No, it's just that it says ASB best practices at
It
the top of
actually
the page.
says that they should apply to people testifying about forensic toxicology.
For
True?
that group.
Yes, but they're talking to
Okay,
their
thank
members. They can talk to people that aren't their members. They're not members of that society.
If we can please go down. And again, and again, and again. And the bottom of this page, please. Sir, do you see the whole section that talks about inappropriate opinions and testimony by a toxicologist?
Yes.
Can you please read item G?
A toxicologist should not calculate the dose of a drug based on a postmortem drug concentration in the blood or in blood.
Thank you, that can come down. Sir, you'd agree with me that there are a lot of pitfalls in trying to calculate a dose from a post-mortem level.
Yes.
Because there's so many unknowns, right?
Yes, there are. And I'd like to explain some of them.
She's not gonna.
I'd like to talk about those with you too, sir.
Good.
Is one of them genetic factors and metabolization rates?
I think they already discussed that, but
It
yes.
could be, yes.
Is another one?
But yes.
Is another one of them time? Levels can be affected by time.
Well, time you're alive.
Is it your testimony, sir, that once a person dies, those levels cannot be affected post-mortem?
They don't change much. This is a big issue in postmortem toxicology. Is there postmortem redistribution? There's got to
Do
be
you
50.
believe that's a true thing or not?
In some, but not all, probably a minority, yes. But it is enough that the solution to that has been to get peripheral blood, which they got. They got iliac blood. The solution has been not to get heart blood, which is central blood. They just take it out of the chest. The solution for postmortem redistribution has been to go for peripheral blood, and they did. They got iliac blood.
You'd agree with me that post-mortem redistribution can affect the accuracy of levels in toxicology? Yes or no?
Some, not all, no.
So yes.
So there is no yes or no, some.
You'd agree with me that disease and illness can impact a metabolic rate in someone?
Disease and illness, yes. Up to a point, yes.
And
Depends on the disease and the illness. Really, the effect is going to be hepatic injury, because that's where drugs are metabolized. So if we have significant injury to the liver, definitely. If your disease is, I have an infection in my foot, no. So it's not just disease and illness, it's what specific disease and illness, and what organ are we talking about?
and hepatic is an important one, right?
Yes.
This jury even heard from Dr. Thomas yesterday that hepatic injury or hepatic steatosis would be a really important thing for someone to know about if they were doing these calculations post-mortem.
You would take it into account, yeah.
Okay.
How
And-
severe?
And you're familiar with the fact that you testified about this case in December of last year, true?
Well, we had a hearing on, could I testify, a Dauber hearing.
Okay. You had already created your report in this case, true?
Yes,
Okay. And at that point in time, you did not have the medical records to read in this case, true or false?
I did have medical records. We can go back to the original opinion, but I had the medical records of, hold on, Waukesha County Medical, inventory of medication.
Waukesha.
There was the medical records.
I'd probably call it Waukesha too if
Oh,
I had
no,
not watched so many
apparently
of
they
these
were
trials.
supplied later. Yes. So they were supplied later. No, I did not, when I wrote that originally.
Okay, and when you completed these calculations, it was your belief that there was no evidence of hepatic injury in Lynn Hernan. True or false?
I tried to use what I call conservative numbers, the lowest numbers I could that took into account the number of issues. I
That's
did not have a medical
responsive
record at
to
the
my
time, no.
question.
I did have the autopsy, and the autopsy says that it is there. I did not have the hospital record, but if you look at the autopsy, it defines that. So I knew of it, but I did not have the actual lab values from the hospital that the medical examiner drew that conclusion.
This was my question in December of 2022 to you. If these types of circumstances impact post-mortem toxicology levels, how is that not important for you to look at it? Your answer, quote, I've explained this, period. There's no evidence of hepatic injury, period.
Okay.
Sir, are you aware
That's her line.
that in fact there is evidence of hepatic injury in this case regarding Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're not welcome.
Nonetheless, you've done these calculations that the jury has now seen, right? Using, you'd agree with me, several assumptions.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of vague, but yes, there were several assumptions.
I want you to tell this jury and myself what the equation was that you used to go backwards from toxicology levels to pill amounts, please.
The clinical trials of each drug. Before you go to the FDA, you have to do 1, 2, 5 milligrams, whatever it is. You know, you give them 220, then you do another study, you do another study. If you give it twice a day, 3 times a day, if you give it 3 times a day for 2 weeks, does it build up? A number of things. And you can go through that. It is human data, specifically on that drug. And you know how much they got because these are clinical trials. There's nurses giving these people these tablets at a specific time on a clinical trial unit. They're not home saying, I'm going to take it every 8 hours or something. They're in a clinical trial unit. And so you can look at these and say, okay, 5 milligrams 3 times a day or 20 milligrams once a day produces these levels. This is something the FDA accepted and I accepted. So that's to get to those levels. Those are referred to as therapeutic levels. And there are therapeutic levels depending on what dose you're taking and how often you're taking it. Because some drugs you take twice a day, 3 times a day, some you take once a day, etc.
Sir, you'd agree with me that clinical trials are done on people that are alive, true?
Yes.
And clinical trials report levels from samples taken from people who are alive, true?
Yes.
And those trials have the benefit of taking many samples over time, true?
Yes.
And there's the benefit of recording the data in terms of the level and time as it correlates through the study.
Yes, peak levels, half-life, a number of things, how long it stays in the blood. They report the whole pharmacokinetic parameters.
You mentioned amitriptyline this morning. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes,
Are you aware of a 2021 publication in the Journal of Forensic Sciences that involved that substance?
you'd have to be more specific. I read a lot of papers.
Sure. The author is PhD Peter Manskell, and the title of it is Just Say No to Postmortem Drug Dose Calculations.
Okay?
Are you familiar with that paper?
No.
This was published.
Object to any further discussion about it, wasn't submitted as a learned treatise, and he's not familiar with it.
Sustained, for now. I'll take it up outside the presence of the jury later.
I want to ask you some questions about your article, Drug Facilitated Sexual Assaults. And I believe that was entered into evidence this morning. And you testified to this jury that because of that publication, you were successful in getting tetrahydrozoline added to rape check panels.
Well, the FBI recommendation for what you check for, yes. I mean, you don't have to use the FBI recommendation, but that's what we wanted. It eventually got there because publication is a slow process. You write the paper, it gets published, other people read it. But yes, we were ultimately, it is now part of the FBI list of things recommended to check for.
To check for when?
When there is drug-facilitated sexual assault.
Okay. So here in Wisconsin, we call that a sexual assault nurse exam, a SANE exam.
Okay,
And levels are pulled, samples are taken during those exams. Is that the rape check that you talked about earlier?
yes. Yes.
Do you know whether any hospital in Wisconsin includes tetrahydrozoline in those checks?
I'm not from Wisconsin, I don't know.
Okay. Even if they did, you'd agree with me that those samples taken during sexual assault nurse exams have to be sent out to labs to test for levels, true?
Yes, yes, you're not gonna get it in an ER or a hospital. It's a pretty exotic test.
Okay.
It'll be sent out.
You testified a lot this morning that dizziness is something that someone that's ingested tetrahydrozoline may suffer from. Do you remember that?
Yeah, they do complain of dizziness. Complain about a number of other things.
Would you agree with me that the article that you wrote defines the use of tetrahydrozoline for chemical submission?
I'm sorry,
Of a victim?
I do not understand that question. What am I being asked?
Would you agree that individuals using tetrahydrozoline to facilitate a sexual assault use it because it makes the victim unable to resist the attacker?
Yes, I would say yes. They usually mix it with alcohol. They can mix it with other drugs, but they usually mix it with alcohol as well.
And you'd agree with me that it's also selected because it impairs memory, so the victim is less likely to accurately recall the circumstances.
Yes, if you talk to the victims, they have these periods where they wake up and they're like, ah, and then they fade out again. And there's often 2 or 3 of these episodes before they finally wake up and get out of there. But they don't wake up and stay awake. It definitely impairs memory. But they have periods where they wake up and they can give you these memories like they're in a bed naked, or something. So it's these periods of like where they're alert and then they kind of get drowsy again.
And you'd agree with me that the drug is also selected because it impairs judgment, coupled with reduced inhibition, giving the attacker the impression of collaboration or submission by the victim.
I would say yes. When they mix it with alcohol, yeah, I would say yes.
And just so you're aware, I'm reading from your paper on
Okay,
this
I
verbatim.
agree with me.
Okay, good. You'd also agree that it's selected because it's a substance that's not routinely detected on standard drug analysis screens.
Definitely. That was one of our efforts, was to have it added to the FBI list. Whether they use that list, that's up to them. But we wanted to get it on the list.
And the selection of that substance might also have to do with its availability to the perpetrator.
Yes.
I know where she's trying to go here, but I'm sorry, SA and unaliving is
I
a
next want to move
pretty
to your exhibit number
broad bridge
623.
to
If we could please
come together
publish that
there
for the
in
jury.
this situation.
If we could blow it up, please, Mr. Vulcanier. Sir, you'd agree with me that there's missing information for the clinical effects at peak for the first 3 entries in this chart.
Well, it's not, that's when they got the blood level of 51.4, but they have a clinical history of what she's doing. The parents brought her in, so they have an understanding of what's going on, which is why they went and got the tetrahydrozoline level, So yes, there is a history of how the child was doing in the previous hours. They don't have blood from the previous hours, but they know what was going on with the child.
Can you please circle the number 115 on your exhibit that you prepared?
Just on here?
Sure, it'll make a little mark, actually. Sir, that number is a calculation that you did, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. That can be cleared, Madam Clerk. The second line of this exhibit that reports a level of 39.3, do you see where I'm at?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that although it's not listed, that toddler ended up in the ICU.
Yes. Not an uncommon thing for a toddler.
And going to the line below that, can you please circle the box where there's no information regarding intervention so the jury can see where we're at? You'd agree with me that in that Lowry study, this toddler had a Glasgow coma score of 10 and was unarousable.
If you're reading it, I'm going to say yes.
You'd agree with me that where your circle is, it might have been important to put down that that child was on a ventilator for 10 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. The next 2 lines are statistical trickery. True?
I have to say the use of the mean and the median, and to say that these are postmortem levels, we went through this, but the median shows you that 56 of these 112 are meaningless. They're there. You can find them. They have exceptional clinicians at NMS. They found it, but was it clinically significant at less than 1.7?
I'll ask it again. You told this jury this morning that those 2 rows are, quote, statistical trickery. True or false?
I still agree with that.
So true.
True.
True. And she's back there looking up, it looks like in a book. Like she's back there doing research out of a book.
Now-
And he's up here just answering the questions.
when you look at
I hope they're
exhibit
seeing that.
623, you'd agree with me that you didn't include every single piece of information that you could on this chart, right?
Just like you guys
Every
don't.
published article about this substance that's ever existed. This is a summary, right?
This is ones that had blood levels. Only ones that had blood levels.
You suggested this morning when you talked about this chart that these kiddos were fine and that you were next to them in the ICU in their bed watching them and all they needed was observation. Do you remember that?
Sustained us to the form of the question.
You testified this morning that those children involved in this Lowry study were absolutely fine. True?
Well, they might have been drowsy, but they needed no medical intervention. They were not intubated. They did not have pressors going on. We didn't have to put a liter of fluid into them to bring their blood pressure back up. We didn't give them atropine to raise their heart rate up. Nothing.
Well, you better be right on this because she's getting ready to come at you.
You'd agree with me that there can be very severe symptoms from oral ingestion of tetrahydrozoline.
He was right because she didn't come
I
at
would
him.
call all of these severe. You know, when they use it for sexual assault in these kids, they're spending a day in the hospital. All of this is like severe.
Sir, did you write an article called Prolonged Cardiovascular Effects After Unintentional Ingestion of Tetrahydrozoline?
Yes,
Was that in the year 2008?
probably. It'll say on the paper.
Attorney Kukler didn't show the jury that article, did she, this morning?
I don't know.
Okay. In that article, would you agree with me that your opinion was that clinical effects from ingestion of tetrahydrozoline have included drowsiness, coma, respiratory depression, bradycardia, hypotension, hypotonia, muscle flaccidity, and hypothermia?
Yes. But they all wake up. I could go through why, but we won't.
You'd agree with me that there
Good,
is
you won't
much
let
more
me.
literature about tetrahydrozoline published involving people who survived its use.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that some of the symptoms in that literature include CNS depression,
Yes.
shallow respirations,
Yes.
requiring intubation,
In some cases, yes.
apnea.
Yes, but if you touch them, they breathe.
I'm sorry?
If you touch them, they breathe. If you just, yeah, I'll go through this if you want to know the mechanism. But
Touch them and apnea is gone.
I believe I'm not allowed to answer questions I'm not asked.
The defense called you as a witness, they'll have an opportunity to ask follow-up questions should they deem it appropriate. It is important just to answer the questions that are being asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
But what he said
And
was
you're aware
right.
that tetrahydrozoline ingestion can cause complete atrioventricular block.
Yes, AV block.
That's a serious thing. Wouldn't you agree with me?
The thing is the ventricles keep pumping. Atria, there's a heart, there's two atrium and two ventricles. The ventricles have their own rate. And so even if you have AV block, the ventricles still pump.
In terms of on a
We've got
spectrum,
reports of complete AV block and they wake up.
in terms of putting these things on a spectrum, would you put atrioventricular block as more or less serious than dizziness?
More.
Okay. You testified this morning about what France offers consumers for eye drops. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you testified that anyone can get Nefazoline in France,
I
right?
believe so, yeah.
Yeah. That doesn't have tetrahydrozoline in it, does it?
No?
No. You cannot go into a store in France and buy eye drops with tetrahydrozoline in them.
No, it's not approved in France. It's the same
doesn't
mechanism. They're
mean
all
it's
imidazoline
banned.
derivatives. We have 3 available in the US, they have 1.
You testified
She's
this morning that you can
she's
take as
ignoring
much
you.
ibuprofen as you want and you're not gonna die.
Close. You have to get more than 450 milligrams per kilo. So if you want to do the math, say you're 100 kilos, that's 210 pounds. 450 times 100, you have to get like, it's just the Costco bottle. So yes, there is ultimately an amount, but it's the least dangerous of the over-the-counter analgesics. Aspirin and acetaminophen are quite dangerous. Ibuprofen isn't.
You'd agree with me that this morning, after you told the jury that you can't die from ibuprofen, Attorney Kukler showed you an article that you wrote that reports fatal overdoses with ibuprofen alone in the number of 15.
Object to her saying what I did. 'cause
She
it's-
can, overruled,
just
it's
not
crossed, she can ask the question.
450 milligrams per kilo. We know the dose. That's a lot. People are, when they want to do it, they do it.
And he's
I'd like to
right. When
bring up-
people want to do it, they do it.
Exhibit 544, please. Mr. Spiller,
Unfortunately.
you do not have a MD, true?
So
You do not have a PhD, true?
True?
You have a master in what?
Toxicology.
Okay. Because on this exhibit, it says that you have a Master of Science.
Yes, it is a Master of Science.
But this morning and just now when I asked you, you said that your master's degree was in toxicology.
Well, if you can either get a Master of Arts or a Master of Science. That's what the degree says. Then your specialty is whatever. And I put my thesis, which was carbon monoxide in the home, source and epidemiology.
The school
she's just
where
being
you
a snot.
received that degree, Columbia Pacific University, no longer exists
No, I don't think so.
because the state of California shut it down by court order.
Don't know. It was long after I was involved with it.
And degrees that were issued after 1997 aren't even recognized anymore.
Again, that was a decade after I was involved with it.
That's a super low blow.
On this page of your CV, you also list an American Board of Forensic Examiners.
That's a really low blow because this guy obviously knows his stuff. I'm not just trying to. I don't know where Jessy stands. She's probably guilty. And her mom is probably involved. Allegedly. I don't know. But this guy knows his stuff. And if you looked at his nursing degree, like he graduated top of his, like he was towards the top of his class. I think I caught it, whatever that, Latin language is. That means that they are freaking smart. And she's getting ready to really do some shitty stuff. And I'm sorry for my language, but she's ticking me off because she's doing the slimy stuff that I cannot stand what prosecutors do it. The defense has to be able to put on a defense, and they have to get the people from somewhere. Did they get the best? Not in the medical examiner. So what she's doing right now is slimy. And I hope he held up to it. I knew there was going to be some issues because I could kind of pick up on it when they were talking about that Dahlberg hearing. And I can't remember exactly what that is. There was obviously some stuff in his qualifications that he was that disqualified him from talking about some things. So, but what she's doing now, and I know she has to do her job, and I know I keep saying this, but this is the slimy, underhanded stuff that the prosecution does, and it's wrong. I hope the jury sees through it, because if he's correct, this is the only chance she has. And if he's correct and she did not unalive Lynn, she needs this chance. So I will try to be quiet, because she's just making me she's making me unhappy. And I'm sorry, sometimes people they pick a crappy school. Maybe they didn't know at the time. Things could have changed from when he went to when they got in trouble. Who knows? Things have changed in colleges all over the freaking place. They're hellholes, most of them.
Right?
Oh, there, yes,
That's also been shut down, hasn't it?
probably.
And
That's the one we were talking about that I no longer belong to. It's something I did back in the 90s.
Yeah, didn't he say he was like 69? Which if he is, he looks dang good. If I look that good.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Gosh. Attorney Kukler, you got your work cut out. I hope you're coming.
Redirect.
Get mic'd up. Mr. Spiller, your CV is 44 pages long, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
There's
he's
a-
not qualified.
There's dozens and dozens of articles, more than 100, maybe 200 articles that I didn't show the jury today, right?
It's about 220.
Okay, we didn't, and it's fair to say during the break, despite Attorney Nikolai's suggestion that I showed you some article about, what was this article about? Because I've never even seen that article. Acetaminophen or something like that?
Tizanidine? No, I don't know.
I didn't show you any article about that during the break, did I?
Amitriptyline.
About acetaminophen.
Oh,
I'm saying that I didn't show you this article that she's talking about during the break.
okay. Yeah, I
True.
think we're talking about the difference in acetaminophen, aspirin, and ibuprofen.
Right.
Is that what we're talking about?
That's right, I'm just saying, I didn't show you that, we didn't talk about that during the break.
No.
Objection, this was entered by defense as exhibit 626.
That's not the question, the insinuation was that I.
Hold
talked-
on, stop. I'm excusing the jury.
Somebody's about to be in trouble. But she shouldn't show it in front of the jury.
Be seated. I'm warning both sides. Stop with the speaking objections. It needs to stop now. And we need to be very precise on when we refer to things that I know have happened in the course of this case. And I'm referring to that sidebar. And I'm going to make a record of that right now. And then we'll bring the jury back out after I address this last objection. As it relates to that sidebar, the defense initially objected to receipt of 232. I sustained it, frankly, just because of a foundation. I thought some more questions could be asked, maybe even show the witness the exhibit. But I also know, because we had a hearing in December of last year, specifically on December 9th, where 232 was marked as Exhibit 8. And this witness at that hearing was questioned about that document. And it is fair game for the state to ask him his knowledge about it and what its source is. And number one, he's an expert. He's provided opinions today in front of this jury in forensic toxicology. These are guidelines for opinions and testimony in forensic toxicology. His knowledge of them, or lack thereof, goes directly to his credibility, which this jury will need to determine. I've already referenced he was questioned about it at a prior hearing, again, Exhibit 8. Of course, the defense can redirect, that's appropriate, but then Attorney Kukler accused me of yelling at her in front of the jury, which I was not doing. Out of an abundance of caution, I turned my face away from the jury box and directed it at the back of the courtroom. Was I frustrated? Absolutely. I was frustrated because I knew what this witness had been shown and testified about at that prior hearing. And more importantly, the defense knows about it because it's a transcript that is in this file that was requested by the defense. And so I was frustrated because because the defense knows better. And I'm just making this record abundantly clear, I was not yelling. I was in a hushed tone. And
You're very
I think she said,
animated.
well, it looks like you're yelling at me. That's why I turned away.
I
And
said she was yelling
frustrated?
at the defense.
Absolutely. And I'm also frustrated because of the speaking objections and trying to get information in front of this jury through either making comments or testifying, which, as you both know, that's not how it is properly done. I also know I sustained an objection. I know you moved on, Attorney Nicolai, and I said I'd take it up if you so wish. Is that a topic you wish to go back into?
I can do that with Dr. Kasenko.
All right, very well. Anything the state wants to add to the sidebar?
No.
Anything the defense wants to add to the sidebar?
Just that I wondered if the court wanted me to talk to the witness since he didn't seem to remember it. And I couldn't help that the witness at that moment didn't remember seeing the guidelines. And I recommended that the state hand him the actual exhibit, and maybe that would refresh his recollection. It seems like it did.
I appreciate you adding that, and I will also add at that sidebar, I said, well, it was offered, there didn't seem to be a yes or no, but in any event, I said, that's a good idea, let's give him the exhibit, and we'll go on from there.
Yes.
With that,
in
we'll
the
bring
middle.
the jury back out. If there are any more objections, just say objection. If you want to say relevance, again, 1 or 2 words. I don't want speaking objections.
She was so animated at that
and
sidebar.
I'm going to say this outside the presence of the jury, Mr. Spiller. This came up during our motion hearing. I know you
It
have a lot
looked
of
really
information,
bad.
and I know you want to get it out. But let the attorneys direct by asking you the questions. Sometimes they call for yes or no answers, and please just do that and not provide extra information. There hasn't been really a whole lot of objections, and sometimes that can be for strategy reasons, but it's important, though, that you do that and not talk over the other, the attorneys who are asking the questions, okay? You understand that?
Yes.
Good. And you're hearing okay?
As long as the microphone works.
They should be working.
Were we in the middle of a question when we broke? I'm sorry, could I ask Madam?
Well, there was a speaking objection, and I dismissed the jury just to let you know.
But I don't know if you ruled
All
on
right,
the
Carmen, I got to
objection.
speak to
What was
Supper.
the,
I'm not going to make it to the end of even him.
Well, I haven't called for them yet. I did not. Madam Clerk, Madam Reporter, what was the last question that was asked? if you can tell. Do you recall where you were at, Attorney Kukla?
I think that I was asking whether or not during this lunch break I showed
Oh, right.
Mr. Spiller any articles, because I didn't. And I thought it was about ibuprofen or something. I was just trying to get the name of the articles at the district.
What's the
attorney.
number? I believe the state referenced an exhibit.
626.
626.
So my objection was to the inference that this study was never introduced by the defense today, and it was. It's an exhibit.
See, now, I didn't ask that, Judge.
Well,
I
hold
just
on.
asked him if we talked about it during the break. Because did you notice that the state said, I'm going to talk to you about an exhibit that Attorney Kukler showed to you during the break. That's how the question was asked. And I didn't show him any exhibit during the lunch break, so that's the point.
I think
Well,
that, yeah,
be that as
the
it may, 626 is an
state guy
exhibit.
said like that's
So
what you did.
It should be accurately portrayed as such by both sides if they reference it as an exhibit previously received in this case. I think you've made your point. You asked the witness if he saw it during a break, if you showed it to him. Madam Reporter, do you have was there an answer given?
That's when the objection came in. and
Right, so I'll overrule the objection.
He can answer the
And he can answer the question.
Should I repeat the question when the jury comes in?
Yes, as long as you specifically refer to that exhibit accurately.
All right.
Okay, now we can have the jury brought up.
All right. I hate to do it. Thought about leaving it running and going and eating my dinner, coming back, but something happens and then I'm not up here and it's just run. And then it's just running. That'd be weird. Dang it. I was really hoping to get through today, but this guy talks so fast that I can't speed him up because then we can't hardly understand him. But they still have a while to go. And it'll give us something to do. Well, I hope that they don't have long closing arguments because that's my least favorite time in trial. Opening and closings. Just give me your stuff. And then don't go over all your stuff. I'm probably not gonna do that, Kern, because I had to stop my stream. I can't pause it. Like you're either going or you're not going, so I can't eat. I would have to totally restart the stream. So let's just plan on doing it Monday because it looks like the rebuttal witness is super. She's like, what? 10 minutes. And this guy. He's got like almost an hour. Oh, it looks like she's 20 minutes maybe. Or so-ish. So, what to do? I mean, I can just let it run. and come back. I don't think there'll be any more breaks today. So I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna slow this back down. And I'll be back as soon as I eat. I can't pause a stream, Carmen. Like, there's no pausing the stream. You either are on, you're either live or you're end. You're either alive or you're unalived. There's no in between. So I'll start it. Are you gonna stay here and watch it? Because you have to fill me in. All right, I'll be back. Would you like full screen? There you go. All right, I'm gonna mute myself, start them, I'll be back.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Kukler, if you would please re-ask the last question that you had asked, but we did not get an answer prior to the court excusing the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Spiller, you recall Exhibit 626 that was introduced during this case?
Yes.
And you were asked by the state whether we had met during the lunch hour to review this article. We never met during the lunch hour to review the article, did we?
Correct, no.
You were asked questions about whether or not this data that has been introduced through NMS Labs, if you somehow have access to this data or other people do for the purpose of forming opinions about therapeutic levels, there are some kind of questions about that.
No, it's a proprietary database. You have
What
to
does
be,
that mean?
they own it. So you have to be a member of that laboratory or go through some process and request it. I have not attempted to request it, but proprietary means they own it, it's private. And you can't just go up there and say, let me look at it.
What about when you've worked decades as director of poison control centers? Can people access that data?
Yes.
Why is that?
The CDC and the FDA use this data. They help support MPDS. All other centers use this data. It is a database voluntarily provided by poison centers to have a national real-time picture. Each case goes in within about 10 minutes of occurring, and any updates to that case, any changes to the chart, go up every 10 minutes. So it is a real-time database. So often there are medications that they might be prescription and they want to take over the counter. The FDA requires them to get the NPDS data to show them what's been going on with that drug for the last decade or two. The CDC looks at it. We look at for anomalies, referred to. Anomalies is just something that sticks out. It's a machine learning, and it sticks it out, and there's a bunch of us. I do Thursday evening and Sunday morning, and these anomalies, I have to open them, review them, see if there's something up. So if there's a whole bunch of ciguatera food poisoning in Nebraska, we go to Nebraska and say, we need to talk to the public health department. Or if there's just anything shows up, could be a carbon monoxide case, could be this, just anything that shows up. So both the CDC and the FDA use the data because it's been found reliable, and they have access to it in real time. It's about 2:30, so they have in the database up to about 2:10 today is in the database.
So it's within a half an hour.
About 10 minutes, but it could be more if something happens at the center.
Now, you were asked some questions about whether MEs sign death certificates without doing reverse dosing calculations. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But of course, would it be fair to say that there's a lot of death certificates signed that have nothing to do with drugs?
Yeah, I referenced that cocaine case.
And I'm saying people die from all sorts of causes, right?
Oh, absolutely. Heart disease, diabetes, everything. Yes,
Oh.
cancer. Just natural causes, auto accidents, blunt force trauma. There's just many things.
You were shown and asked about some of the reference notes on the NMS lab report. And I'm going to bring that up again. Exhibit 35. Can we show that on the screen, Madam Clerk?
It's up.
We put it, okay, here we go. And we've seen this report pretty regularly. You were asked specifically about some of these reference notes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And the state asked you about footnote 5, for example, the alprazolam in the
Yes.
blood. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you weren't really able to complete your thought on the footnote 5?
Yes.
Do you, what else is there anything else that's significant that, or comment that you wanted to make on
Well, it says,
alprazolam?
Other central nervous system depressants such as ethyl alcohol, but that's just such as central nervous system can become toxic at low concentrations. What they're saying that this is additive. This is a synergistic effect. That's why in 2021 we added the black box warning to alprazolam. That was not there for the first 20 years, 20 or 40 because it came out in 81. That was not there for the first 40 years of alprazolam. And so we have recognized that primarily because of the opiate crisis. We started seeing people dying at lower and lower levels of both the opiates and benzos, and recognized that it was a synergistic effect of CNS depressants. Sorry. To the point where the FDA required them to add that black box warning.
What about note 9 on the baclofen? You weren't able to complete your thought about that either. What about baclofen?
Yes, it says toxic blood concentrations are reported in a range of 1.1 to 3.5. 1.1 is what Lynn Hernan had. And again, this is a additive synergistic effect. We have a number of CNS depressants and a number of cardiovascular drugs all hitting this woman at the same time. And she's clearly got baclofen in the toxic range, and baclofen is probably the more dangerous of the ones on there. But because I keep going back to the stool analogy, where if you got like 5 legs on your stool and you knock out one, they'll probably stay up. You know, you knock out 2, you can, it's gonna be a little wobbly, but you knock out 3 and they fall over. You know, we have this going with the cardiovascular system, and we have this going with the CNS. And we have that here. We have multiple drugs all going after these. Hypotension, CNS depression, respiratory depression. They all are going after that stool and knocking out one leg at a time.
You were showing Exhibit 232, and that was the guidelines. I think you might have the copy in front of you still.
Yes,
ANSIASB,
yes,
Best Practice Guideline.
yes.
Are you a member of this board?
No,
Why aren't you a member of this board?
it's inappropriate for what I do.
Okay,
The toxicology board I need to be able to run a poison center is the American Board of Applied Toxicology. I have to treat patients, live patients. You know, they're gonna call us and they're gonna go, we're starting dopamine, what dose? You know, we're gonna intubate them, what are we gonna do? You know, that does not even, these people are clinical chemists. They're gonna tell you the levels that they find on their machines, and they're very good at it. I send some of my samples to NMS. I have sent them there. I have great respect for their reputation, but that doesn't mean you can, these people just getting these levels can interpret them.
because the people at NMS Labs are getting, all they're getting is a sample of some fluid and asked to conduct a laboratory test on it.
Right, it kind of goes back to that tetrahydrozoline level where the median is 1.7. So 56, half of them are harmless. But they could find it. They're very good. They are excellent chemists.
And does NMS Labs, as far as you know, treat live patients?
No, they don't have the license or the training.
So if this board tells somebody who works in a lab who doesn't treat live patients that they should or shouldn't do certain things, that applies to a person working just in a lab. Is that fair?
Objection related. Sustained as to the form of the question.
Do these suggestions, and these are suggestions, are they not?
Yes,
And they use words like generally or
Yes.
recommended. Are these would be done by, utilized by somebody in a lab or not in a lab?
in a lab running like GCMS, LCMS, mass spec, that sort of thing, Headspace, a number of them. But they are, I trust their skill in giving me a level. You know, they're great.
But they're not supposed to calculate quantities of pills that would reach a certain level, right?
No.
And the only extrapolation calculation somebody in a lab should do would be, according to these standards, would be for ethanol. Does that sound right? They can do
I
ethanol?
believe, but I haven't read it thoroughly, but that's a real common one that they bring them in for.
And ethanol is alcohol, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. When you looked into the effects of THC in people, you agreed that with the state that there are some people who report dizziness, right, for example?
Yes.
Now, in these sexual assault cases, is the THC generally, from the cases you've reviewed, mixed with alcohol or other substances?
In those cases, yes.
So it's not just alone?
Not the ones I've been with, and they usually, you know, you can get people that work at bars that'll tell you this, you know.
You were asked whether or not apnea might be a symptom. I'm sorry you're not feeling well today. I know your ears are plugged up. You were asked if apnea might be a symptom. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is apnea, I hear of apnea like when people wear one of those breathing machines at late night, sleep apnea. Is that what we're talking about?
That is. With these, we actually have these, two of the toxicology fellows were going to create a, I'm so sorry, a machine that when the respiratory count got down to 10 or less, it was going to poke him with a stick. We didn't, because it just seems, I can't see parents saying, oh, put the apnea machine on. It's just like poking him with a stick. But often you just go in, if the mom goes in, picks the child up, if you shake them, that sort of thing, they just kind of, come back up. They are drowsy. You don't completely wake them up. They're not perfect. But it does, there is a case, well, it only got sent to a meeting, but where a woman was found, they called the coroner, the EMS called the coroner, nobody could find a pulse. Coroner said they're dead. They take, the coroner is a mortician, runs in this particular area, wasn't a medical examiner, but still, they take it to the funeral home, they go to dress the body, and he starts gasping. And he freaks out, obviously. So he calls 911. The same ambulance for the same two EMS people come back. They start CPR. They take her to the ER, and she lives, walks out of the hospital after 3 days. But she was found cold. Two healthcare professionals could not find a pulse. You do look.
Next question.
You were asked a question earlier today, and you started to talk about these meetings that you have, or you've been part of, these monthly meetings. These are monthly meetings with medical examiners and other people?
No, it's the coroner's monthly meeting for Columbus. It is a medical examiner. Columbus, Ohio, the coroner they made a law, it had to be a pathologist, an MD pathologist. So their coroner is a medical examiner in Columbus. And they would ask us to come, not just us, there were a number of people, because they'd ask for the police, jail, mental health people. We would go through the case to see if there was, we could figure out something we were missing, because we have these people dying. And so everyone would put in, and once they brought up, we had the case. This person was, he had asthma. He was in the hospital 3 days earlier for asthma, got discharged, comes home. The 911 call is played. He's saying, I'm short of breath, asthma symptom. He's talking normally. He's not wildly agitated, seizing, anything like that. They pick him up. He goes to the hospital, and he ultimately dies of his asthma attack in the ER. But they found cocaine on this guy. So they were like, it's cocaine. And we're like, no. I mean, I don't want this guy going, his last thing being, I died of a cocaine overdose, when it was really his asthma. So we discussed it, and they changed it.
You were asked about Exhibit 623 at length about the different calculations that you made, or at least the calculation you made for one of the children in that study, where you calculated at peak, the child would have been 115 ng per ml.
Yes.
And you were asked also about Dr. Kasinko's study again, what you called statistical trickery.
Okay, I did.
Yeah, okay.
I don't mean to be rude, but
all right.
I don't like when you present statistics that look one way and they really are the other. I mean, the median is really the only level there that should be put forward.
Well, I mean, why shouldn't you look at the mean?
Because an outlier pulled that mean way off. the use of like levels of 1, 2, 1, 100. And that a mean would be 27 or 26. The median is going to be 1. And so you look at the difference, and that's why you want someone who's reviewing this knows how, is not just an expert in tetrahydrozoline, but is also an expert in databases and statistics.
Have you testified in many cases over your career?
I'm 69. It's probably been 30, 35, you know. Sometimes it's 1 or 2 a year, then it's a couple years I don't.
So just in general, when you talk about polydrug overdoses, how serious do polydrug overdoses get?
Depends on what's in the polydrug, but they get increasingly serious because of the synergy. If we have 2 drugs that are both working on, say, heart rate or blood pressure, and we have 2 more that are working on CNS depression and respiratory depression, and we start to get these additive, they get really serious. So it is, generally speaking, like we've done a lot of studies, and the polydrugs are always the worst. They have greater numbers of major effects, greater numbers of fatalities than single.
And so that's that stool you're talking about, if we've got the 5-legged stool, all of these drugs knocking out the legs of the stool.
Yes, slowly, yeah. One, because, I mean, your blood pressure, for example, you've got smooth muscle around the arteries. That'll constrict them. You also have heart rate, called cardiac output. If you want to increase the blood pressure, your heart rate can go faster. That's fight or flight response. You also have baroreceptors in the neck and your carotid arteries. You have something called ACE inhibitors that are converting angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 2 in the kidney. I mean, there's multiple mechanisms that are used to support your blood pressure. And so if you knock out, like, for instance, ACE inhibitors, angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 2, children that get those, we don't care because they have these other mechanisms. But if you start to start to knock out this leg of the stool, knock out that leg of the stool, it gets more dangerous quickly.
Things like baclofen.
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained, as to the form of the question, please.
For what types of drugs, for example, might knock out those legs of the stool that we care about?
Nifedipine works to.
Hold on, there's been a sustained, asked and answered. Move on.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I sustained the objection.
And so in your career, coroners, I think I understood you to say, ask you to come and help them figure out what's going on in a case.
I'd say it's more occasional than regular.
Oh, if I
They
just-
do, but it's not every day. No.
Not every day, but on occasion you're asked.
Usually when it's something out of the ordinary, you know, and they're like, what is this? So they call us up and we talk to them. Like we had a brodifacoum, which is rat poison. And he didn't know what brodifacoum was. And I told him, you know, it stops your clotting. He couldn't clot. He bled out in the brain and he died. And he's like, what is this? You know, so sometimes when it's out of their expertise, they'll call us.
Did Dr. B call you in this case to seek an opinion?
No.
Did Dr. Kasinko call you in this case to seek an opinion?
No.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Spiller, thank you for being here. You may step down. And thank you. also am going to excuse the jury before we go forward with any additional witnesses. This will be your mid-afternoon break. It's a little earlier than I wanted, but that's okay. I'll rise for the jury, please. Yes, you may step down. All right, thank you, everyone. We'll take our break as well. We'll come out and Attorney Kukler, will you have any additional witnesses?
I have got those certified records that I want to introduce.
All right, I will need to do a colloquy with your client, but I need to take a
She's
quick
not going
break.
to testify.
Okay,
All
very
right.
well. I'll come back and do that in 15 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, sorry. Had to go eat dinner. It was delicious. Let me get him off of here. Sad I missed the end of him. Or did I not miss the end of him? The good thing is now the fast talkers are gone, the slow talkers are here. We can speed it up.
Everyone, you can be seated.
Yeah, I forgot I was really loud.
We are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. Before I have a colloquy with Ms. Kurczeweski, Attorney Kukler, you indicated the last thing you'll do is offer the records that were received following my signing of the court order. Those are from the Department of Health Services? Correct. And oh, I see we don't have Attorney Nicolai. I'm so sorry. Attorney Sitzberger.
That's okay, I can do it.
Thank you. Is there a stipulation to those?
Yes, Judge.
And I know there's a stipulation to receive them in terms of before the jury. Is there any type of stipulation as to Ms. Hernan being a recipient of food share during a certain time period?
Yes, I spoke to Ms. Attorney Nicolai.
And she's
She
here
is
now.
back in the courtroom now. I indicated I would just say that these, indicate that these are the certified records of Ms. Hernan receiving Quest Food Share card from 2015 through the date of her death.
I figured Attorney
Didn't say
Nicolai was
anything.
missing because
I also did indicate to
Attorney
Attorney Nicolai
Cooper killed
that
her.
should the jury want these records,
no, I've done
I don't think all of it would actually be, I think some of it's confidential and probably wouldn't want to go back to the jury.
Well, if there's a stipulation and agreed facts, then I can include that in the jury instructions, which would take away the need for any exhibit going back to the jury room.
Okay, that would be the best way to handle it.
And is there an agreement from the state then as to that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so it's certified records received,
the state looking so happy about over there.
Wisconsin Department of Health Services.
showing, verifying, what's the word you want?
Showing that Lynn,
Burnt New Camp isn't just the chip.
Thanks, Michelle.
showing that Lynn Hernan received food share, a Quest food share card from 2015 through the date of her death.
All right, and that's agreeable to the state?
I know, I'm just looking. Sorry, I'm just looking. Donna, can you tell me where it says where it originates or where you're getting the 2015 date?
Sure. Right here, on page 1, 3.
Oh, I see it now. Thank
See
you.
it?
Yes, Judge, we agree to that.
Thank you. And what will the exhibit number be?
630.
Probably only because
Okay.
it's
And
middle
very scribbly
defense
notes,
guy
Madam
asked
Clerk,
her.
for the ultimate jury instruction. Hopefully we can read them later. All right. Then it is true, other than my colloquy with Ms. Kurczeweski, that when we bring the jury back out, the defense intends to rest.
After I introduce,
After that, yes. After
yes,
that.
yes, Judge.
All right, so while the jury is still out then, Ms. Kurczeweski, I'd like to have a brief discussion with you regarding your right to testify. And you can hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, and let's just make sure the microphone is close enough to her. First of all, ma'am, do you understand that you have a constitutional right to testify?
Yes.
Do you understand that you also have a constitutional right not to testify?
Yes.
Do you understand that the decision whether to testify is for you to make?
Yes.
Has anyone made any threats against you to influence your decision on whether to testify in this trial?
No.
Has anyone made any promises to you to influence your decision on whether to testify in this trial?
No.
Have you discussed with your lawyers the advantages and disadvantages of testifying and not testifying in this case?
Yes, multiple times.
Do you need any additional time to speak with them?
No.
Have you made a decision?
Yes.
What is that decision?
It was very hard for me to decide, but ultimately I will not be testifying.
All right, and Attorney Kukler, have you, and Attorney Galaviz, I'm so sorry, have you had a sufficient opportunity to thoroughly discuss this case with Ms. Kurczeweski and specifically the decision whether to testify in this case?
Yes, Judge.
And are you satisfied that she is making this decision today freely, voluntarily, and intelligently?
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you then. The court finds that Ms. Kurczeweski is making the decision to not testify in this case freely, voluntarily, and intelligently with a full understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of doing so under the circumstances of this case. The jury will be so instructed then with the appropriate jury instruction. All right, then lastly, I know that the state intends to offer a rebuttal witness, is that right?
Yes,
And is that Dr. Kacinko?
yes,
Is that the only rebuttal witness?
yes.
And I know the the defense had filed a motion at one point. Is there still an objection to that?
Yes.
Nothing,
On
just.
what basis?
Dr. Kacinko has already testified.
Hang on.
I don't believe that anything that she's going to say today will be true bona fide rebuttal evidence that
She's testifying.
expects that her testimony.
Nothing, they
will
were
be
just doing the whole
mostly a repeat of what she's already testified to.
thing to
Of course,
Jesse
this
about.
court has broad discretion in setting a scope of rebuttal testimony, so if this court's going to allow it, I'm hopeful that the court will decide on specific points that are agreed upon, or that the court feels
Oh, hang
are
on.
new areas to discuss. But I think that everything we talked about with Mr. Spiller was in response to what was already testified to by Dr. Kacinko.
Attorney Nicolak, will you be addressing this?
Yes.
Of course.
We are asking for the opportunity to call Dr. Kacinko for a few very specific points, rebutting new information that this jury just heard today from the defense witness, Henry Spiller. The bulk of my questions will revolve around the calculations that he was allowed to do, the guidelines that he chooses not to follow when offering those opinions. And I certainly don't intend to rehash testimony that she's already given. I understand the purpose of rebuttal, and that's exactly what we'll be doing with her testimony.
All right, given the offer of proof from the state, understanding my authority in 90611, coupled with the fact that the state bears the burden of proof and that the proffered testimony falls within the scope of rebuttal, specifically as it relates to the calculations and the guidelines which were made in Exhibit 232, I will allow the state to call Dr. Kacinko for those purposes.
Judge, did you want a full offer of proof and have me list all the topics that I plan to?
Do you want the full offer
address?
of proof? Because I'm so good.
Respectfully, I don't think I'm required to do that. I understand the law, and it will be things that were raised by Mr.
For
Spiller
you.
today,
Do you
including
understand the
her
law?
So-called statistical trickery.
Anyway, while she blabbers
well as a discussion of
on,
black box
she was just going
warnings that
over
were
with Jesse
inaccurate.
that she had the right to not
I
testify.
would say those
and
are
seeing if
fair
Jesse
game
was
as
going
well.
to
So,
testify.
and I trust that if
Obviously not going to
the
testify.
parties will utilize
That was
their
it.
objections as they deem appropriate. Again, I'll remind the parties I would prefer a 1 or 2 word, no speaking objections. If I feel I need additional argument, then I will excuse the jury. All right, then with that, let's bring the jury back out. Did you go upstairs and get my phone?
That we rest.
Thank you. State have any rebuttal? Do you want me to recite the stipulation, or do you want to do it, Attorney Kugler?
I can do it.
Great. Did you go upstairs and get my phone?
I should really just not try to save time.
Depends on how late we go. She was gonna, in all likelihood, they will not be here. Attorney Kugler, does the defense have any additional witnesses to call or evidence to present?
Yes, we do have another piece of evidence to present. We move for admission of Exhibit 630. This is a stipulated admission. These are certified records, Your Honor, showing that Lynn Hernan did receive food share benefits and Quest card from the Wisconsin Department of Health Services from 2015 through the date of her death.
State agrees with that stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 630 is received, and then I will so instruct the jury later on with the agreed-to facts in the final jury instructions. With that, Attorney Kugler, anything else from the defense?
No, with that, we rest.
Thank you. State have any rebuttal witnesses to call?
We do, Judge. We would like to briefly call Dr. Kosenko back to the stand.
All right, good afternoon, Dr. Kosenko. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sherry Kosinko, SHERRI, KACINKO.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Nikolai.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Kosenko, you're here at this point for a very specific reason, and you're aware of that, right?
Yes,
Were you able to view the testimony from Mr. Spiller in this case?
yes.
I have some pretty specific questions on topics that I'd like to clarify with you about that testimony, okay?
Okay,
There was discussion about black box warnings with Mr. Spiller. Do you recall that?
yes.
Do you believe that that was accurately defined for this jury?
The black box warnings vary by drug, so I think it's important to understand what they are generally, but also with respect to the specific drugs.
For example, do you recall a discussion of the alprazolam black box warning?
Yes.
What is your opinion on the purpose of that warning?
The black box warning on alprazolam is a warning to consider whether or not it is necessary to prescribe opioids and benzodiazepines together. It is not a warning to never do it. It's just saying if you are going to do so, use caution. And then it continues to say that there are situations where it is appropriate to prescribe both hydrocodone and alprazolam, or I'm sorry, an opioid and alprazolam together.
I have a similar question for you regarding the discussion about the baclofen black box warning. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the warning associated with baclofen?
yes, I am.
And why is that warning on baclofen medication?
The black box warning for baclofen is specifically referring to the abrupt discontinuation of intrathecal, which is when it's infused into the intrathecal space, or chronic oral dosing. So it is a warning that you should not abruptly discontinue the drug in those two situations, but rather the drug should be tapered off over time if there is a desire to stop using it chronically or intrathecally.
Now, doctor, remind the jury, please, what your PhD is in.
It is in toxicology.
Would you consider yourself a clinical chemist?
I am not a clinical chemist.
If the jury was told that people at NMS labs do great work and produce levels, but shouldn't be interpreting them, would you agree with that as it relates to you?
Not as it relates to my job, no.
Why would you disagree with that?
I do not do laboratory work at all, so I am not doing any work in the laboratory to determine the concentration. We have a staff of, I believe now over 300, I'm going to toot their horn, amazing analytical toxicologists in the laboratory doing the work. My job is to review the data, make sure that the results are accurately reported, and to offer interpretation into the pharmacology and toxicology of the findings as related to the individual cases.
So, would it be fair to say that part of your actual job duty with NMS is to interpret those levels?
Yes,
And does that include interpreting them when asked to by medical examiners?
Sustained.
Do you ever interpret the toxicology data for medical examiners?
yes, I do. In consultation with medical examiners, yes.
I want to ask you some questions about Exhibit 232. If we could please publish that, it's been entered into evidence.
Go ahead.
One moment. Dr. Kosenko, are you familiar with Exhibit 232?
Yes, I am.
Are the guidelines in this document limited to people belonging to a certain board or association?
No.
Could you please explain to the jury what these guidelines are for?
These guidelines are for people who are practicing forensic toxicology. And by practicing forensic toxicology, I primarily mean offering testimony as to analytical toxicology, so that testing that's done in the laboratory, or interpreting the results of analytical testing in court.
Did Mr. Spiller interpret results of analytical testing in this trial?
Yes, he did.
Is that a forensic toxicology opinion?
Yes, it is.
Does this set of guidelines offer best practices for opinions like that?
Yes, it does.
Is there a best practice very specific about reverse calculations from postmortem samples?
Are you, with respect to calculating a dose from postmortem
Right.
concentrations? Yes, there is.
And what is that best practice?
It is considered inappropriate to calculate a dose based on a postmortem concentration.
Is that what Mr. Spiller did in this case?
It appears so, yes.
Were you able to hear his answer when I asked him what formula or equation he used to do that?
Yes, I did.
And did that clarify for you how he came to the numbers that the jury has seen?
It did not.
Are there formulas for those types of calculations?
There are formulas to be used in clinical toxicology when you're dealing with living patients and primarily plasma concentrations.
Do you actually teach those formulas to medical students?
Not to medical students, no.
But you do teach that to a group of students in what area?
I teach a pharmacology course, a clinical pharmacology course to students in a Master's of Forensic Science program. And as part of that program, I do cover the use of those calculations and performing those calculations in a clinical setting.
What is your instruction to those students regarding performing those calculations with postmortem samples?
That they should never use those calculations when dealing with a postmortem sample.
Why?
If you look at the actual calculations, the formulas that are used, there's a lot of variables in those formulas. And a lot of times we just don't have that information, even in clinical samples, clinical cases, you may not have all of the information. And then when you add on all of the things that were discussed previously that can happen to make an individual person different from a population, so differences in their metabolism, a disease state that affects their ability to clear the drug. Some people have delayed gastric emptying, so it takes longer for things to empty out of their stomach. There can be genetic issues that change how someone, I don't want to say issues, that's just different people have different genetics with respect to metabolism of drugs. And then there are all the changes that can happen post-mortem. The post-mortem, we're using blood, and these studies that are used to determine all of these variables are always done in plasma. Whole blood and plasma are not the same. Drug concentrations often differ between whole blood and plasma. And then the topic of postmortem redistribution is also an issue. So because there are a lot of variables that even in clinical cases, we often don't have the information. And then all of these other things that can happen when you're dealing with a postmortem sample and using blood instead of plasma, the calculations just do not apply anymore when you have a postmortem blood sample. The calculations that are used for clinical toxicology do not apply to postmortem toxicology.
Do you recall, are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences Standards Board?
So the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, I am a member of that organization. The Academy Standards Board is not a membership organization. It is a board of individuals who have applied to sit on different committees under this board. I act as a liaison for what's called the consensus body under the Academy Standard Board, but I am not on the Academy Standards Board.
Do you have to even be involved with the American Academy of Forensic Sciences to utilize these guidelines?
To the best of my knowledge, you don't even have to be a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences to sit on a committee under the Academy Standards Board. It's just an organization that exists underneath the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, but you could be a member of the Society of Forensic Toxicologists and also sit on the Academy Standard Board committees.
Did you hear Mr. Spiller say that it would be inappropriate for him to be on these boards because of the work he does?
I do not recall that specific testimony.
I don't either.
Question, move to strike, misstates testimony.
The objection is overruled and the witness's answer may stand. Next question.
Would someone who is doing the vast majority of their work in clinical toxicology be disallowed from following these guidelines in any way?
No.
Are you aware of any peer-reviewed literature that actually shows just how unreliable dosing calculations from postmortem samples are?
Yes, I am.
And is that an article from 2021?
Yes.
I'd like to show the witness Exhibit 234. I did provide Madam Clerk with a paper copy for the court and defense.
Thank you.
Dr. Kusenko, do you recognize Exhibit 234?
Yes, I do.
Is that the publication that we've just talked about?
Yes.
Have you read through this publication?
Yes, I have.
Is it peer reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Could you describe the goal of this study?
I don't have it on my screen.
You have a paper copy, I believe?
Oh, that's true, I passed it back.
Thank you.
What was being tested in this study?
This study was designed to evaluate the use of those formulas that I talked about. And there are a number of different formulas depending on the dosing strategy that is used and different variables that are available. So they look at multiple different calculations and determine if the calculations could accurately calculate a dose based on a postmortem concentration.
How did they know whether the calculation was accurate or not?
So in this case, they had investigative information primarily about what dose of the specific drug in this that they were using was amitriptyline. So they have information on what dose the individual took, and they have a postmortem concentration. So they were able to use the formula to calculate a dose and then compare it to the dose that was known to have been taken.
And is Exhibit 234 a discussion of the findings of that study?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 234 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 234 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Sorry, we don't have it digitally. Doctor, what's the name of the article?
Just say no to postmortem drug dose calculations.
And what is the conclusion?
I'm just checking to see if they have a specific conclusion or if I need to summarize it. I don't want to, actually. May I read directly from the?
Sure.
As expected, both the uncertainty and the accuracy of the dose calculation for a consumed drug from its postmortem blood concentration are too large to allow reliable estimations. This work again reinforces that dose calculations from postmortem blood concentrations should not be carried out.
What page of that were you reading from?
It's in the journal, it's page 1869.
Thank you. That would be under the conclusion heading?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Doctor, is that conclusion consistent with the guidelines that we talked about?
Yes.
Is it consistent with the way that you teach your students?
Yes.
The last thing that I want to ask you about, Doctor, is the abstract that you created in this case. I'm sorry, you didn't create in this case. It's an exhibit in this case from your presentation in France. Do you recall that?
Yes.
This document, which is Exhibit 216, has already been entered into evidence. I'll publish it, please, for the jury.
Okay.
Doctor, this abstract was described to this jury as statistical trickery multiple times today. Did you hear that?
I did.
Do you take issue with that?
I do, primarily because I don't know what statistical trickery is.
Okay. What was the goal of putting this abstract together?
The goal of this abstract was simply to report the data from a large laboratory that does a lot of testing and has a large database of results. So I reported the normal statistical ideas that are reported in papers. Means, medians, and ranges are what are typically reported when you're talking about large data sets.
The opinion of Mr. Spiller was that you should have only used the median. Did you hear that?
I did.
Is that consistent with the way that data is generally shown in writings like this?
No.
Why?
Typically, we report, when I'm publishing any set of data, I report all the different things I just discussed, the mean, the median, and the range, because each of those numbers tells the reader a different type of information. So I'm making sure I'm presenting all of the data, not just selecting one specific statistic to report.
In this case, in this abstract, is anything in it suggesting to the reader that the mean, in this case, is a known fatal level of tetrahydrozoline?
No.
Is anything in this abstract telling the reader to come to any kind of conclusion by only looking at the mean.
No.
Was this abstract created by you to try to set the fatal level for tetrahydrozoline in a human body?
No.
Is that something that you're working on?
I don't know that there's a study I could do to set the fatal level of tetrahydrozoline in a human body because I would never get approval to do the study that would give us that information. I am doing the study because it is a drug that we see in not a lot of our cases, but we see it, and often the concentrations are higher than that one clinical study. So it's just a way of expanding the science on tetrahydrozoline, seeing what data I can put out there that might help people in the future with these interpretations.
That's all I have, doctor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross.
So with regard to the guidelines that you that you referenced today, this is not required. This is not, it doesn't, whether you follow this or not is a personal decision.
They are guidelines, so to some degree, yes. However, I do know that many people working in this organization, it is the expectation of their employer that they follow, that if their employer has adopted the standards and guidelines, that people working in that organization also adopt them.
And so at NMS Labs, your organization apparently adopted this, true?
I don't know that there was a formal announcement, but the general understanding is that to the best of our ability, we do follow all of the published standards and guidelines.
I don't know. I thought I just heard you say that organizations may require that people follow these standards.
They may, and like I said, I'm not sure that we have ever had an official announcement at NMS. We discuss them all of the time in our department meetings. We have people who sit on the different groups and boards. So yes, the expectation at NMS Labs is that employees will follow the guidelines and standards.
And you gave opinions when you were here previously about quantities of THC in Ms. Hernan, didn't you?
I did a calculation on the
That's a yes or a
gastric.
no. Did you give an opinion about it?
I don't believe I can answer that yes or no without, in what matrix?
Didn't you prepare a letter where you gave an opinion and offered it to this jury about how much THC you thought was in Ms. Hernan?
No, I did not.
All right. And so you don't know then as you sit here. Is that true?
I do not know the total dose of tetrahydrozoline, no.
As to the black box that you were asked about before, wouldn't you agree that the black box warnings is FDA guidance to providers?
Yes.
And for instance, in the case of baclofen, which you discussed, the prescription is not supposed to, you have to be concerned if you take that with CNS
What's that guy
depressants,
doing with
right?
his head?
I would need to review the black box warning again, the entire text. I don't remember everything that's in it.
All right. And then you presented an article today by Peter Maskell, right?
Yes.
Is that something you provided to the state attorneys?
Yes,
And do you know Peter Maskell?
I do.
How do you know him?
He is a toxicologist who regularly attends different conferences. I've met him in passing.
And I did a quick look. Are you familiar with Google Scholar?
Yes,
All
of
right.
course.
And I did a quick look to see how many times this particular paper, Just Say No to Postmortem Drug Calculations, has been cited, and it appears to be twice. Did you know that?
No.
Okay. So when a piece of literature is recognized and accepted in the community of toxicology, just like medicine, other people cite to articles, right?
If they're doing related research, yes.
And are you familiar with what what's an H index when it comes to somebody who publishes literature? Do you know?
With respect to an individual?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know how well recognized Peter Maskell is in the H index or Google Scholar? You haven't looked into that at all?
I have no idea what the H index in Google Scholar is.
Then I have nothing else for this witness.
All right, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Am I excused?
You are, thank you. Attorney Nicolai, anything else from the state?
No, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I will declare the evidentiary portion of this trial concluded. You are to pass your notebooks to the bailiffs. They will be kept until you deliberate in the jury room. And at this time, after I give you the instruction, I will not only excuse you for the day, but it is my intention to bring you back Monday for closing instructions and closing arguments, and then, of course, the start of your deliberations. And I'm doing that not because simply it's the weekend and tomorrow is Friday, but there are some things that I need to do with the.
All right, she's just going to explain to them they had to do jury instructions and all that fun stuff today. They'll be back Monday. They'll do closing arguments. I don't know how long I expect those to take. I hope they don't. I can see the state going to lunch. Like, it'll just make me want to like stab myself with toothpicks or something. I'm hoping they're both done before lunch. But I don't know. I mean, you got to get all your stuff in, but you run the risk of, if you go too long, you're going to bore the crap out of the jury. And they're just going to want to get to their deliberations and... Oops, I was looking at my screen wrong. All right, so Monday, 11:30. That way, hopefully one side will be done or mostly done with their closing. Once both sides are done, I'll jump off here because I don't want to just sit here for hours and stare at myself in the camera. And then once I get the alert that they have a verdict, then I will hurry up. So I'll just leave everything up. So I just have to start the stream and we can get the verdict. I would think they'll come back with one on Monday, but juries have surprised me and taken a long time. In some cases when I didn't think they should, and not so much time in other cases when I thought they should have taken a little longer. So, I mean, when you have 6 weeks of evidence, I don't think you come back with a verdict in 30 minutes. But I wasn't on that jury. So, we'll see. Never can tell what a jury's going to do. Ever, never, ever, ever. So, Monday, 11:30, closing arguments. Then verdict watch. And I'll wait till they have a verdict. And then we'll move on. And stop talking about freaking eye drops. So enjoy the rest of your night. Have a good weekend. And I will see you all Monday. That's the plan. And I've got to... think about what I'm doing right here. All right. Have a good night.